Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, traders of the world. Whether you're sipping espresso in Italy or dodging kangaroos in Australia, just wondering where your stop loss went. We are live, caffeinated, and slightly overconfident. Welcome to Topstep TV. This is opening call, and look at who we have here today. We got Coach Vince and the Hoagmaster.
Cheers.
Good morning, boys.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning,
Eddie.
Vince. Good morning, everybody. We are currently long the opening range trade in micro gold. We're long 5 micro gold, 34.0460. The CYA is 34.01 half. Relatively small opening range, so not a huge amount of risk on this, about $150. We're opening in range, but below value. Vince was just talking about gap that he's looking to get filled down below, and I can certainly see that. But an opening range broke to the upside. We've got about, like you said, about $155 of risk on this trade. Not a whole bunch. Actually, I think I might move it a little bit further away just so we don't get caught in a liquidity sweep. Currently at 34.01, kind of a big fat round number, but we are going to see if this plays out. Again, we've opened in range, below value. Yesterday's low, 3,490 cents. You know what? We're at $180 in risk. We're going to go below that. We're going $230 of risk on this. See if we hold yesterday's low. So far, the opening range does remain the low of the regular trading hour session. Charles, I see you. That's right where our stop is. So I don't know. We're going to see. We may be liquidity fodder here, but that opening range trade is something we do every day pretty much in gold and crude oil. That first minute of the regular trading hours, 7:20 to 7:21, we take the breakout of either end of that. We put the stop on the other side. We always have to move the stop away a little bit because there is always that possibility for a liquidity sweep on the other side of the opening range. And we let it fly. So we are currently up 4 ticks. We'll see how this plays out. But good to see everybody. I saw Shubham was top of the list in the chat this morning. The rest of Cena, new one, Grizzly Greg, Anastasios, Nichols, my good friend, John Dones, Gorillionaire. Good to see everybody. If I don't get to call your name out, a lot of you, and we appreciate you being here. Love to everybody. So what else is going on here, guys?
Well, coming up here in about 5 minutes, outside of 5 minutes here, we got the meat on the bone, the big breakfast for everybody. So line up, single file line, no pushing, no shoving. Core retail sales, we're looking at 0.2%, coming in at prior 0.1. That's the biggie. Retail sales month over month for May. That was my aunt's name, May. The expectation negative 0.5%, and the prior was a positive 0.1. So we'll get those numbers out here. We do got Red Book. We do have also a little later on here about inside the hour industrial production. Looking at speakers here today. Once again here, folks, nobody on the docket really, but I'm expecting to have a slew of speakers the day before our FOMC. So, Vince, what do you got? What would you like to share with the community?
Eddie, I mean, we're in rollover in these markets, so it's been. I just can't wait for it to be over. To be honest with you, they're just chopping around up and down. There's really no direction that I see at the moment, except for just them trying to get their roll done. So we're going to try to find a trade here. I'm on the hunt for something, right? But right now, these markets are in rollover, and you can tell, right? Just look at the way we've been trading here. There's no direction at the moment. Look at these choppy charts. Look at these things.
Yep.
You see the charts? Look at them.
Vince, we always say if you're going to go looking for trades, you're going to find them. Just be patient. Let the market come to you. Look for cheap trades. I think with rollover, with the FOMC, with Mideastern uncertainties, anything can happen, of course. With FOMC coming out tomorrow, the release again at 1 p.m. Central, the the Fed chair meeting at 1:30 Central tomorrow. In rollover, I think a lot of traders are just going to be positioning themselves and hedging themselves against anything strange that might happen. Now, nobody is expecting any kind of rate change tomorrow. So it may just end up being a bit of a non-event. Of course, that non-event can always get thrown a curveball by Chairman Powell at 1:30, but very little chance of any change in rates tomorrow. Almost no chance, really. So I think today is going to be a day where traders are just going to, number one, their longer time frames are going to be working the rollover. Number two, in all time frames, getting positioned or liquidated or hedged for anything that might happen. We do have these 7:30 numbers. Know that I'm really expecting anything huge off of these, but again, we never get to choose. We never know. An ACH, anything can happen.
Yep, that's for sure. And I think a lot of the big players are probably on the sideline with all this war stuff going on, with Israel and Iran. And is it Iran or Iran?
Both.
Either I think works.
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, both.
I guess
You think they're sitting on the sidelines, huh? I don't know.
I think the big money is sitting it out. We're in rollover. There's war going on. I mean, I think they're just letting the rhythms just chop everybody up. To be honest with you, that's my opinion, right? That's take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, but I'm inclined to agree with you, Vince. I mean,
look how they're trading: up 5 points, down 5 points, up 5 points, down 5 points, up down.
And that's
5
good
points,
for the roll.
That's
good for those that are trying to roll their positions over.
Absolutely tight.
We got a minute and a half here for the numbers. Make sure that you're checking your positions. If you want to ride this one out, or if you want to sit the sideline.
Throw some gasoline on it, Eddie.
Fire, baby, fire.
We need some fire.
Let's see how thin these zones are getting.
Oh, you're in that gold still, right?
Yes. Yeah, we're still long 5 micro gold.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking
CYA is 23 ticks, right?
Beg your pardon?
CYA is 23 ticks?
The
CYA.
No. 46 ticks.
Oh, 46 ticks. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Domes are getting pretty thin. It looks like a lot of folks were thinking this might be a whiz bang number here.
Whiz bang.
Jeez. But about 2 points difference spread between 3 point difference between the spread and in the NASDAQ, between the bid and the offer, 2 to 3 points between the bid and offer. This is very thin. Here we go, folks.
Here we go. 15 seconds.
Come on, fireworks. Celebrate early 4th of July here.
They were blowing shit off last night about 12 o'clock.
Oh, man.
You can tell it's getting close. 3 seconds. My God, man. All right, here we go. Retail sales there. Let's go here. Core coming in at negative 0.9. You're looking at a negative 0.6. We also have the
here we go.
Core retail sales. They were looking at a positive 0.2, coming in at negative 0.3.
Oh, that knee jerk to the upside.
Import price. They were looking at negative 0.2, coming in at flat 0.0. And export prices negative 0.2, coming in at negative 0.9%. So once again, retail sales coming in at negative 9 here. They were looking at a forecast of negative 6.6. So there you have it.
Nice.
So what do you think of the reaction in the equities here?
In the equities?
Yeah, a little bit of kerfuffleation. Nothing huge.
Yeah, nothing huge there. I mean, gold got a nice little pop there. We're in the excess tail from yesterday, Hoag, down to
yes.
We have some excess down to 3,400.90. So this long, if we could hold here, I'd like to see a rotation up to 34.1840 and maybe take out the overnight high, 34.2270s, if we could hold this excess tail. If not, I think we're toast.
I don't like the fact that
we're going to go test the gap.
Value low from yesterday.
And it rejected.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if we can get in there. Pull up this gold chart here. So
We're still,
the excess.
it's still a valid trade. It's still in profit.
Yep.
We're not going to Lenny this. We've taken the trade. We've accepted the risk. We're going to see what happens. All right.
3405.
Hanging around.
Yep.
Nice little 3-bar reversal on the low here on the 5-minute chart.
On the 5-minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We will see what happens.
Pretty
But
good,
Eddie, what happened overnight? What kind of news you got for us?
Well, let me pull it up here real quick here, and I shall share with you what I have accumulated. U.S. stock futures falling today as investors gauge the 5th day of fighting between Iran, and Israel. Looked ahead to the U.S. retail sales data later in the session. Oh, we just had that. See, my news is old. Let me dust it off a bit. There we go. Also, a bond tapering decision from the Bank of Japan. We did see the Dow slide 330 points, S&P dropping a Hank Aaron 44 points, and the NASDAQ declined by 157. Comments from Trump at the Group of 7 summit in Canada also bolstered hopes that Washington could soon roll out new trade deals. Trump suggested an agreement with Canada, a frequent target of his related ire, was possible, although he stressed that the tariffs would still be involved. Canada, a major exporter of steel and aluminum to the United States, now faces U.S. levies on the metals. Prime Minister Mark Carney said that the two countries could have a fresh economic and security deal wrapped up within 30 days. Also, some talk here during the day, during the tiff and taff between Israel and Iran. Trump signed a deal with the United Kingdom that formally lowers some import tariffs, yet steel and aluminum duties remain a key sticking point. Now, Israel's military said today that it carried out several extensive strikes on military targets in western Iran, including a surface-to-surface missile storage site and launch infrastructure. Now, that sort of caught Iran by surprise. Some of the headlines, they didn't realize that the surface was so close. Senior Iranian general in the heart of Tehran was also killed overnight, Israeli forces claimed. Trump administration discussing the possibility of holding talks with Iran. Trump also departed, that I didn't know this until now, departed the G7 gathering early amid the hostilities between the two countries. He denied that the exit had anything to do with the discussion over potential ceasefire. But French President Macron had stated that Trump told the G7 leaders that talks were happening over a possible halt of the conflict. And that's what we are praying and hoping. This is just getting out of hand here on this big blue marble. So, just over the wire here. Hot biscuit, U.S. short-term interest rate futures trim earlier gains. The retail data traders sticking to a September rate cut view. We're looking for a first rate cut here from the Feds in September. We'll find out eventually. Back to you, Johnny.
All right. Thank you very much there, Fast Eddie. We've got the VIX up about 5% this morning as the equities have turned to the downside just a little bit. We've got the dollar index up slightly at 98.10. The yield on the 10-year 4.4, down slightly on the day. We're still in this gold trade. We're not getting a lot of love here. It seems to be rejecting value from yesterday. Vince, what do we do? Do we fish or cut bait? In the chat too. Fish or cut bait in this gold trade. We're up 21 ticks right now, 18 ticks. What do you think, Vince?
His lips are moving, but none's coming out.
That was my my old kung fu movie. Right, and then
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
So we had a nice pop there, Hoag, but we did reject value, like you said. So
Yep.
I'm a little bit concerned for this position. What do we have in it right now? Oh boy,
We're down now.
we're down.
Yep.
Yeah, if let's see, open range low is what's the price on the open range low? It's
it is 3402.10.
3402.10. 3402.10.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right back in the opening range now. Still a valid trade.
Yeah, it's still valid. I mean, we're still up against the excess tail there. So, I mean, let's let it play out. I mean, maybe, you know, if we take that out, maybe we could find a trade to the opposite direction, close the gap.
People are, I think, mostly saying fish. We had Brooksy saying, don't Lenny, let it play.
Yeah, I mean, we have the tilt 65% to the long side.
Yep.
65% to the long. Usually it's around 80 is where there's a pretty good indication there.
I haven't seen gold up at 80.
We need to get back inside of 3406.
Crude will run that deep.
Just sitting right here at entry. Well,
yeah,
we're gonna let this
we're
play
range
out.
bound.
Yeah,
we're range bound. I mean, the point of control from yesterday, volume point of control is sitting at 34.1820. So we're rejecting value from yesterday. We're right at it pretty much.
Yeah.
Let me blow this up a little bit so everybody can see. So here's value low from yesterday on volume profile, and here's the point of control. So you can see we got up into value and we caught a rejection from it, right? It tried, it rejected, and we're dancing at the level right now. So if we keep rejecting here, that's not going to be good for the longs, okay? So we have, this is our excess tail from yesterday that I was talking about right here.
Yes. Yep.
So we're in the excess tail. If this gives way, you know, there's a move that could potentially happen that'll bring us down to let's see here, overnight low sitting at 33.9130. So, and then there's also an old gap down to about 33.82, which is right around this trend line here. I have a longer time frame trend line. So this is interesting here, Hoag. You know, we got to see what we do right here.
Yep. Well, we're going to stay
right
in
there.
it.
Yeah.
And
I was staying until otherwise.
Yeah, let's dive into the charts. What do you think there, Vince?
Yeah, do it.
All right. We'll start with the daily in the S&Ps. There we go. All right. So we reached up and played around a lot with weekly kickoff high here, 60.91 yesterday in the S&Ps. Remember, it is in rollover. Look at the low volume here. That's because the volume was relatively split between the June and the September contract. You should be trading the September contract today. Rollover is in full swing. So that weekly kickoff high really kind of was magnetic to price. Price was magnetic to it, I should say. Throughout the regular trading hour session yesterday, we added 79,000 in open interest, but again, that is a function of rollover. It is nothing that you can say that there were a lot of new positions to the long side being created. There were, but a lot of those positions are involved in rollover. There's a lot of spreading. There's a lot of legging of that spread going on in the equities right now. So you really can't lean on that. Vince, what are you thinking with this weekly kickoff high above? We pulled off a little bit. We've got FOMC coming out tomorrow. Are we going to probably range a lot today? What do you think?
I would assume so there, but I've seen days where we thought we were going to range before FOMC, and then we catch a huge rally going,
Yeah.
or a
Yep.
liquidation or whatever. So it's hard to say. I mean, you would think we're going to be range bound until they find out what's going on, but we kind of know the fate of the FOMC, right? They're most likely not going to do anything. If they
Mhm.
do something, that will create some fireworks in the market. But I think we're just going to jockey for positions. We're in rollover, we're FOMC, war time right now overseas. I mean, unless something drops today, like some sort of biscuit,
News.
I think we're gonna stay in some sort of a range. I mean, look at the daily. We're let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have about 12 days of this range right here, from
Mhm.
61.25s to 59.82. So we're just sitting here in this range. We have an up bar, down bar, and we're just sitting in there waiting. I mean, we are up against an area that is like a wall, right? So there's a lot of shorts that came in the market at the highs. So we're going to probably defend some of this here. I'm sure there's a lot of short calls above this 6,300 level that they're going to, the shorts are probably going to defend that position. But right now we're just in this balance here, Hope.
Vince,
Unfortunately, it's
since we're
not
probably looking at shorter time frame control today, take a look at what you're seeing on your 30-minute chart. Let me know what you think.
sure. Yep. Let's go here. Oh wow, look at this thing. Jeez Louise. All
We're right
right.
at the low of yesterday's session low. Remember, it was a
Yeah, let me
P-shaped profile yesterday, indicating
let me do
possible
regular.
short covering. It's not supported
Yep.
by open interest, but it is rollover. We're right at the low from
Yep.
yesterday's session.
So this is yesterday here, right? So
Mm-hmm.
P-shaped profile, we pushed up, we pulled back. I was hunting for a long. I got stopped out. I think there was some news came out. I was long, and then whatever. But we closed right at the point of control. Previous day. Let's see here. Where's the market now? Not giving me. We're trading at 60.93 right now.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So we're sitting right at point of control from yesterday. We're in this range: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have like 10 days. I mean, we did get a little push up here, but we came down. We put in these lows, so we're just ranging between 61.10 to
60, 67 last.
60.30s, 60.20s. We're
Yeah.
just sitting in this range. I'm not excited about the equity open right now, to be honest with you. It's right in range, right inside of value.
Well, I think
I'm more interested in gold right
that's
now
the whole
to
week you've
maybe
got on
test
there
that
right
gap.
now, isn't it? Or that includes
Hold on.
yesterday's session. Yeah, that's yesterday's session included, right? That
Oh
you've
wait,
got
hold
on
on.
those profiles.
Yeah, wait a minute. This is. You know what's going on? When I go to regular trading hours, it screws up my charts.
Well, here,
Hold on a minute.
let me go to my
Hold
30-minute
on.
chart and we'll get a look there. So the IB low from yesterday's session,
Yep.
60.6625. That's right where we are right now. We're trading 67. So we're either going to open with a gap or we're not. Overnight inventory. Where are we?
Mm-hmm.
We're short. Or are we? Did
Yep.
we do a whole bunch of reconciling of any short overnight inventory here? What's the other picture? We've got naked point of control. This is a TPO point of control from Friday and the September contract at 60.54. That seems to be checked
Mm-hmm.
already. Down below that, we've got a volume point of control from the same day. Very different levels: 60.25, 66, 60.25 even. So it seems to me we're like Friday's range, yesterday's range. We're in the middle, basically, of that. So I think that's what you were looking at there, Vince.
Yeah.
And it's roll. It's FOMC tomorrow. Just be careful. I think we're going to see a lot of short time frame control in these markets. Short time levels are likely to be respected. And it's I think a big hurry up and wait type day. If just the way it's kind of playing out here, we've got a whole consolidation from the overnight session beginning. What about 6, 8 o'clock? Just really just kind of rotating inside this range. Watch the overnight low. Watch the afternoon pullback low from yesterday. So when you look at the profile and the session from yesterday, P-shaped profile indicating short covering, but it's very difficult to see that because of rollover. The afternoon pullback low is the lowest that the market was able to get to before settling higher at the end of the day. Weekly kickoff high is looming up there too, 60.91. But where we are now, I'm looking at that afternoon pullback low, 60, 80, 50 is an important level, and the overnight low is an important level. When we really kind of go out here, we've got this trend line that it moved a little bit here, it looks like, because of the September contract. But we got this trend line. Let me get this set back up here for us. Pretty sure I did that earlier, but now let's just go off this. And I think we were looking at these two lows as potential for a little bit of support. It's looked down there a couple of times, night before last, yesterday. It hasn't really seen any real play with it, other than this would be the point of contact here. I think we're really just gonna find a range. We're gonna play that range today. That's just my thought.
Yeah, if you could just go to my 5-minute chart real quick. When I switched over, it gave it a little bit of a distorted look. So this is yesterday's profile here. And like you said, we have a point of control sitting down here, 60, 60, 60, 50, somewhere around that area, right? With this, I think this is the trend line you just had on here. So I have the same trend line on mine. And overnight inventory is definitely to the short side here, right? So I think if we can stay above this upward sloping trend line and we can get back acceptance to yesterday's area, we can maybe get a value area play, depending if we open with a gap. But I think we're going to find a little bit of struggle around this point of control here, because we do have a higher low, right? Higher high, higher high. So if we start to trade in this zone, this 60-50 zone, and we don't break this trend line, I do like potentially longs trying to get the value area play today. But if we break this structure here, then maybe we'll get a nice
move to the downside, technically.
Yeah, right. So that's kind of, but we have right here is an area of support. So if I'm getting short, right, on a break of this structure here, I'm going to probably look to cover around this 59.95, 59.90 level, because we're going to get up into these buyers that were down here. So yeah, that's the play I'm looking at today. If we hold 60-50s, I'm probably going to be playing the long side. If we break below, I might look for some sort of opportunity to ride this down to this like 59.90 level. But I do like a potential long.
All right. You got that written down here, Vince. 60-50 is the no-go level.
Yeah, that's my level I'm going to be watching.
Right, let's move on to the NASDAQ now.
Yep.
So daily on the NASDAQ tested up to and rejected the weekly kickoff high, at least initially, 22,215 even. Again, volume and open interest, very blurry. You can't really count on that. I'm just going to go quickly to the 30-minute here, Vince. And we're in a little bit of a different situation. The NASDAQ, maybe has some overnight inventory to the short side, but all of this consolidation does a good job of evening out inventories in that regard. But we're inside the range, very little less of a chance of opening with a gap in the NASDAQ, and we're in that big bar from the opening yesterday. So it's all about rejection or acceptance of range right now. I mean, we've got the initial balance low from yesterday, 22,014, finding support at that level. Kind of stuck between a couple of points of control. We've got yesterday's volume point of control up around 22,170. The previous day's point of control, this might be a little bit off, but down around 21,890 and a quarter. maybe we just kind of find a range inside of that and look to work that range today. What do you think, Vince?
Yeah, so we are sitting at volume value high right now from 2 days ago. So 2 days ago, this was what, the 13th, Friday the 13th. So we're sitting right there at value high. So this, I think, is going to be important area for us. We're up against excess from yesterday, right? So this is the excess tail here. So right now, you can see we're in it, we're out, we're in it, we're out, we're in it, we're out, and we're just meandering around value high. I think the market is undecided on which way it wants to take it. You know, if we accept inside of this value from Friday, you know, I do see us testing this naked point of control at 21,961-ish, somewhere in that area. Here's you only have two lows here, but, you know, potentially bringing this market down back below value up into this 21, 850s, 840, 860, like that zone, right? 860 to 840s, somewhere in this area here. If we start to accept in here, if we reject value from Friday, you know, and we're in this excess, maybe the buyers will reappear and we can rotate this market back up here, check this point of control at 22,163, somewhere in that area. But right now you can see we're just testing this value. There was a big move overnight here, back on Thursday night. A lot of sellers came in this market to the short side. But was this just long liquidation or was this actual shorts? We don't know. But we are right there where the move started, right at value high, in an excess tail. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance in these markets, Hope, right now. With rollover, it's blurry. But, you know, the plays I'm looking at are going to be, like I said, short side rotation down here to this point of control of 961s, maybe to get down here to 21,850, 60 level. Upside, we're looking at 21,265-ish to 22,200.
Don't you feel like during rollover we're flying blind?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very, very tough to call markets during rollover because, you know, they're just trying to roll into the next month, right? The next contract. So they're not really worried about taking it anywhere except for rolling, getting the roll done.
All right, well, let's take a look quickly here at crude oil before the crude oil open. We'll see if we get into a crude oil opening range trade. Just real quickly, at the daily, we see rejection above this long-term trend line Friday. We lost 24,000 in open interest, and we've got to look at the 30-minute to see that. Supply uncertainties remain with what's going on over in Iran. I'll take a quick look at the 30 now, and then we'll see what Vince has to say here. Hang on one second. All right. So there's that look. You know, Thursday into Friday, overnight. We keep looking above that trend line, but rejecting. We've come back down to almost filling the gap that was created Thursday to Friday. It's now a little bit smaller. What are we looking at as far as overnight inventory? We are looking at maybe some long overnight inventory. It was pretty volatile two-sided trade last night. Opening with a gapping higher would be something that we would probably look forward to if we can't close the gap relatively early. We look for trades in the direction of the gap. We'll see how this opening range opens up. Vince, this has been a tough market to trade lately. What are your thoughts on the daily or the 30-minute chart here, my friend?
Yeah, let me pull up the 30. I have the 5 up here. I'm trying to put these numbers back on.
Whatever you want.
Somehow all of my stuff got I don't know what happened, but it moved all of my trend lines and everything, which is odd. But yeah, let's see here. So this is yesterday's profile. Okay, the volume profile. So you can see we opened up, rally, big sell-off, right back to where we opened. So really just a big whippy move. We are overnight inventory. Yeah, I mean, we're sitting kind of long side, right? We're potentially going to open with the gap here. You know, we are up against a naked point of control in the regular trading hour session, sitting around 71.70s. So we tested it overnight, but we didn't get into regular trading hours. So I do like maybe a value play here, Hope, potentially. Let's see what time
Yeah.
we're opening in about 4 minutes. I think an opening range trade may be an option for us to see what happens. Okay, we still have overnight highs sitting out here at 76.10. What's this one? 76.19. So those have not been checked in regular trading hours. These two highs right here.
Right.
So for crude oil, if we, value play potentially from, if we accept back inside of 70s, rotating down here to 60, 68, 96, 95, 69 bucks even, call it. But if we don't get that, maybe at least a test here to 70.47, the naked point of control from yesterday. If we take out this 71.70 naked point of control from Friday and we catch a rally, I mean, who knows where we're going at that point, right? I mean, that's a huge move. It's like $4, but you never know, right? Anything can happen. They drop a bomb today, we're going up there. You know what I mean? So just protect. All I can say is protect yourselves, everybody. Protect yourselves.
Yes. Definitely cover your
assets.
Yeah. Eddie, you got any news about crude as we get closer to the opening range trade here?
Well, we're looking at a 71.91 top here, low 69.69. We did see crude was up a little over $1 here, 1.5%. Both contracts rose more than 2% earlier in the trading session, but also notched declines before bouncing back into volatile trading. No visible interruption was noticed in oil flows. Iran, formerly Persia, partially suspended gas production at the South Pars gas field that it shares with Qatar after an Israel strike caused a fire there Saturday. In a monthly report, oil report released today, the International Energy Agency, IEA, revised its world demand estimates by 20,000 barrels per day. There was an increased supply estimate by about 200,000 barrels per day to 1.8 million barrels per day. And we got just a few seconds here. We're going to have a crude opening up, and we'll see if we got an opportunity there. So I'm going to hand the ball off to Johnny. Johnny, back to you.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Gone nowhere.
20 seconds before the opening range.
Yep.
Looking like we're going to open with a gap. Let's get a gap and go going.
Gap a go-go? Gap a go-go.
Gap a go-go. See, we can get everybody to the party, Eddie. Gap a go-go.
I'd come. I'd be there.
All right, there we're open. Ooh, look at that. Testing the high, yesterday's high.
Wow.
Bounce.
That is a huge opening range.
Yeah.
We might go to micros for this one.
Yeah, we're talking already 55 cents already in a minute. These markets are wild, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
55 cent 1 minute opening range is kind of crazy.
So we missed the gap close by just a few ticks.
Yeah, closing. Yep, close the gap.
We missed it by 5 ticks. In the August contract.
Oh, August. Hold up. Yeah, I'm in August. Yep. There we go. Q.
August is Q. Q is in Queen.
Yep. Summer crude, folks. We're trading summer crude.
We're back in the green on the gold trade. We've been up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, that's a miserable trade right now. I've been watching it.
Yeah,
It's just, yeah.
Boy, this is a big opening range. We may be stuck in this opening range for a while. It was about a month ago. We had a 1 minute bar that lasted for 56 minutes.
Wow. That's incredible.
If that's the case, we probably won't be taking this. There's very little change in perception here, it seems.
Well, we did reject yesterday's range, Hoag, so I'm
Yes,
kind
we
of,
did.
you know, but then we have this point of control sitting up here right here, 71.70. So we're right in between the two. We're like in a pinch. We're in a pinch.
Yeah. And we're sitting here right in the middle of that opening range, too. Just sitting right in the middle.
That gold just doesn't want to move.
No, it doesn't.
Hmm.
I mean, gold has looked right within a tick of the bottom of the opening range. I'm starting not to like it.
Yeah. It's just sitting there. We do have volume though below price right now, so but it hasn't moved. It's just which way do we go, George?
Where do we go, George?
Let's see.
I'm just sitting here.
These markets are just lacking direction. It's just
Yeah, it is. All right,
Very
so
slow here today.
we need MP up here to give us the volatility. Got to get him back on the screen here. He comes out, markets move. It's amazing. All right.
well, we are going to make an executive decision here. We are
Mhm.
going to skip the opening range in crude oil today.
Yeah,
It's
I think
just
it's a good call.
not looking much like there's anything really interesting going on there. I mean, we did open with a gap. It was a huge opening range, and then the volume just cut off. Let's take a look at this. There's
Well,
the
you know what
opening
they say.
range.
And
There's
maybe
that
the
1
algo
minute bar.
short circuited for a minute. A short circuit.
Big volume on that, and now it's just quiet. This seems more like a J trade. Like we've get VWAP off this opening bar outside of the first opening bar, and then see if it holds and continue that after that. But there's just nothing. I mean, there's always opportunity. I mean, there's opportunity inside the 55 tick opening range if you bought the low and sold the high. But it's just very little reference, very little context in the market here from what I'm seeing. Everybody sees markets their own way. Somebody might be looking at this going, wow, this is a huge opportunity, but I'm just not seeing it. Are you, Vince?
Yeah. No, but the one thing I am thinking, Hoag, is we have a 55 tick open range. If we take out the high here of this open range, which I think we just did, maybe why don't we try an entry 50% of that? Why don't we try a long?
So halfway through the opening range?
Yeah, if we pull back halfway through it, why don't we take a long there? I think I'm going to try it, but let's see. Yeah, let's see here. What's about halfway? 90s, 45s.
The halfback in the whole range right now is 71.24. Right around 71.20 is halfback.
71.20? Yeah, let me try that. Then we can limit our risk. What's the low? We're risking what, 20 ticks? No, it's more than that. Wow.
25 ticks. Yeah, it's 60 ticks, really.
25 ticks.
Getting a little boost here in gold.
Yeah, I saw that. I'd like to see us take out the 8-period high.
Well, wire's pretty quiet here this morning, guys and girls. Really nothing provoking market movement.
20s.
You're never going to catch dinner fishing in a puddle.
I like that, Eddie. Well, looking at the other
All right,
markets,
I'm gonna work along here in crude.
okay.
I'm gonna work along in
Oh,
crude
there it
here.
goes.
Up. Let's see here. It just hit the point of control, so now I'm kind of concerned that we're not in yet, because if we pull back from this point, we're just stuck between intraday high from yesterday and this point of control. But I do like the excess here at the low off the open, so I'm still going to work along. Let's see what happens. I'm going to work some micros. Let's see, 30 ticks of risk.
There
30 ticks of risk here.
There was just an iceberg buy order at 71.65. 727 traded there, 567 of them on the bid. Iceberg.
Right.
Other direction. 71.31. 507 traded there in the regular trading hours, 305 on the offer. We've got equities just kind of going around the horn here. You'll pardon the word there, Eddie. In range,
Certainly.
overnight inventory, lot of consolidation. I'm looking at the overnight inventory again as relatively even. NASDAQ as well. NASDAQ currently trading 22,045 and a quarter. In range, above value, above the low from yesterday. Less of a chance of opening with a gap in the NASDAQ. But overnight inventory, a lot of consolidation for most of the evening. That's going to even out inventories, folks.
Look at our gold. There we go. Come on, let's pop the high.
All
Let's
right.
get rolling.
Here we go.
64.18s look nice. Overnight high looks nice.
Gold 70% long here
64.26
right
look
now.
Nice.
Crude 78%.
Maybe it doesn't look so nice.
Yeah, right.
Well, we're getting the volume behind us, so that's a good thing. Keep pushing, everybody.
Yeah.
Keep pushing until we get out.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, crew
All
got that
right,
little pop here. But we're testing this range high here. This very short time frame range.
Yes.
You might find struggle bus here around
410s.
$72.
Oh, now you're talking crude?
Yeah, crude. Yeah, gold I like right now.
Yeah.
I want to see this
Gotta get
pop
through
the
these
8 period
10s.
high. Yeah, let me pull up a gold chart. Yeah, we're back inside the value here. Let's see. Here's 34.18. 34.26. So we're right in this range, we're range bound, but
Yeah.
hopefully we get a nice little push up here and stay in this range. I don't mind the range, for playing low range to higher range. I like it, so hopefully we can hold here.
That 730 bar in big gold only traded up to 34.10. Traded all the way up to 34.13.70 in the micros.
Really? Wow.
That's
30 ticks.
That's the difference in liquidity there.
Wow.
All right, we got a number coming up here. Industrial production here in about 5 minutes. We also have the manufacturing output, industrial production, and 8:15. So heads up here. They're really looking at nothing here. Prior 0.0%. They're looking at 0%, and we'll see what happens here.
It is pulling back now. There we go. Come on.
Here we go. Just took out a high.
Oh, nice.
And we're getting a pullback here.
A lot of volume came in at the 34.10. Was that the iceberg you were talking about?
Yeah. But it's not really just a lot of volume at that price. And gold, that's 34.10. I mean, it's the highest volume in the upper part of this profile, but it's not an iceberg. Delta is even there.
Okay.
Just a big exchange of contracts right there. Volume point of control in the session so far today, 34.0680.
That was Thursday's volume point of control, 34.10s.
Yes, it was. Good eye.
So they like that price.
You just gotta see some acceptance of value.
Yeah.
And
I
then
think if we blow through this, though, I think we're going to get a quick push up there to that 34.18 level. If we can break through, I think we're going to get a nice little push here.
So that's relatively close to the volume and TPO profile from yesterday in gold. 34.19 is volume point of control. 34.1920 is TPO point of control.
Yep.
You like those for a target?
Yeah. Actually, I even like the overnight high. 34.2270s. There's an anomaly sitting at 34.2540. So that whole zone I like for an exit. I think we're going to move here. Just got to stay above 34.10 now. Maybe bring our CYA to break even.
18.
I like where we're at this point. I think we get a quick push up there to 34.18s.
Yeah, I just put a target.
You're going to hear
for 3 of our contracts at 18. Okay. I always go a little bit short of where it might go.
We got 5, right?
Yeah, I've got an offer for 3.
Hold the rest for the 20s. Okay.
Come on, 1 minute on the number.
Let's get a push. Get a push, everybody.
Yeah. Let's hope this number doesn't kerfuffle us.
Yeah, right? You put your stop to break even or no?
I am going to limit the risk to just below the opening range. I think if we get back down there, it might be in trouble. That's a little too close. 401.40. That's pretty much where it was.
All right. 10 seconds.
All right, Eddie, let us know.
8. My other chart.
Thanks, Brooksy.
All right,
Brooksy says good job.
To the moon.
Prior 0.0.
Bang, zoom to the moon. Come on.
Hey, Norton. Hey, Ralphie boy. Negative 0.2%. So, I mean, they were looking at it. They were hoping for his 0%. Coming in at negative 0.2 here also. Capacity utilization, they were looking at 77.7, coming in at 77.4. Next number on the docket is our housing market index, 9 o'clock, top of the hour. That's all right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Eddie.
All right.
Well, thank you.
All right, let's go gold.
Let's go. Let's go. Well, we haven't had much of a chance to go through the trading checklist. Did everybody get their trading checklist done?
Every day.
Are you prepared? Vince, how are you feeling today? Did you get some good sleep?
Yeah, actually, last night I did. And I've been using like this, it's called an earthing mat, which seems to give, I don't know if it's just placebo effect, but I've been using it for quite some time now, and it seems to work pretty well. I don't know if you ever heard
Is
of
that
it before.
Earthling mat
Earthing.
or earthing? What is
Earthing.
an
Yeah,
earthing
earthing.
mat?
Yeah. It's something
Um,
that keeps you grounded. Yeah, you'd have to check it out online, but they also call it what's the other name of it? I forget, but it's called an earthing mat. And it goes underneath your sheet or whatever, and you lay on top of it. And it helps you like with inflammation, better quality sleep, all that kind of stuff.
huh.
Mm-hmm. Check it out.
Might have to look that up.
Yeah, look it
What's
up.
different about
I'll
it?
send you a link. Well, it's just it grounds you, right? So it plugs into the wall and has like a grounding effect, and it's supposed to ground your body as you're sleeping, right? Some people will use it during the day. They put their bare feet on it underneath their desk, or you can sleep on top of it and that kind of stuff. So it just goes under your sheet. You don't even know it's there.
So that's
It's
so you don't get
supposed to.
struck by lightning or something. What's the ticket?
I don't know.
Right?
You
I
might
mean,
get struck. I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah.
the odds are. Oh yeah.
No, but it seems to be working. So you know how it is. We're like professional athletes here, so we got to really take care of ourselves, right?
Absolutely.
I've been staying hydrated, right? I took advice about staying hydrated during the day.
Good.
You know, so
Did
got
you
to
get
keep our
some?
mental
You get
clarity
some
going.
exercise before you
Yes.
sit down and do all your homework.
You know what? Today I didn't because we're on early, but usually I'll for the last week I've been actually doing a little bit of exercise pre trading. It's been a while, but I'm trying to get into some healthier habits.
Well, at least you're
So it's
grounded.
called. It's yeah.
Yeah, I am grounded, that's for sure. Yeah, but definitely check that out. You might find
Called earthing.
earthing. Yep.
I remember when being grounded was a bad thing.
Now it might be a good thing, right? You could trade.
Jonathan.
Tell your kid, hey, go in the room. I'll just pull up my
Yeah.
Topstep X platform. I want to go in my
We
room
got
now. Now the
earthing
kids want to
shoes.
go in their room, right? The kids want to be in their rooms now.
Yeah. Oh, good. I'm grounded. I can
Now you
sit
got to
on
tell
my
them,
screen.
hey, you're
for-
grounded. Go do some yard work. You know, that's going to
There
be
you
the new
go.
grounding.
That's when they
There you go.
complain.
You imagine grounding somebody and saying, no screens. Give me your phone.
Oh, yeah.
Give me your
Oh, you
Xbox.
take the phone
And
away.
that's it.
It's an
That's all you
instant
got to do.
meltdown. That's an instant meltdown if you take the phone away. Instant meltdown. That's the best thing you could probably do. Come on, let's get this push here. I feel it.
All right. So
Marky
crude
Mark.
oil holding above the that opening range, but really not seeing any kind of momentum here just yet. Really just kind of falling into a three minute range up here. It is holding above the anchored VWAP. If we can see this, there's that anchored VWAP holding above it, above that opening bar. I could see, continuation to the upside off of this, but that anchored VWAP is coming in at 71.44.
Okay.
71.44. So
why is
we
mine
are
7107?
okay. We just left some single prints in the gold. Now, this is micros, mind you. Single TPOs from 34.10.40 up to 34.11.70. Let's see if we can take out this 5-minute high here coming up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth green candle here so far. We are one time framing higher. Anybody see any reason to get out of this?
No.
Personally, I don't.
Nope. If we hold 34.10s, I like it, Hope. I think 34.10 is going to be the line in the sand.
Can we move our stop?
Even it can. I would protect it just in case we get a flush, for some unknown reason.
Okay, is that Lennying?
I mean,
Uh,
I guess it could be. I mean, I like me personally. I like to protect it. You know, if I have some money in there, you know, I don't mind being scratch on a trade. But that's just me personally. You know, everybody's a little different. I mean, I'm cool with scratching a trade as long as it doesn't pull against me, right? You know.
so I mean, I think we're far enough into this to protect some of the trade. Let's ask the chat, what level, if you were in this trade long 3404.60 in gold, where would you move your stop to? Would you move it below overnight session VWAP 3409.40? That's where I would
Yeah, I think the
probably put it,
VWAP's not.
just below there.
Yeah, the VWAP's not a bad idea because a lot of people start buying it if it pulls back to it. So that could be a little bit of a support area, you know, on the intraday time
All
frame
right,
here.
so 3409.10.
And that gives us what, 50 ticks already? What does that give us if we get stopped out?
80. 3409.80 is where the stop is. That gives it that. Well, that keeps us in profit $210.
Okay. Hey, it's a winner, right? It's a guaranteed winner no matter what.
Yeah, but I still feel a little bit
I
guilty
like it.
about Lennying.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we can always get back in if it pulls back.
Yeah. We're getting pretty close to the end of the segment here, Vince. I'm sure our viewers would appreciate a little closing comment about the day and what you're thinking. Have at it.
Yeah, so just protect your accounts today, right? FOMC's tomorrow. Most likely we were going to stay in some sort of range unless some sort of news event comes out. So just, you know, be careful if you don't see the markets lining up with your strategy, it's okay to take the day off, right? Just don't rush the trades. That's all I can say. Being patient has probably been the best thing that's ever happened to me. I notice when I lose patience, that's when errors start to happen. So just, you know, look for good trade opportunities today. You know, manage your risk well, and if you take a loss, try not to go on tilt. You know, just remove yourself from the screen if you get mad, and then come back like in 5-10 minutes. Sometimes it'll help reset things. So that's really it. Just not much I could really say here. Rollover, FOMC day. That's where we're at. So
just saw there was a pretty size offer at 3414.80, 250 on the offer in the micro gold. But again, thank you very much, Vince. Thanks for the words. Thanks for your knowledge, experience, and assessment of the charts with me today, as always. Eddie, always appreciate you being here. Always appreciate everybody being here. There were a couple of comments, a couple of questions in the chat. Sinakis was asking, what is Lennying a trade? Well, Lennying a trade, once you have a trade on, I think there's a big urge to manage the trade. You try and move your stop up so that you can lock in some profit. Typically, when I do that, I'm always moving the stop too close to current action, and I always tend to get stopped out of a good trade in that regard. These opening range trades, we are trying not to change anything for as long as we possibly can. So if I were really not Lennying this trade, we wouldn't have moved the stop and we wouldn't have a profit target in. So are we Lennying the trade? I think that, you know, the profit target is a good idea just to take some off the table up there. We've moved the stop up to lock in some profit, which a lot of traders say is the right thing to do. But Lennying a trade is over managing a trade. You get a trade on,
absolutely,
it's making money, you're excited. You start thinking, oh man, you know, what if this turns into a loss? What am I going to do? That's when you start over managing the trade. So we're just going to try and let this play out. We've got 3 on the offer at 34.18, and we are, you know, we're sitting in profit with our stop. So good trade today so far this morning. We did not take the opening range trade in crude oil, but a very exciting fast market crew coming up here. We've got Doom, number 83, coming up here to join us right away. And then Lisa, number 4 on the big board, is going to be joining Dolby, Jack, and myself on fast markets. So make sure you have done your homework. Make sure you are ready. Make sure you are prepared. And so here we go, man. Get ready for fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
All right, let's get peace and love in the gates here. That's what we need mostly here today. And I'm going to pass this over to Dolby time. Look at Doom. Doom in the house here. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Dolby. Good morning, Doom.
Oh, hello. Welcome to FOMC Eve. Not a creature was stirring, not even a Fed Chairman Powell. We also got rollover. We'll see how this ends up playing out today. There could be a lot of crosswinds. Not because Doom is here. Doom, hello. How you doing? How's Florida?
Doom!
I'm a little
As Hoag would
shocked.
say.
When you younger, man. Where's the beard? Why have the beard?
Oh, yep. It's summer hours, Doom. Summer hours. We got this.
Hey,
This face has
okay,
got to
good.
get some sun. Appreciate it. Also, we do have a team dinner tonight. Also have a big meetup in 2 days as well. So got to make sure looking sharp. Manny Petties, clean shaven, all that stuff. Markets are open in about 2 minutes. Jack, you were talking about a ES trade that you were potentially looking to put on.
Or that may not present itself. So guys, if we don't trade 60-50 again off this open, I am 1000% lobbying to put levels in at night. This 60-50 held up so well overnight. I mean, look at this. Look at this. We just need to be here at 5:30 in the morning.
Don't give them ideas,
Just a
Jack.
few points of heat. If we go up and away, I'm going to lose my mind. But who knows what's going to happen on the open?
No, who does know? We got a minute till the open. Doom, any levels you're looking at right now?
We're pretty much going sideways. We didn't break out, move down. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart, NASDAQ, sideways. I like this area here. What is it? 3150. It tried several times, came in deeper, checked the 200 moving average, picked up liquidity. See, we're making a higher low, somewhat an inverted head and shoulder. I want to see 64 taken and probably push over these highs and run into this upper value area probability bell curve. And
Was that
take it up from
22,140?
there, or break under 22,000s even.
Ooh, 22,000. Yeah, we had a nice little bounce there overnight at 5:30. I don't think Jack was very happy about that.
I'm not, and we're off.
And we are. A ding, a ding, a ding. Markets are open.
You know what?
And uh-oh. No FOMO, Jack. No FOMO.
No FOMO. No FOMO. No FOMO.
There'll be plenty of trades. Plenty of trades in the sea.
There will be. There's just been a pattern, though, of, because I want to attack this market from the buy side, but there's just been this pattern again and again of those levels that are interesting, kind of trading overnight, and then it being a little bit more difficult to navigate during the day session, either grinding or kind of chopping around. But still very early. But yeah, there was a good 20 points right there off 60-50.
And not 20 points in NQ. That's 20 points in ES. Gotta be careful not to channel too much of my Andre today. Got to get my excitement in check here. Other markets that have been really interesting this week has been crude oil. That's been very, very volatile. We've seen some very fast moves in crude oil this week. Kind of curious to see if that's going to continue. Headline risk is still on as well. So there could be a lot of interesting things going on. Like I said, a lot of cross currents. We have rollover occurring. We have FOMC tomorrow. We have geopolitics. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Many things going on. But as of right now, market kind of stuck in a range. I would say it's about 120 point range for the NASDAQ between those 22,000 evens that Doom mentioned, up to about 22,120s. The ES range, pretty similar, 60.74s, down to about 60.45s. And then chat, any markets you want to look at? Didn't even say hi to you yet, chat. Good morning. Hope everyone is doing very well out there. TV land. Andre is still missing. He's getting recloned again. Maybe getting some IVs in preparation for the team dinner.
Well, Andre's out kicking it with the boys, as is JD. Their Chicago Sherpa will be with them the next few days. We have a very special Fast Markets tomorrow, a very technically dense.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people will be in the Chicago office for that.
Oh, yeah. Dense in terms of people per square footage and dense in terms of tech. That is not a large office. So looking forward to seeing how our tech team navigates that one, but it should be a very exciting segment. Also, I do like the Chicago Sherpa. That is a great name.
Chicago Sherpa.
Yep, that's JD.
We did.
All right.
One thing you didn't mention as well, we did get some kind of soft data, the 7:30 consumer number, retail sales, coming in at minus 0.9% as opposed to minus 0.6. That's the first kind of soft data we got in a while. Consumers are very confident. The sentiment, the confidence, very high. I think maybe coming off some of the tariff front loading, we're seeing a little softness there.
Okay. You think Trump likes that? Because that's not going to get him a rate cut, is it?
Oh, it would. Actually, this is, I mean, if you want to see in the traditional sense, what would get a rate cut, it would be if consumer spending started slowing down. Because our whole economy is built on the resilience of the American consumer, which is even more so than the market. The consumer is just undefeated.
Undefeated. Doom, how we doing over there?
I left an order above for a quick scalp. It's pretty much sideways. Everything I got says sideways with possibility of explosive, wide, sideways action. I got beaten bad last night, and I see why. I see why.
What is this the range? Is range just killing you?
I bought the dip, and conviction, setup, size, everything was met. Accepting the loss, can't win all the time. I usually run a high win rate, and as one of my mentors said, it's not too bad to put a little red on the board. I worked a little bit to control the downside, but I guess I got to work a little bit better.
A little bit.
It's not that easy. You can't put money in the live account, and you cannot reset the live account. So you got to be really cautious of not messing up because it will cost you. And there's not much you can do about it.
We were kind of talking about that yesterday, Doom. Are you familiar with like the ABC trading setup grade? You got your A setups, B setups, C setups.
In a way, yes. And
Jared Tendler.
I attack that with different size. C setups, D setups, even F setups. If I feel, yesterday I mentioned it in the chat, happy fingers, man, trigger happy. If I feel itchy, hey, everybody been there, everybody done that. If you feel itchy, if you want to test the market, if you kind of, anxious in your chair, take one micro. What's the worst? The market will move 1,000 points, you still live.
That's right. If you do have that itchy trigger finger, you can always size down. Just all those gutter F trades, one micro, scratch that itch. Maybe it will be a nice reminder that there is a reason why we have A+ setups and maybe and B setups. Don't need to be taking those F
I keep a practice account, not even in futures, kind of in everything open on the side in a different platform, it's like my fidget account. If I feel like I got to click something, I can just throw on, a million fake dollars leveraged in some stock that I hate. And I don't know, it feels a little better.
Chat,
welcome back.
Who are we welcoming back? Hoag?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Hoag?
Hey.
Hoag's hiding in the bottom corner.
Yep.
Hanging out. I wonder how
Hiding in
many
the weeds here.
hiding in the weeds. All right, we'll get you out of there. I do want to talk about this special account that Jack has, a like what, a itchy finger account, just account to practice in chat. Do you have that account for either equities or futures or options? Just a spare account that you can beat up, scratch the itch?
It is. Well, it's just a practice account, but it's like, it's like a trading view thing, so I can trade everything. So I have like it's where I run my theoretical hedge fund, right? So I can put on just wild trades.
That's right.
I don't know.
Foresight
It just
capital.
takes away some of that energy.
I like that. Kind of like dissipates it, puts it somewhere else.
Yeah, just wild it out sometimes.
Wait, just wilding out. Throw those 15 lots on a practice account. Having a bad day. Smash the reset button.
In a pretty good pullback here off this gold. Came within a couple of ticks of our stop, which is currently in profit.
I am almost like able to trade gold during the day. I've learned that the hard way. Day trading with gold, me, no. Swinging gold, big wins, great trades. Day trading, completely obliterated. Like it beats me up like I'm 5-year-old kid, man.
Yeah.
Just getting rocked.
Oh, no, stop hitting that 5-year-old, Doom. I feel for you.
What does the gold market do to you? So what do you think that is, Doom? Is it just like the intraday price actions, just garbage?
It's not garbage. It's good. Different people, different alignment, different sentiment. They trade different. It trades different. As you know how NASDAQ trades different, a little bit different and faster than ES. Gold is completely, at least for me, my read on it is not as good intraday.
We do say all the markets have their own personality, which is kind of why the general advice would be to find kind of your main market, get super familiar with it, and then if you want to branch out into a secondary or tertiary market, that's good too. But having that home base market really helps because there are a bunch of intricacies with each market. If you're always jumping around, you're not going to really get to the deeper personalities. You have to go on like 50 dates with NASDAQ to really learn about it.
Trade 5 full weeks of the product you want to switch to on practice. And if you bring in better consistency, better stats, better, whatever you look out to get on the market, but better, and 5-week sample period, trade it every day. And if it doesn't bring in what you were looking for, just go back to what you know.
Yep. I remember.
Very interesting. We had dueling, I don't know, it's part of a spread trade. We have dueling 500 lots earlier off the open in the ES. They took out the 500 lot on the bid, and now it's 60-70. We have the 500 lot on the offer.
Good call on the signs.
1 minute opening range in the S&Ps is the high and the low of the regular trading hour session still.
Wow.
Chop. Little update on the house trade. I sold 2 out at 34.14 after that stab back down real close to our stop there. So we're long 3 with a realized P&L of 179.50.
Nice trade. Oh, you said 3?
Yes.
34.04. Man, that is a great entry, Hoag.
Yeah.
Great entry.
High of the opening range.
There's the 500 lot.
Yep. ES perked up a little bit. See, this is still a very range-bound market. My mouth is watering over some of these ranges that we got going on.
Yeah,
sure it is.
71% long here.
Very tempting.
Violently range.
I'm very tempted to chase into this.
On the upside?
Yes, very tempted. Because it's cooking. It's cooking. But here comes the pinch of conspiracy. It looks a little bit too good to be early on it. I was early last night.
Yeah, really.
Didn't play out well.
Yeah, 10 minutes in. I mean, there's still so much. I bought the dip.
I paid the price. Whoever was short last night, good work, took my money, fair game.
Well, we got the ES moving here. Certainly trying to do a better job, getting up to the maybe 60-72s. Could be a possible test of the range high for NASDAQ. It's probably around the 22,120s. Crude oil has been much calmer so far today. That could always change. Still only about 10 minutes into the session. Chat, have you placed a trade yet today? And don't count, not counting overnight session. Have you in this New York session? Have you placed a trade today? Are you already in these markets? Let us know. Got the markets, crude oil bidding to the upside, pretty strong, 71.92 and counting. Trying to get back up to the 72s. Let's see. Crude oil has been awesome, man. Really awesome market.
All right.
There's also kind of yeah. What do you got?
A little push down here.
Wait.
The shorts recently overnight have just been like Wile E. Coyote, right? They're just constantly sticking their hand in the meat grinder, right? I guess they're hoping one of these days it follows through, but it's been a consistent story of on anything geopolitical, sells off at night, rebounds in the morning or sooner.
Mm-hmm. You still think the market is seeking a little bit of refuge, Jack, in the overnight session? Just to get some stuff done, try and get some business done in the market?
I've talked about this before. There's some crazy stat out there. I know it basically for many individual stocks, but I haven't looked into it for like the SPX or something, that some massive percent of the moves, the overall moves, if you look at like the percent up over the last few years in the overnight versus the day session, it's like,
okay, yeah,
80% or something of the move is from overnight. So we're all very long biased, but there's not as much. If we're doing just the day time frame like the New York session, it's not as raging bid as you would think, because a lot of the motion happens overnight.
That is true. I do recall hearing about that stat. I'm sure chat knows the exact stat, but I do recall that one. It's very, very interesting. But there can be a lot of price. A lot gets done in the overnight session while we're all sleeping.
I'm looking to buy this, but I want to buy it at my price. I want to buy it cheap. I'll buy it at 27 3 ticks.
So what do you got that order in? 22,027 is nice. What do you got, Jack?
Well, it's not just someone mentions, the majority of people are in the rest of the world, of course. I love that map where they have the circle around Eastern Asia, and it's basically more people live inside this circle than outside of it.
Oh, yeah,
incredible stuff. That's besides the point. I mean, part of it is just structural that everyone announces earnings after hours, right? So a majority of the stocks move as they spike up on that. Will be on things like that.
That's a very good point. That is a very, very good point. Even Hoop is saying that overnight has been a way better trade. Way better trade. Doom, you're looking to get filled.
One tick away.
One tick away. Well, let's root on Doom here. See if he can get filled at the bottom of this 15-minute range here. Looking, you're bidding 22,027s. Big round number, 22,100s rejected and promptly sold off 70 points. That is a day right there. That's a whole day in about less than 5 minutes. That's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You got some of that. Could just lock it up and be done. Crude oil, still looking pretty bullish.
All right,
check out some of these. Oh, you're in?
Yep.
Jim's in. All right. What do we got? What's the size?
5 micros.
Okay, love it.
About 60 points. 300 and let's make up $370 even at 990 and 3 ticks. And we let it play.
Love it. Can you kind of walk us through why you decided to put this trade on, and then kind of what your thesis is for it?
We held this low, and it's the volume.
Which low?
Like for this
price?
Consolidation, it's the volume profile and the low volume profile. Statistically, this is where buyers come up, and we just got to hop over to me, possibly hit the volume profile higher yet. You know, a little go over the hump. And keep on going, or not. We in for the win.
Nice.
I picked up a low. I'm not going to lineate. I'm looking for at least 1-to-1 of the first profit, and possibly then I'm going to trail maybe a portion of it.
Doing me
Pretty
along
good range
5
trade.
micro NQ.
Yeah.
What's your price?
27 and 3 ticks.
27. You got a really
Thank you.
nice fill. Really nice fill, Doom.
If-
Kind of a range
Just
trade.
out of our gold.
Just I gotta be more
flat.
cheap on that.
Okay, hold on.
Up 328.
Gold, we're flat. Gold flat, up 328. Fantastic. Doom, what were you going to say?
I'd rather be cheap than sorry. This is my new
Yep.
motto. Gotta be cheap than sorry.
I like it.
Hey, crude right now, 90% long in crude.
What? I would love to know the sample size of who's trading crude right now. That is absurd. Absolutely absurd. 90%.
And what
Okay,
we're
let's
risking
keep
here?
it.
$370. I'm about to take 1-to-1 right here. Come on. Maybe I want too much out of this trade, but
Well, much more indecisive. We're 50-50 in the tilt on the ES and the NQ. 90%, as Dolby mentioned, long CL. 61% long GC.
That is... Don't see the 90% figure too much on the tilt. Doom, we are long how many right now? What do we get our size down to?
I got out 2 out of 5 for 1-to-1. I'll move 2 at the bottom of
Love
the 15-minute U-turn. Let's call it a U-turn. And I'm risking a full stop on 1. Can't lose on this one, baby. Let's go.
Oh, right. Doom is giving us some action. That is an awesome range trade, man. Really, really good.
EH says it was
I'm looking
94%
for
long
highs.
last night.
What was 94%?
Last night in the crude oil.
Wow.
Wow.
Someone is
The
making a
whole
market on
company
the tilt
ganged
over
up
there.
on it, man. 91%? 4?
Cornering the tilts.
Wow.
Well, nice little
I see
bid
it
here in the
moved up.
NASDAQ.
I see it moved up in rank. You said 83?
Oh, yeah. Look at that, Doom. How's that make you feel?
I'm looking for 69. That's my goal.
Somewhere Dakota smiles.
Yeah, somewhere Dakota is thinking about, can he lose money to lock down the number 69 slot? I think he might be thinking about doing that. Is a
69. It's the yin yang number.
that is true.
That's
all things
charitable
balanced.
way to put it.
All
Pretty narrow
things
range
balanced.
so far in the ES.
Oh yeah. Chat was saying we're still stuck within the 1 minute opening range. Didn't even break it yet.
Well,
I'm
ain't
looking
that
for
some
this
shit?
5-minute close. If it
Seriously.
closes 50% body of the whole length of the candle, I'm definitely taking some profit. 30 seconds till to close at a 5-minute.
So is that a time stop on this, or you just
Kind of, I like to see that 5 and 15-minute, alignment and auction. That from the whole length of the move, it closes more than 50% on the body. It means, there was some strength. We made some leeway in it. It's not we're picking up more sellers because nobody was willing to sell lower, so it's going backwards to find the liquidity. Looks good. We still play.
nice? Loving this trade. Loving this trade. Doom, we also we're gonna be seeing you in real life, right?
I'm super excited to meet you, Jack, whoever shows up.
Hey.
I'm flying later on today. I don't know, 8 hours. So
Flying in 8 hours. What a guy, man. Hopping on fast markets in the morning, flying out later. Sounds like you really, really enjoy trading, Doom. That's what it sounds like to me.
It's next to trucking, this is the job that gives me the same amount of freedom. Do whatever I want. That's the American dream, man. Do whatever. You can do anything you want as long as it's legal and or you can afford it.
I like that disclaimer.
Good advice.
Doom. I do like that disclaimer that you put in there as well. Chat, why do you trade? Doom likes it for the freedom. Why do you like trading? Is it the money, the freedom, the Lambos?
Oh, masochist.
Posting screenshots on Twitter before you take profit.
Jack.
Let us know. Let us know why you trade. Let us know. New highs. Crude oil is trading 72.73. Higher highs and higher lows. Bidding up at a steep angle. Looks like the NASDAQ is doing pretty good. Doom's a happy camper. ES is bidding up. Jack would be a happy camper if you could trade the overnight session. Oh, look at all these wonderful answers. It's okay. All these wonderful answers in chat. I like trading because I don't smoke or drink. Adrenaline rush. Do it for the Prius. Loves the chaos. Dopamine. Oh, you are our people, chat. You are our people. So, NASDAQ.
Oh, we're looking good on the 1,000 tick. We're looking good.
You're looking great. You're looking great on this trade. So we got 3 contracts left. What's the plan for the next 3?
Just trail this. I'm going to trail this. Trail it. Just trail it. Because it's the markets. As far as everybody know, we don't know anything. This could shoot up to a new all-time high, go to zero, do whatever. You don't know. I know one thing. I've taken a stance that I cannot lose money on this trade, so it's on.
It's a good way to look at
mindset. That's a great way to look at it.
I wish I had the same mindset last night, but
it's a practice. It is a practice.
I was asked why do I trade practice sometimes? You got to keep your edge sharp. It's, it's kind of riding a bike, but it's not. Also, the market's changed. You got to stay on top of your strategy. Always, it works. Statistically, it works. Whatever strategy you use, crosses, volume profile, moving averages, you roll dice, whatever. You have that statistical edge, you apply it, it goes. But now and then, the market brings that little extra. Maybe you got to whiten your stop. Maybe you got to adjust your size. You got to do something to stay out of the punches in a way.
I love that advice. I don't think I utilize the practice account nearly enough because I think of more novice traders like, oh, it's the practice account. It's not real. It's not the same thing. But if you know how and why you're using it, it can be incredibly valuable. I'm going
to quote MP. Like, you don't want to hop on a plane with somebody that never been through the simulator because you're most likely going to lose your life. Yeah, you gotta utilize the practice account. I was one of them hard-headed guys that started trading with hard cash instead of practicing for a little bit. And that's probably one of the reasons why I'm still in this. I was too stubborn to let the market walk away with my money. But, as I grow, I utilize the practice account more and more. And if you want to test a new strategy, you can make it real, trade it with 3 micros on the practice. You don't have to go full margin on the practice account and print like 6 digits on a 5-minute candle.
That's right. Auburn Gresham in chat says, practice account is useless, builds bad habits. Who is trading that practice account? Auburn?
I love that username, though.
Yeah, it is. It's a great name. And why are you building bad habits? I think whoever is trading the practice account gets to determine the value coming out of it. So if you put in bad habits, you will get bad habits coming out of it. So don't be trading 15 lots in your practice account.
Auburn, are you from Auburn, Gresham?
Yeah, that's a great name. I like how that rolls off the tongue. Sounds like a very fancy name.
Well, it's a neighborhood in Chicago.
Is it really? Did not know that. Did not know that. Clearly, I do not get out very much.
Classic North Shore.
Yep. Are you accusing me of being a North Sider? Certainly am. I don't get out.
Okay, there you go. Okay, we weren't able to. Well, we punched through the session high a little bit in the ES right there, kind of hanging out still.
I'm looking at 15-minute. If it closes lower, the body closes lower than the previous bar, and it is a price of interest, 22,063. I make it 64. Happens to line up with VWAP as well, and the 50 SMA. If we close a lower body, I'm going to take the 2 right there and just leave one runner. If it is indeed, we're going to lock in a range and go sideways for the whole day. I'd rather take a little bit off, maximize on the win.
Yep. You might even get that same trade again, Doom. You can probably bid 2220s and get filled on 5 again and get it back up to middle of range. I mean, the indices are very range bound right now. The only thing I'm really seeing that's trending is crude oil, which is just going pretty much straight up, but fairly slowly. Now trading 72.30. So some nice bids there.
There we
Gold
go.
is Doritoed. Oh, hello.
This is why I don't choke the trade.
It's a great example. So what does choking the trade mean?
I mean, it really depends on, I think the industry, they call it horizon. Are you looking to stay in the trade for 5, 15 minutes, a whole day, a week, a month? Always taking 1-to-1 and moving it to break even is a great way to manage your exposure. But at the same time, you limit it. You see how the market came in and kind of tested this price of interest that I mentioned, 64. I was ready to move on it and take 2 there, but I decided to wait on the 15-minute close, and here we are. You're right, trying the higher range. It's somewhat.
In 3 minutes, we got numbers, top of the hour here, housing market and business inventories.
Oh,
also the Bollinger Bands are widening up, and we're going up. And volatility is kind of expanding along my way.
No, I think this trade has been managed beautifully, Doom. Not gonna lie, it is a great trade.
You gotta practice. You gotta practice, and work on. I know my flaws. I'm a horrendous adder to losers, and I hold losses for way too long. It's been one of my biggest weaknesses, and I'm at the stage and level that I really got to work on it. I've been working on it for, I don't know, years. It's gotten better, but also it's the mental thing. High win rate. You always have green, and when the red hits, it's just too much compared to the percentage of profits I put in for the past 5 weeks. I don't like it, so gotta work on it. Better cheap than sorry.
Better cheap than sorry. Love the saying. Ooh, Jack, you got eyes on
Eddie.
something?
Yeah, let's get Eddie real quick. We got some data coming out at the top of the hour, do we not?
Not in Topstep.
Yes, I mentioned that. We got housing and business inventories coming up in about a minute.
In a minute.
Well,
okay.
Always bears repeating. We got 1 minute.
You know what? I'm gonna take one right here. Market. Let's go. Boom. Here we go.
Top of range trade.
If the market decides to shoot against me 100 points.
This is why Doom is in the top 100 of live funded traders at Topstep. Excellent entry, beautiful position management, great risk management, really nice trade, Doom. And also a great trade in a relatively difficult market too, right? Identified it was range bound, utilized the volume profile.
Trading all-time high.
Volume node. Yeah.
I've seen some full hey, everybody told me buy the S&P and just hold it. We had it at 385, we had it at 440, 444. You grow old, you learn, you listen, but all-time highs, very difficult. Very difficult.
So do you prefer this?
Yeah. I'm not a good investor. I can swing for weeks at a time, but investing is not my thing. It just
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Got some news coming up. Let's see if this moves the market.
You zoom out.
Housing market. They're looking at 36 prior 34, coming in at 32. Business inventory is looking at 0%, prior 0.1, coming in at 0%. So there you have it. Housing market index lower than expected, 32 versus the expected 36. Back to you guys.
Okay. Eddie, thank you so much for that. Got a little bit of a boost in the indices. Crude oil selling off a little bit. Can't imagine it's related. Maybe it is. Don't think it is, though. Crude trading 72.12. And NASDAQ and ES both trying to extend the range they're currently into the upside. 22.100s for the NASDAQ and 60.72s for the ES. So, Doom, we got what? One left?
Two. I took one. I had
2.
I was considering one to stay at the full stop, but I decided to take one up. I got 2 left. What was it? 7? Can't even count. 14 points above the 14. It's 7 points above my entry. I'm pretty low in it. I'll let it run. If it doesn't break out now, I'll be looking for the 30-minute here. 68. If we close at 30 at or below 68, I'll take it. Otherwise, I'm going to let it run. This here has the potential to check yesterday's high, maybe go further. Who knows? Nobody. So stand the trade, pick up some rules, look how the price action's coming in and out. Kind of make it as it comes. You know, I like to look at the far end of the chart.
Like looking left?
Right.
Right? Look right?
Yeah, right here. I like to look at the
I got you.
market.
I got you.
Well, we got to go up to 60.89, 3/4 to close the settlement gap. A little bit of a sell-off back here.
Such a good range. It's so good. I mean, the market really is not super. Actually, is this a megaphone pattern that I'm seeing? I do believe
Megaphone is the reverse of a Dolby Dorito.
that is the
Do I have
reverse
that right?
of a Dolby. Yep, that is the reverse. So that is
See,
higher
ass
highs.
backward Dolby Dorito.
Yep, and lower lows. So this is actually definitely the sort of day that you get it. A lot of cross currents, FOMCs tomorrow. Liquidity is probably pretty thin. So this is definitely a megaphone pattern in the 5-minute NQ. Higher highs, lower lows. Speaking
That
of
price I
Doritos,
mentioned, 54,
gold.
happens to be the trigger line for the megaphone.
54s? Yep.
64s. Kind of 64.
64s? It's like about the middle. What's the
about
middle?
Let's
see.
You know, let's not fight over it for 5 points.
Love it. Love it. But we are in that little megaphone. If you don't, so that's a megaphone, right? Higher highs, lower lows. If you want to know what a Dorito looks like, it's also known as a wedge pattern. Check out gold on the 30-minute. They have lower highs and higher lows. Man, it'll be a long market day. Long day.
You guys
I hope
ever been
everyone
to
is buckled up.
the place we're going to? Oh, was it Woody's? Woody's Pizza?
Woody's, yes. Yes, I have.
You ever been there? Got good food, good drinks?
It has very good hot wings, from what I recall. Very good. Do like
Okay.
a wood fire grill sort of thing. Remember them being excellent. I'm sure the drinks will be flowing. Should be a very fun time. Should be a
What's,
very
Good
fun
neighborhood.
time. It's a
What's
great
Dobie's
neighborhood.
drink of choice?
I don't know. What do you got? I'll say that not vodka. Not vodka. Anything else I'm good with. I like rums. I like nice rums. I like tequila. I love mezcal.
Dorito flavored liquor.
Oh, so gross. Did you try it,
I'll be
Hoag?
making-
We should
No.
bring it.
I'll be making a big push afterwards for
that.
people to go to Old Town Ale House, because that is an institution.
Oh yeah.
Just about a half a block from there. Open till 4 a.m. if you really don't care about
Let's
your
go.
Thursday.
I'm a sucker for places that stay past 2 a.m.
Oh yeah. Okay. Little pullback. Give me something good here.
I'm looking
Give me
at
something good.
this blue line is a 15 EMA. I got on the 15-minute chart right here. I'm looking for a cross of exponential price above the simple moving average for the past 50 bars, meaning that currently today's guys like it better than the guys from yesterday, kind of. And we often market comes down to price check it, and I got alignment with VWAP there, so that's the price. In my opinion, where the decider is going to be. And great on picking up that megaphone pattern. It's such an old school kind of thing, and seeing it come up on the charts again and again and again and again, it's just awesome.
Yeah. I'm kind of in search of something I want to do here, Dolby, but if you search for something, you're more than likely to find it, so I'm remaining patient. I think you're on mute there, Dolbs.
Well, I actually am. That was
Mr.
for a long
Time.
time. That might have been for a long time. I could have been talking to myself for a while. What's the move you're kind of looking for here?
I want the pullback. I want to check these 60/50s.
See if we can get that pullback.
Long's probably still the play.
Chat
I'm
called
kind of
out.
debating on adding there. when you mentioned that price. Or take it.
Do you
this is
ever
the
get
difficult part.
what, the middle of a megaphone? Yeah, it's brutal.
No, kind of where I'm debating in between. Should I take it at that price if it comes down, or add to it because it looks too good?
Yeah.
Do you ever
man,
find
yeah.
if it looks too good, it doesn't work?
Yeah, not that often, but having in mind, I'm not big on, news and the fundamental stuff, and or I'm more of a technical guy, but I try to keep it in the back of my head that we got war actions, bombing, economic news, Trump talking. We have so many outside factors that can wiggle a candle 150 points. It makes me a little bit extra cautious of adding into a position at a great price just because it looks fantastic.
I gotta say, adding to a trade is very, very difficult. Very difficult. I do consider that like an advanced sort of trading concept because it changes where your average entry is. You really have to know the market structure. You have to really identify it properly. Are we doing uptrends, downtrends? Because do it the wrong way, your average is going to get all messed up. You're going to have too much risk on. It is a tricky thing to do, but if you're good at it, it is a great way to help multiply your gains. It's a great way to do it.
As Hoop mentioned in the chat, we've pulled back in the crude tilt, now looking 70% long. We are also now increasing the tilt to the long side in the equities. We got 70% long ES, actually 69%. Sorry, I don't know why I said the number there. And then 73% long NQ.
Wow.
I've always
Tilt is
wondered.
tilting today.
I've always wondered what was the sample size that tilt kind of starts at. Like, is it traders?
I imagine
20 traders?
the reason we show those 4 products is because we have enough traders to probably make it a significant sample size. I'd imagine it's quite large for especially ES and NQ.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and ask them how many it is or if we can see that.
I'm sure it's not 3 guys, right?
Crude oil? Who knows? I mean, who's even trading crude right now? That sample size could be pretty small. Well, there's probably a couple. It's probably a small click in the Discord somewhere. Who's trading it? Odin Oji, thank you guys. I just realized I'm good at trading, but bad at adding. Now I see it. Well, I hope you're journaling, Odin, because that is something I would definitely be journaling. Kind of see how adding to your trades maybe changes your psychology. Maybe it's adding a little bit of stress. Maybe the stress is messing up your flow, your thinking process. But this is looking good for you, Doom. 22 101s in this NASDAQ. Found that midpoint. Good enough for buyers, apparently. Didn't even want to go to the other side. Yes, also trying to push new highs.
Maybe some of the viewers don't know a little trick if the market is going parabolic and you're trying to hop on the train. Just go down on the smaller tick count. There's 1,000. You can see the upward kind of trending channel. If it's really going parabolic, 500, or even as Coach Dakota, on a tick, you're always going to catch a little bit of a consolidation, a little pullback that it can hop in. If it's going parabolic, you don't want to go full margin on, like, let's go. Like, no, just go on the smaller side. No.
Leroy.
No. I mean, it really depends on your style. I've seen people do that stuff and make magical things happen, but I don't know how long that lasted. So yeah, if you go down the field or smaller, no, you gotta have kahunas. Like,
yeah,
like, gotcha.
Big ones, big old ones.
Yeah,
Speaking of big kahunas, we have Eddie in the back for tip of the week. Bring him in. We can talk about this too. This is a good topic.
Yeah, tip of the week. Well, talking about disciplined trade entries. Now, trade entries isn't just a buzzword. It's the difference between being a sniper and a spray and pray enthusiast. You wouldn't jump into a boxing ring mid-round with your eyes closed. So Why hit the buy market? Just because you got excited? Well, maybe that's partially why a lot of us get excited. A disciplined entry keeps your edge sharp, your risk tight, and your regret level, well, somewhere below. Why did I do that? Let's be honest. Half of the trading battle is not talking yourself into bad trades just to feel busy. Right environment to perform with precision, confidence, and total focus. So avoid those impulsive clicks. Control risk from the start. Maintain consistency. And this is going to improve your win rate. That's what I've got here for the disciplined trade entries. Thank you, guys.
Eddie, thank you so much for that lovely tip of the week announcement. Doom, in your opinion, which is more important, being good at entering a trade or good at exiting? One of my favorite theoretical questions.
Honestly, everything at once has to be a good thing. Right now, I'm utilizing the trailing stop sell. We're at the high of the range.
Nice.
I'm auto trailing with 44 ticks. If it shoots up, I ensure that I maximize profit on one because, shoots up, comes back down. It might reject, might not. I don't know. I don't want to lock in a lot here, but I would like to realize some gain. Well, I don't want to lock at that price and see it shoot up like 5 seconds later. Story of my life. So utilizing the trailing stop, selling one with 44, and I'm letting it play out, letting one move in with the market.
Really, just letting the market do the hard work, Doom, and just getting out of the way.
I'm utilizing that I was blessed with a great entry this morning. This literally missed me by 1 tick. And it gave me no drawdown. If that ain't a blessing, I don't know what is.
It is. There's no better feeling, Doom, than buying the bottom of a range, taking no risk.
I've tried
so good.
I've tried to kind of figure out what's the recipe where I get the easy days, and it's the mix of your, like when Hoag asks us, "Are you ready?" Like your emotional state, your vision, your read. And is it the market or is you in your execution or exterior factors? And I haven't been able to really put my thumb on it, but some days are extremely easy. Like today, this super easy trade got filled, no drawdown, moved my way, keeps on moving my way, just managing it. Other days, not so easy. Yesterday, I was fighting, man, just tooth and nail for it.
I hate that.
Yeah, up here.
I hate fighting the market.
I overslept. I missed the move. I was fighting tooth and nail in this range. I was short. I was long. I was everything. Made a little bit. Decided to quit where I'm ahead and take a nap.
Oh, how's your recliner doing, Doom?
Oh, great.
Yeah?
Great. No abuse at all.
How's your P&L since the recliner? Think it's doing better?
Hey, I made it into live.
All right.
Hey, it works.
To the recliner.
Hey, yeah. I think MP mentioned something about badges and new attire and stuff. I'll be putting those on my recliner if I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like put some bumper stickers on it or something.
Yeah.
You can read this. You're driving too close.
I definitely don't feel as exhausted as if I was sitting in a gaming chair. It's very comfortable. It's all about comfort.
It is all about comfort. Most certainly. Kind of ignoring the markets here. Let's get back to them. We got Doom in his trade. NASDAQ bidding 22,120. We're at the top, the tippy top of this megaphone pattern. And the NASDAQ. ES has no megaphone pattern. It's bidding 60.77.5. It broke out of range. Gold is stuck in the middle of its little Dorito pattern, trading 34.04s. And, hold on, let me get my crude oil up.
It got me out at this time. I'm down to 1.
Chilling. Down to 1. This is awesome. So good hold time, dude. You've been in this for a while. We're like 45 minutes here in this trade almost.
Looks like we were gunning for that settlement gap in ES. For now, kind of stalled out around the value area low from yesterday. Found those in the Topstep levels. Still feeling bullish.
It looks pretty bullish.
Doom, you've had a couple of really good ideas. Be cheap or
Thank you,
be
sir.
sorry. I just love that. And we had a trading psychologist on a while back, and he used to say, you know, you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable when you're trading. And what better way to be comfortable than in a recliner?
I was at my parents' house, and I sit at my dad's, looking at my phone, and he doesn't have an electrical. I pulled the lever, kind of stretched my back stuff, looking at the phone. I was like, let me check the market, and it kind of, that uh, genius moment, Isaac Newton moment where he got hit by the apples. Like, why do I have one of those in my office? Why am I torturing my lower back hours at a time in that gaming chair? Like, Amazon.
Amazon recliner. That's where you got it from?
I got the Amazon choice, man. Same as the market. When people align into the idea of going up, long, or short, whatever, that's what I believe moves the market.
Mm-hmm.
And can't go wrong with Amazon choice, man. Buy what people like. You're most likely going to like it.
Love the logic. Also, I need to get a new chair, Doom. I might hop on this recliner thing. I think that makes a lot of sense. We've seen some chatter in chat about cattle, the old LEQ25 contract. It is moving quite a bit today. We started off at 216 down to 213. Ribeyes are on a slight discount as of right now. Actually, at a very interesting level.
Coach Hoop been on it for, I think, about 2 weeks, getting everybody a little bit hooked on the cattle in chat. Even I checked it out. I tried it on practice. I don't think it's my venue yet, but it definitely ran. What a majestic run that product had.
There is something undeniably fun about trading physical commodities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of this sort of concept of the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ, you're just trading 5,000 barrels of oil or 5,000 bushels of wheat. What is the cattle contract, Hoop? How much is it for? Like 20,000 pounds? Or is
like
that
20 or 25? Having flashbacks to my Series 3 test right now. There's a good question in chat about the megaphone pattern. I believe that was from, where did you go? GK Design. GK, if you pull up the NASDAQ right now, go to a 5-minute chart, you will see the megaphone pattern. So it is a series of lower lows, which I am circling. So continually makes the lower lows. And then you also get a series of higher highs. You can see that we're actually sort of rejecting a little bit at the very tippy top of this megaphone. Sort of a variation on a range, and I would say it's one of the harder ones to trade. But if you can identify it and you have conviction that is in opportunity to take the trade there. But that is the megaphone pattern. Still got Doom in his trade. Awesome. Jack is still eyeing some potential trades. We'll see if anything looks good to Jack. I want to say this cattle is at a very interesting level, sort of a resistance has become support sort of area, right around those like 212s, 213s. It did fill that gap from June 5th already. That happened on the 13th, but we're back kind of within that little range there. So maybe in a little inflection point for the cattle, but it's fun to watch all these other markets. There are so many different futures contracts. Jack, are there any contracts that you wish were on Topstep that are maybe a little too hipster? Bonds? Okay. That's true.
Or I think you guys have access to it. I don't.
Oh, I don't know if I do. Trade like weather futures or something. Coffee, frozen concentrated orange juice. Hoop says
Cocoa.
coffee. Coffee is going to name all of the good ones. Hoop could rattle
Cocoa
off
futures
like,
were lit this past year.
Yes, they were.
Trading the dark sweet.
Sweet. Not talking crude. Talking that dark cacao.
Yeah, I think we've got an interesting level here in the equities.
Ooh,
those of you that were in the opening call, we talked about yesterday's afternoon pullback low. In the S&Ps, it was 60, 80, 50. Just went up and took a relatively close look at it. Recent high 79.75 within 3 ticks of it there. And in the NASDAQ, that afternoon pullback low, 22,137. Just looked at it at 133.5. So an interesting spot there.
Oh, thank you for that, Hoag. Hoag has his eyes on the charts for us. What market do I have up right? Is this copper? Oh yeah, copper's testing what 4.8. Started testing the bottom of its range between 4.8 and 4.84. What other fun markets are people saying? Cocoa, the bund, orange juice, West Texas cocoa,
The
weed.
bobble shot.
That'd be a terrible market to trade. Just short that to oblivion.
Or
Hey,
a
if you ever
very
get stuck in a commodity contract and you got to realize and you need transportation, hit up your boy Doom. I know some people will hook you up.
there you go. I cannot emphasize enough, do not put yourself in that situation.
Do not.
It's a whole different kind of trading, the real physical commodities trading.
Make sure those contracts are closed. Do not want to take delivery to some warehouse out in wherever they have them, Jack, somewhere in Illinois.
I think I've talked about this on the show before, but yeah, the physical commodities trade, that's a whole different ballgame. That's I think there's like Trafigura where they had several executives detained and held in Africa after an oil spill. I mean, that is the Wild West of stuff. For a very news dense kind of overnight session in the last couple of days, there hasn't been too much on the wire this morning. In the absence, markets will continue to be grind higher.
What are the rules for those? Is it only one warehouse, or they might force you to pick it up from a variety
have multiple. You have to deliver to an approved warehouse, right? And there could be multiple. I don't know exactly how many there are for each, but for like crude oil, for instance, it gets stored in Cushing, Oklahoma.
Yep.
Calling crude, it's specialized transport. It that will slap you such a loss. I know guys that when they were fixing the pipeline, they were charging $9,000 a day. However many runs they can do for about 120-ish mile runs. $9,000 a day. Yeah, they'll do about 7 or 8 runs a day, but it's called a pipe bomb. The type of trailer that holds crude, called a pipe bomb. Yeah, you don't want to have to call those guys and ask for a quote. I'm telling you, might as well just move to Mexico or something.
Wow, I love the insight, Doom. You know, being a driver of all sorts of things, you really do get some insight into what is moving stuff across America. It could be crude oil, other chemicals, things that go boom. It is fascinating.
Those are the best things.
Probably get paid the most.
And it's not only about pay. It doesn't pay. Some of the things are very dangerous and they don't pay as much as you would like to, but it's just convenience. You get in and out of a chemical facility. They don't want to hold you up for hours there. They don't want Doom to walk around, smoke a cigarette, or any of that matter. So pretty much about 15 to 30 minutes, you're in and out, and you save on your clock, and
get these truck drivers
Doom,
off our
theoretically. So when you're hauling something, you always know what it is. Like they tell you what it is. It's never like
it has to be stated on the bill of lading. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And hazardous loads have what are called diamond kind of placards. These indication like stickers on the side of the trailer if an emergency happens. So the fireman or rescue team or whoever comes up to the.
They know.
No. Yeah, they know what it is because some things ignite or flash if exposed to water.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the firemen. So like, is there anything, if you're hauling something particularly dangerous, is it ever like they need 2 drivers or something? Like
no,
in case you got to go take a leak or.
No. Mostly single. It really depends on your company. If you're driving a team with 2 drivers, it's common people, men and his wife, a guy and his wife will drive for a couple of years so they can buy a house cash or something, whatever. No. But there's rules to some things like tankers, hauling gasoline or crude, you gotta put chalks on the tires when you park it on the truck stop.
Why?
It's
So you know
part
if it
of the
gets
law
moved.
regulation.
Part of the
You know,
law.
I saw a guy like brand new rig, beautiful, like I don't know, $380,000 rig.
Whoa.
Without modifications or anything, just out of the door, stock, 380, maybe close to 400,000. And he comes out, pulls the chocks before going in, take a shower. And I'm like, dude, this ain't going anywhere. Well, hey, I think it was a $5,000 fine if you don't put the chocks. It's part of the regulation. You got to do it.
Wow.
Some explosives you cannot park whatever you want. Besides fueling, you got to spend the nights at places called safe havens, which are well, the wait stations where you often might get in trouble with the DOT and stuff. You know, it's the chicken coop, place you don't want to get in. They're always going to find something.
Yeah. That is awesome insight. I love that. Well, speaking of risky business, if you are going to the trader meetup, sign your waiver. So we are looking forward to meeting everyone at our trader meetup. If you RSVP'd, you will be getting an email this morning from DocuSign. We need everyone attending to sign the waiver. Please make sure you have signed it before you arrive.
I'm bringing a +1. Is that going to be an issue?
I don't know, dude.
No.
Maybe. No.
Okay.
Probably not.
No. I mean, you won't have like, the big goons at the door. Be like, nope.
Probably not.
No. And
they probably do need to sign a waiver, though. Have them RSVP, Doom, or else they're not going to get in. They also need to RSVP and do the waiver.
By the way, we're not.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
All right.
Also, by the way, we're not having you sign a waiver so that we can perform bizarre experiments on you or that. It's more that we have to because there'll be some people filming.
Oh, yeah. A lot of content.
Eddie and I will be the gorillas at the door.
The bouncers?
Okay, I'm good then.
Yeah.
Right. So if you need to grease some palms, gotta talk to them.
Come on
Doom.
in. Let's go.
Talk to them, Doom. Oh, I was supposed to say that.
Later. My friend is my kid's godfather, and he's a Chicago native, so I think he's going to be all right. Yeah. You wave to a lot of things when you live up there.
Apparently, the email is out, so make sure you check your emails. That would be a shame to come to Chicago, don't have your waiver signed. That would be very unfortunate. I want to make sure everyone gets that. And that email is out. Thanks to Eddie for posting that in Slack. And other incidental activities, George says. Let's talk about some markets that are moving here. Crude oil is pushing highs up to 72.29, 72.30. Gold trading the lower end of the Dorito formation it has been in, touched 3,400, ever so slight of a bounce back up to 3402s. And the NASDAQ and the ES have kind of chilled out quite a bit, actually. We've settled into quite the range in NASDAQ. On the 5-minute, kind of stuck between 22,093, 22,133. So about a 40-point range for about the last 30 minutes. So not huge.
Yeah, there'll be gold traded above and now below the initial balance high and low. So the tendency, unfortunately, well, maybe good for you, is for range-bound activity.
They might like it.
Back inside above the initial balance low, then we'd probably just rotate inside there the rest of the day.
You're probably pretty happy you got flat, Hoag. I think that was a wise choice.
Yeah.
Close that one out.
I wanted to get flat earlier, but I thought maybe it would be a Lenny. We had a failed upside auction above the ID high today, and a really nice one, So I thought about taking it off early, but I don't want to be accused of being a Lenny. Nope. We did have somebody catch that trade, though. Hoop caught that failed upside auction in gold.
Ooh, nice job, Hoop.
Caught a nice trade on that.
That is awesome. Well done. We got 556 contracts, 560 contracts sitting in the ES right now at 60.77.5. Can we get a fill? We had 28.60 traded there. Currently, there is about 550 being offered at 60.77.5. Shout out to Darth Buddha for calling that one out. Thank you,
Darth
sir.
Buddha. Great name.
Probably.
Great name. Great guy,
Great
too.
name.
You know him?
Yeah, do you?
I've seen him around Discord and stuff, not personally.
Oh, nice.
He
Nice.
has game. I'm looking at the waiver. Paragraph 3.3, alcohol consumption. Moderation and responsible consumption. My middle name.
Doom, responsibility.
100.
It's kind of an oxymoron.
Ooh, what is do you have a poly market on what Doom's performance is going to be at this meetup? How many brewskis he's going to put down? I would love to know. Ooh, this gold. All right, gold shot below 3,400.
Yeah.
Tested that bottom of the Dorito perfectly and just bounced. We'll see if the bottom of that Dorito can hold up in the gold markets. We do have some news coming up. Jack, did you have some news bits and bobs?
Certainly. We can hit
Ooh,
some
that'd be
bids
fun.
and bobs. Let me open up here so I can see it. All right. Breaking down the consumer number that was a little softened this morning. Autos were the big thing down from the pre-tariffs. Drop in building materials, restaurants, and bars. So these lead towards discretionary spending cuts. If you go to the next slide here, I call them slides. They're just JPEGs. This is by category broken down. 1 second here. There we go. So here you can see it. Whatever miscellaneous stores was really killing it in retail sales, but a little increase in sporting goods, furniture for the summer. As I mentioned, the biggest down part was motor vehicles and parts and building materials. Motor vehicles down a little over 3% month over month. So here's what we're looking at as far as the consumer right now. Now, let's go to some interesting stuff. First, we mentioned the Domino's pizza tracker. Well, we can do this one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. About to put a massive position in oil and equities feature, then call an order in for 15 grand worth of pizza from that Domino's next to the Pentagon. It's begun, guys. We got pizza arbors. This would be
I love the dedication.
an amazing idea that maybe we should talk to MP about doing sometime. Juice the overnight trade. Lastly, we got a little preview. This is just an interesting tidbit. Ed Sheeran's wife, he's been a superstar. They've been together for 9 years, and she's been working at Deloitte the whole time.
Oh my goodness! Come on.
That is what we call grounding. Being grounded.
Right?
There's your grounding mat right there. Having your wife work for Deloitte.
I love her.
Must be a pretty good job.
If my wife was a superstar, there's probably no way I'd be working, period. But I certainly wouldn't be working at Deloitte.
She loves to grind.
She just loves to rise and grind. Some people relax with some spreadsheets. Good stuff. So congrats
to wine. It is such a ridiculous lifestyle. Such a ridiculous lifestyle. Gold breaking the bottom of that wedge. Let's see if it can break down, trading underneath 3,400. Oh, what do you got?
If I can answer Rich Layton on any news on gold here. We were just talking just a few minutes ago about trading outside the initial balance on both sides and it tending to be range bound after that. That is now off. There is a gap to fill down below. And if we fill the gap, it's going down to 33.8230. We just broke this trend line. The market has really become directional that I'm not going to fight this. I'll look for either a way to get into the short or see if we get down to this gap close 33.8230 and see if we find some basing there, perhaps a reversal pattern before looking for any long. So be careful long gold. This could just, be more technical than anything else.
Be more technical, Hug. That is awesome insight. Thank you for keeping us posted on that. Gold is getting pretty heavy here, actually. Now 33.90. So this is we've had about 3 pretty long 30-minute red candlesticks on this gold. So it's an hour and a half of downward pressure in the gold, and it has continued to the downside
Yeah, the range
Chatter
has doubled the
saying
initial balance already here.
doubled the
I'm
range.
trading this. If 1,000 tick doesn't hold the 200 MA, I'm out of this. If
gotta say,
indeed we
impressive
are
trade.
building up an expanding volatility pattern, this could potentially make a lower low. I'd rather get as much as I can out of it. I've been in for it for a while. This is not leaning it. This has been practical about the trade. Average about, let's see here, 5 micros, about 50 points per contract, give or take.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Doom, what's that line
Perfect trade
at the top of the chart on the right-hand side there?
This right here?
The white line. Yeah.
Honestly, sir, I don't remember. These been on since the last time we were at these prices, and I haven't moved them. So it's probably prices of interest from the previous consolidation run up to an all-time high. They seem to, yeah. These been on for a year now? No, 6 months. Here we go.
Because that lines up
And
really nicely
we're out.
with that afternoon pullback low that we just talked about.
Okay, so Doom, you're out. What was the final P&L? That was an awesome trade, by the way. That was so good.
568 and 30 cents after commissions.
Damn, 5 micros, chat. That's all it took. 568. It's like a little over $100
My
per
best trades,
contract. Hell yeah.
Best trades I ever did. 3 or 4 micros. Best trades. Like outrageously stupid moves. 500, 600 points. Like
love it. Also, I think for trading micros, it's a little bit easier to kind of sit in a trade. You know, that those price swings aren't as dramatic. It's not like you're up, down a couple grand. It's usually, maybe 50, 60 bucks. You're up or down. Way easier to tolerate. Way easier to tolerate.
It's all about the account size.
It is.
I mean, some people are really comfortable trading minis with $26,000, $50,000 amount. I'm not. At least I know myself that well that the pressure when that P&L starts moving and you look at your overall balance, realizing after you got into the trade how deep you got to fit in, it starts, at least it affects me. So micros, great way to trade. Even if you go up to 12. I think 12, it's about the size I like when I really add into a trade. Yeah, 12, 15, 12. Yeah, 12. Either I'm going to build a position with threes, like 3, 3, 3, 3, or fours. It has to be good. This here was great attempt with a very affordable size on the low. It could have, it had momentum on the downside. It could have cut right through and hit my stop. So 5 was something I was going to accept as a loss.
Yeah, this gold is a good call, Eddie.
The gold trade, if you go to my screen real quick, the gold trade, I think, has a lot to do with this. These are hourly 15-minute candles. This is the dollar index. We're rallying pretty steeply on the dollar right now, going back to the highs from Friday. So that gold is quoted in dollars, so that's going to hurt gold. I was wondering what the reason was, because I wouldn't expect, given everything that's going on, you'd expect to see stocks ripping to the upside if gold was coming down.
So maybe this is just technical, as Hoag was saying. He just needs to go find some more buyers down there somewhere before it gets bid back up again. A little sell-off never hurt anybody, but it is the market that is moving the most so far. What's that we've been keeping track of? So nice trades there. I think some other people in chat were saying the copper was moving really good. It has been as well. Maybe the metals are just kind of getting lit up right now. What's platinum up to?
Well, everything that's in dollars is going to be under pressure right now.
It looks like you are correct. Also, a nice little sell-off in platinum as well. Getting to the bottom of what appears to be a 15-minute range. How many platinum traders are there? Let us know if you're trading the platinum.
You guys got
me
looking
into hand in the void. Needed a little break.
Yeah. Jack, what'd you say?
I said D raises her hand in the void, trading platinum.
Yeah, right. She felt a little breeze across her neck. Yes, we mentioned the coppers and the platinums. Doom, what were you going to say?
You guys got me looking into gold. I'm doing a little JD approach, putting in the regression channel on it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of it.
I say
It
as
could
heavy
be-
as gold was, found some buyers. Back up we go. 33.93. Kind of bottomed out around 33.84. Already back up $10, just like that. That was less than a minute. So if you
Didn't
got
fill the
long,
gap.
We're back to
Congratulations.
85% long in the tilt on the oil. 50-50 exactly in the ES, very indecisive. 61% short NQ. Let's take a trip around the Mag 7 real quick.
Oh, yeah,
All
let's do it.
down. The exception of Amazon, which is on the 2 cent. Well, now Amazon is down. They're all down.
Oh.
Amazon, the least down, the most down. Tesla, 1.65%, but not too much of interest going on there. NVIDIA had a huge day yesterday. Giving back a little bit right now.
I'm looking to participate in gold short.
Okay.
Shorting 96.5.
96.5.
Waiting on a fill. Waiting on a fill.
Excellent. We can all live vicariously through Doom on this one. He has not been filled yet. Looking for 96.5. Make a little note here. In the meantime, we've got a stat pack. Let's run through that. Hopefully Doom will get filled by the time the stats are over. I'm going to bring in James. JD is out and about. The Chicago Sherpa himself doing some Sherpa.
That's right.
James, what do we got?
That's right. That's right. The Chicago Sherpa is out there with his old style in hand, guiding the newbies to the city. We're going to go over some stats really quick. Here are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Got a name on the board you want to keep in mind. Starting off, we got Carlos D earning $17,152 trading the NASDAQ and the MNQ. Out of Pennsylvania, Carlos D, keep that name in mind as we go into the payouts. But moving on down, Powell earning $9,621 out of Poland. Jessica, $8,883 from Florida. Scott, $8,536 out of Chicago, hometown hero. Matthew, $7,455 out of New York. Congrats to all of you. As Andre would say, live traders taking live payouts of the live markets. Talking about live payouts, I said keep Carlos D in mind because here he is again on the top of our top 5 live funded payout boards. Carlos D taking home $44,000 from his live funded account. Now, Carlos D trades a variety of products, but made most of his money trading the NQ and is pocketing 44 grand for it. So not bad, Carlos. Not bad. Further moving down the list, Paulo D out of Virginia with the quads, 3,333. Love that number. Roe out of Illinois, 3,300. Justin out of Florida, 3,000. And Mark T out of California with $2,000. Congrats to all of our live funded traders putting in the work, taking out the cash, and paying yourself nice. That's all I got for now. I'll pass it back to you guys. We'll be back with some hot streaks later on. And don't forget, News 2 coming soon. Dolby, back to you.
James, thank you so much. Looking forward to that second news pack. That is the funny one. Love laughing here on TopstepTV. Did you end up getting filled on that gold short?
No, not yet. I kind of took it out, thinking I miss it. I still have a shot at it. I don't trade gold intraday, so this is interesting. This is interesting.
Well, hopefully you get filled. Yeah, you might.
We got that trend line we broke out. We just traded right back to it.
And I'm getting semi-signal
We have
in the
not
1
filled
minute.
the gap yet.
I don't want to chase into it.
No, don't.
Yeah.
We don't want to chase.
It's not ideal. It's where they might find it as a really good buying opportunity or not. I'd rather miss this than really chase into it.
Still think we got a chance to fill the gap down to 33.82 and a 30.
Okay. I like what's going on here. Crude oil. We had someone Hoop was saying crude oil new highs. Yes, sir, indeed. 72.45 and bidding Got about 4 green candlesticks on the 30-minute chart, right to the upside. We do have a volume profile. We are starting to get up into the extremes of our standard distribution in the volume profile here. We got Doom offering 3396.6, I believe, in the gold. Maybe I'm off by a point or two.
0.4.
0.4.
Is there?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I was told not to diddle in the middle of a channel of any kind.
Yeah.
My pattern.
Very true.
Yeah. This seems all right to take one micro lot and give a shot at it.
Yeah, why not? What better place to do it than on TopstepTV? I'm a little bit surprised. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Kudos to Carlos, man. Carlos go. 44 grand payout. Great work, dude. Great work.
That is a lot of money. That must be very, very rewarding. I'm sure he's put in a lot of work to get to that point. That is an excellent payout. 44K. I gotta say, Jim, this NASDAQ here, pretty interesting. We ended up bidding off of the kind of point of control in this range, 22,083. So we didn't go range to range. We went range to halfway point, and buyers came back in. We're also seeing the same thing in the indices, too. That's pretty interesting.
I kind of not got impatient of it, but kind of got tired on it and decided to cash out on it. I'm not feeling it to chasing it. It's still not above the top of the consolidation, even though this bar here on the 5-minute chart is a signal for me. Momentum is above zero. We're getting the hook. Long-term stochastic is up. This is a breakout signal, but I'm not comfortable taking it. We made the run yesterday, consolidated. Bulls got nowhere. Shorts didn't really show up, and we opened up in Asia, and then the move came in. Maybe they don't want it above. Or they'd rather be cheap than sorry. Can't put my finger on it.
Once again, reminder everyone, we get the FOMC announcement and Powell taking questions, giving his speech tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central. So this is more or less expected that we're, in the absence of some serious news, kind of range bound here.
I'm in on gold.
1 GC.
Micro.
What price you get?
96.4. I'm risking 180 bucks on it. 072. Put it above VWAP. 7.9. If it really shows me that I'm wrong on the 1-minute chart, possibly 1,000 ticks. If it really gives me the sign that I'm wrong, I'm gonna cut it early. Until then, game on.
Game on.
Game on.
All right.
I know I'm not good at trading gold, but here I am.
Well,
sometimes you find yourself where you least expect.
Doom, I think this is cheap. I think this is cheap.
Cheap is always good.
You don't have to hold on to this long to find out if you're wrong. Better be cheap than sorry.
I love it.
I do like cheap trades.
Well, every time I wasn't cheap and I was large, I was like, Eagle, I was like, come on, it's going to go down, going to go up. I'm going to chase into it. Buy like 18 micros, like 2 minis at market, like chase it. And next 1-minute candle does 30 points against me. I
don't like those expensive trades. The scary trades are the best trades, in my opinion. If it's not 100%. Scary, it is probably not going to work out. At least not for a range trader. Because if you feel comfortable in a range trade, you're probably in the middle of the range somewhere, not panicking about if buyers or sellers are going to come in and save your trade.
Yeah. Best trades are the ones that make me a little nervous.
got to be a little bit nervous. A little bit. Because that means other traders are nervous. And if other traders are nervous, they might do silly things. And hopefully we can make some money off of their silliness. Crude oil, still bidding to the
I see my
upside.
friend
72.53.
in the chat. Good to see you, Pax.
Love that. How far do you guys go back?
Oh, man. Well, I was a deck holder in the lumber pit 1983, 1984, 1985. And I was working for a guy named John Fisher, who Hoop knows. And I think Pax took the job for John Fisher or John Fisher's brother after I left. So we go back a couple of decades. It's good to see you, Pax.
Oh, wow. Drop a casting call link for PAX. See if we can get him on. Probably not to do a casting call, PAX.
PAX.
Just call Hoag.
Come on, buddy.
You on. Water's warm. Having a good time, PAX. Love to hear some stories. Have you guys catch up on air. I think that'd be very much fun. We have Lisa
Pax
Y
has some
coming
stories,
up.
I'll tell you that.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Lumber was the best kept secret on the floor. Wow. Ooh, Eddie, what do we got?
Right.
Hey, we got Germany's Chancellor Merz. If Iran does not back down, then complete destruction of the Iranian nuclear program is on the agenda, which Israel cannot achieve alone. This is coming from Germany. Also talking about the G7, Trump had assured me that he will attend the upcoming NATO summit. It's over the wire here. Back to you guys.
Eddie,
Thanks,
thank you
Eddie.
so much for that
So-
news.
Joom,
The
if this
part-
gets back inside the initial balance low, 34.0210, then you're wrong. Might sweep it, but just watch here.
The part that's not said out loud there in the comment from Mertz when they say Israel cannot do it alone is that the U.S. has access to the only plane and weapon that could theoretically destroy their thing in the mountain. So that's not good
Mm-mm.
if that's on the agenda.
It is not good.
The
Sauce.
bunker buster.
Interestingly,
Yes.
mentioning the PAX group, Mr. PAX, I've know about him too. A guy was trading that much size, he would move the market. I have a friend of mine that keeps in contact with him. Legendary trader. I want to be like him when I grow up.
PAX, is that good advice? So should someone want to be you when they grow up? I have to get PAX on. I've never reached out to you, PAX. Would love to have you on air sometime.
Well,
That'd be pretty
I know
awesome.
Pax has had some wild success. He's also had some really hard times. And somebody was mentioning yesterday on screen how, it seems like traders are characters. And I asked my dad that one time. My dad was a trader for 40 years on the floor of the Board of Trade. I'm like, why are all these guys such characters? And he just looked at me really seriously and said, son, hard times breed character. It's never a straight line. I know Pax has had some wonderful successes and some really tough times, and he is doing really well again. So fantastic.
Man, PAX, you were just getting showered with love today. Show up, showered with love. Welcome to TopstepTV,
Legend.
PAX.
See, now there's the humility. A legend in his own mind, he says.
Oh, I love it. I love it. We do have another legend waiting. That's Spy Gig. Lisa Y hanging out in the green room, ready to come on air, looking radiant in her very chic office, I have to say. Looks quite nice. Quite nice. Looking forward to having Lisa Y back on. I believe she's number 4 on the big board. Doom. You ever been on before with Lisa Y? You two
Never
big
ever.
board traders going to be hanging out for an hour. I think it's going to be an awesome time. Excellent traders here at Topstep. Love talking markets. Cannot wait. Also, we do have some announcements coming up. Never got confirmation on that GameStop Amazon partnership. I don't know if that's... I'm sure the subreddit has the news on that one.
Oh,
Don't have time to
everybody
check it
yelling
out.
to the moon.
GME to the moon, right?
Everybody yelling to the moon.
Sure.
Start buying billboards again.
Someone's got to make a market in trading cards. Might as well be GameStop. Might as well be GameStop. Interested in seeing how that ends up playing out. A little bit of a sell-off here in crude, about 30 cents. We're testing 72.50s. Couldn't quite get above. Trading back to 72.20.
I diddled in the middle. I diddled in the middle with that price on gold.
Lesson learned then. Do not like diddling in the middle.
I'll wait on this 15-minute bar close and take it from there. But most likely I'm going to cut it unless it flies into my stop.
So trade.
There was a reason for it. It was a good trade.
And size is good too. 1 micro is not 1 full lot or 15.
No, that's nothing. But you don't want to see it hold above that IB low, 3402.10.
3402.10 and NASDAQ getting a little heavy. We're talking about, oh, maybe it's bouncing off that midpoint. Well, now we're testing the midpoint again. So that Dorito pattern, or not the Dorito, megaphone pattern held up pretty damn well in the NASDAQ. That's not super surprising considering we have so many fun things going on in the world. And Eddie, if you're ready, we'd love to have you talk about a couple of those things. And once that is done, we're going to bring in Lisa Y, number 4 trader on the big board. Eddie, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here. I'll do this one. Wednesday. Be here at 1 p.m. Central Time. Yes, tomorrow. We've got the watch party brewing again. We're going to stream the FOMC meeting and questions with Jerome Powell live. So that's this Wednesday, 1 p.m. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell the neighbor. Let's pack the house. And just a reminder, this Thursday, we will be off the air. This Thursday in honor of Juneteenth. We encourage everyone to take this time to reflect, recognize the importance of this day in American history. So once again here tomorrow, FOMC watch party. BYOB, also Thursday, we will be off the air. Thank you. Dolby time.
Eddie, thank you so much. Doing those announcements. Is Lisa Y ready to party? Lisa Y ready to party? It's gonna be one. Oh, are we ready? Do we have? Let's see, Lisa Y. Hello, are we ready for Lisa Y? Bam, there we go.
Hey guys.
What's up, Lisa?
Hey,
Lisa.
Oh my gosh. Doom. I'm on with Doom. My 17. Why did I say that? He's gonna kill me. My 18-year-old son said something about Doom a couple of weeks ago. I don't remember what it was, but he said something about Doom. I don't know.
Oh, I would love to know what that was.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Doom, Lisa, Doom. First time y'all being on together.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, oh my God! I almost called you Pax. I'm sorry, Hoag. I got Pax in the brain. I got a story for y'all. You're not gonna believe it. In fact, I don't know for sure, but I think Pax might be streaming this in his live voice channel in Discord right now. Yeah. So y'all want to hear my story? Or you want to talk about the market? You tell me what you want to do.
Let's do market first, and then we'll get to the story. Any levels or anything we should be aware of? Any trades you took?
I did take a trade this morning. I did my opening range. I only made $213. Guys, again, my screens are messy. I know it's embarrassing, and it's just all these lines make sense to me. All these boxes make sense to me. It's my ADHD. I can look at a million different things at one time. They all make sense to me. But yeah, so I did that, and I took a trade in my Ninja Trader account as well. I made about $660 on that trade. But very mechanical, just the same thing that I do every morning with the opening range. I did add a layer that I'll talk to y'all about later on that opening range to that strategy. But yeah, just 2 small trades. I don't really plan on doing a whole lot today. The market is not easy to trade right now. So I feel, y'all know that I left my regular full-time job and I'm trying to make a living doing this now. So I can't be risky, and I don't want to be risky. I just want to, if I see a good setup, I put really good risk management in place, and then I see how that trade works out. If it works, great, I take profit. If it doesn't, then I cut my loss with a small, as Pax calls it, expense, and I move on. And that's kind of how I'm looking at the market today, right now.
Well, we've been talking a little bit more about that. Sort of just, when you get into that live account, taking those higher risk, lower quality trades really kind of puts a damper on that P&L. And it's crazy what not taking some mediocre trades can do for your P&L in the long run. It can make a huge difference. And that's just the decision to not take a mediocre trade. So, Lisa, thanks for that update. Let's get to this story about Pax. I think we're all very, very interested.
Okay, all right. So y'all know my thing is the opening range trade. I do the 5 minute. I mark it out on the 1 minute chart. I draw Fibonacci after the first 5 minutes on the the high to the low of that 5 minute. I've done that for, gosh, I don't know how long. And I know that Hoag takes that opening range trade on oil, pretty much every morning. Him and JD do it. So I've heard them talk about that, but I don't trade oil. So I only kind of listened to that with like half an ear. I heard him say stuff about it. Well, what happened was a couple of weeks ago, I watched the Ninja Trader live show because I have a Ninja Trader, my regular brokerage account is Ninja Trader. And I watched that show from like 7 a.m. until before I log on to TopstepTV at the opening bell. And they have different people on every day. And on this Friday, a couple of weeks ago, they had Pax on. And I'd seen him once before, but I guess I didn't really hear him talk about opening range. And so he was talking about something having to do with that. And I was like, oh, okay, like who is this guy? So that weekend, I went on YouTube and I watched a bunch of his really old videos. And he completely fascinated me. His experience in the market. I saw this one video and the guy who interviewed him called him the king of the NASDAQ. And I was like, this guy, like who is this guy? Well, he has a group. It's called the Pax Group, and he had a free trial. So I was like, I'm going to join it. I'm going to see what I can learn from him because, as y'all have known about me before, I'm a learner. I'm in the learner profile on the Clifton Strengths, and I want to learn from anybody and everybody. So I joined his group, not knowing he had a very strong opinion about prop firms, but that's okay. We worked through that, and I started learning about his 30-second opening range and how he uses that. And so I've now added that as a layer onto my strategy. And this orange box here that you see was actually the 30-second from this morning. And this green box, it's messy, but the green box is the 30-second from yesterday. So y'all can just ignore that. It makes sense to me, whatever. So that's what I did. I joined his group, and I had to let him know that I was with Topstep because there were some kind of strong opinions floating around about it. And I didn't want to be in his group and feel like I was being dishonest or, lurking or whatever. And so I told him I was with Topstep, and we had an honest conversation about it. And I wanted to ask him yesterday. I messaged him on X and said, hey, like, would you mind if I mentioned you? I'm going to be on TopstepTV tomorrow. I don't want to break your trust or disrespect you or anything. He's like, no, of course you can mention me. I was like, okay, cool. So this morning we had another quick little conversation about prop firms. And then I told him, I was like, I got to go be on TopstepTV. And then I saw him in the chat and I was like, oh my God.
He's everywhere. Following you around.
I had asked him, I told him, I was like, the Topstep community, you really learn a lot from you. He's tough love. I'm not going to lie. He's tough love. I mean, he's got some strong opinions, but he has got a market brain that I just want to learn everything I can from him. And he's trying to teach me how to take partials, but I'm not there
Pax
yet.
is getting
a
lot of love. I don't know if I've ever seen someone get so much love who has not yet been on Topstep TV. Oh yeah, Lisa, why? Hoag was talking about how great he was, how interesting his story is about trading, good times, hard times, talking about how underrated the lumber pits were. So
everybody that was on the floor has a lot of those stories.
The funniest thing is in his live room, he's in there with a bunch of other traders, and they just talk about these stories from being in the pit, and I'm telling you what, it's so entertaining. I feel like I can like feel some of that energy or whatever, just the stories. And they just have a good time in there. It's just a bunch of traders, and but you know, I mix things up. Because I want to learn from other people as well. So yeah, Pax is great. And I'm so glad he's in the chat. You know,
he is. Where's he at? The Pax group. Yeah, I have to say, I think that's one of the best parts about TopstepTV. It's good to bring on so many different traders with different setups, different perspectives. Absolutely fantastic. We get back to the markets here. NASDAQ stuck in a range. ES stuck in a range. Crude oil
Doom,
touched
flat
72.50.
Yeah, I took evasive maneuver. I added, slimmed my risk to about what I was risking initially. It didn't go my way. It broke out, picked me up. Good trade. Good trade.
Okay. It was a good trade. We got a lot of questions in here, Lisa, about your opening range strategy. Is there like a Cliff Notes version? What's the easy version for someone to understand of like the main concept? The main concept of the opening range trade.
I guess the main concept. Gosh, that's hard, guys. So let me tell y'all what I looked at this morning. I trade Fibonacci's as well. So I have a Fibonacci drawn on my 1 hour chart on Topstep over here on my left screen. Of course, you're not going to be able to see that. I'm pointing to it like you guys can see it. But I drew that Fibonacci off that opening range from the bottom of yesterday's, what was that price? About 6,000. And I ran that up into the overnight session. And then I drug it over. And when we wicked off of that Fibonacci trend line, right about 60.45, I'm looking, that kind of gave me a little bit of a bias for the day, a little bit. I don't like going in with biases, but I was like, okay, well, let me see what it does going into the opening range. So that's when I go in on the, like I said, the 5 minutes, 1 minute candles. I draw the 5 minute, and then I watch price. I also watch Bookmap. I watch price as it kind of bounces around in that 5 minute opening range. And if it's bouncing around the top of it and not wanting to get back above it, then I might say, you know what, this might be a short. And if it's bouncing around the bottom of the opening range in that 66 to 75 Fibonacci area, then I might say, okay, well, maybe I'll look for a long here. And this is where I added Pax's layer, that 30-second opening range, because this morning, once we got above that orange box that you see on my screen, and we were kind of holding above it, I started building a very small long position, literally small, meaning 1 micro, on my Topstep account, 1 micro. And then when I got a little bit of you know, confidence, whatever you want to call it, I added another one. That position ended up being, I think I had 8. No. I'm sorry. I got up to 15 micros. I built that position up to 15 micros. And I wrote it up to, I think it was around 70. I wrote it up to the top at 79.75. But when it started rejecting, I closed out a bit around 70. I don't know where I closed it. 76, somewhere over here I closed it. I just market ordered out. And that was it. That trade was done. But that's the foundation of how I built that trade this morning. These are not trades that, if a scalp turns, every trade that I go into, I think of it as a scalp mentality. But if I'm able to stay in it safely, get myself above break even to where it's not going to hurt me, and I see some power behind the move and it's going to continue up, you know, into that direction that I'm long or I'm short, then I'll hold it longer. So a scalp can turn into, that's why when y'all look at my stats, you know, you might see sometimes I hold a position for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it might be. I don't know. But it depends on what the market gives me. If it gives me something to hold on to, I'm going to hold on to it. But if it starts to come back against me, I don't want to wait until it kills me, you know. But yeah, I mean, I've had some struggles the last couple of weeks. I'm not going to lie about that. I had some really big trades in Ninja Trader. They went to my head. And I was like, oh, I want big trades. I want $15,000 trades every day. Well,
yeah, right. I want to be on the big
happens.
Yeah,
get
that's
on the
not
live
how that
funded
works.
payout board and all that fun stuff. I want JD to read my name, damn it. That's what I want. We have Doom. Doom had an
Dolby, I
awesome
don't know,
trade.
there's a lot of pressure with that.
No, there is a lot of pressure, but Doom, I think, took a trade this morning that was very similar to what you just described when it comes to sort of profit taking. I think Doom, you had what, those five micro NQs at around, what was it, like 22.30 something, and you
like,
had 5 of them. Were peeling. It was awesome.
27.
27.
I'm like a bottle of wine. Once you pull the cork, I don't remember anything. So thank God for the fill. 27.75. So 27 3 ticks. And
27 3
cleared in
ticks,
about
nice.
mid and top of range. I'm still kind of sketched out on this breakout. I can see it happen. I cannot see myself jump on it here. So I'm just going to let it play out.
That midpoint is bouncing here in the NASDAQ 22,083s. We're just saying, maybe it's getting heavy. It's like, nah, buyers came back in again. This is actually pretty surprising. We got ES, NQ both bidding to the upside here. Crude oil doing what crude does, which is bid to the upside. And gold, unfortunately, is dead middle in this sort of lower trending channel that it is currently in. Lisa, why is there any situations in which you're taking a trade like now or later? I mean, is there something you see in this market that you do like, even though we're outside of the opening range sort of territory?
Okay, right now, I would not feel comfortable taking a trade. We've already busted out of the opening range, and I took some profits. For me to enter right now, this is not a safe area for me to enter. This is, I can't manage my risk in this area right here well enough, because right now we could literally dump down and bust through the opening range, or we could, accelerate up and, go up to the upper targets. But right here, right now, no, I don't see a trade. Later on in the day, what I did do yesterday, this is something I've been working on, is if I get a little bit of green in the morning, I walked away for quite some time yesterday, and I came back to the markets during power hour. And I actually had a really good trade. I had a really good trade during power hour, actually bigger than my morning trade.
It's such a good time to trade.
I've been working on just trying to get some green days under my belt here lately, because I did, like I said earlier, I took some hits. They were self-inflicted. I took some hits over the last couple of weeks because, like I said, I had those big trades in my Ninja Trader account, and I was trying to match that in my Topstep account.
Ooh.
And it didn't work out. It did not work out. And I'm going to be transparent with you guys, because I told y'all this last week, so I'm going to follow up. I had mentioned that I had talked to risk management last week, and I wanted to move my daily loss limit up to 4,500 because I wanted to see if I gave myself more breathing room, if that would help me. Well, it did not help me. So I talked to Aaron on Friday. We bumped it back down to 3,000. I got no problem doing that. Risk is there to protect my account and
100%
and protect me from myself. So yeah, I'm back down at 3,000, and I went back to the drawing board this weekend, and I was like, you know what was I doing in my evaluation, in my combines, in my XFAs to get all that success? I was trading micros, I was trading small size, I was trading good risk management. So that's what I went back to. That's what I went back to. And yesterday afternoon, awesome. I was able to take a couple of minis, but only because I had a little bit of green from the morning. So yeah, that's
nice.
kind of where I am
like that.
now.
Oh, that's okay. So yeah, thanks for sharing. Doom was talking about that too, about just sizing down to just helping you get in the zone.
I
do the opposite.
My 5-week performance, and 3,000 was too much for me on the profits that I bring in. So Grandpa Map, 2,200, which is one extra day. If I go completely bananas and I lose the daily loss limit 3 days in a row, that's $9,000. With 22, that's 4 days. That's an extra day to afford to go full dum-dum on the markets, which protect myself. You never know when you're going to go on full tilt dum-dum and mess up not one day, a whole week. And that's what I believe it saved my bottom last night quite well. So here we are.
I love it. I love having these live top 100 live funded traders on air. I feel like the way you talk about the market is much different from some other traders. It's much more like a risk management perspective, sizing down. I think respecting the account, the volatility, trading leverage. Live funded traders, I think, just have a little bit extra respect for some of those things, which is awesome to hear about. Setting a great example for the community. Hello, ES and NQ. Look at this pullback.
Yes. Here we go. If I were still in that long, all my profits would be gone. That's why I closed it earlier.
Love that insight. Love that insight. Would you like to live, laugh, love here with James? We have a little news break coming in. I cannot wait to see.
Not Florida.
Please James, if you're ready, we're ready. A little bit of fun news. No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it.
Not yet. Not quite yet.
I'm getting the frantic finger wave from Andrea. Tisk tisk. All right. Anyways, back to these markets.
Go back to the market.
We'll go back to the market. We're doing great. We love these markets.
Trending higher highs, higher lows since the early morning lows of the day in the ES. And it was a pretty quick sell-off right there. But I don't see anything across the wire. It wasn't anything huge. More of an Andre sell-off.
An Andre move. Oh, massive move. Down 25 points. Yeah, it has been.
I was so ready. I was so ready to buy that breakout. The bands were opening up. Like, man, this is it. This is it. And then it kind of, this looks like it needs a little bit more money to move up. It takes money to go up. When it goes down, the money is in the market. It's sitting underneath. But it's, I'm happy I didn't jump on it.
Oh, such good confluence up there. Those afternoon pullback lows in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, the initial balance high. We just looked above it and rejected, failed upside auctions. Anything can happen, but that was a pretty good spot.
For a nice little, cheap short hogue around those 60, 80s?
Yeah. Yeah.
Next time we will get them.
Be paying attention. Had to be quick on that one.
I gotta say, come failed moves, come fast moves. If you don't have that order just sitting there waiting to get filled, sometimes the market's going to make you chase. I did get the all clear from Andrea. We are going to be doing our second news pack. Let's laugh, James.
That's right, Zolby. It's time for the only news that matters. It's the only news that actually moves markets, we found. So crazy how that works. Our first story, not out of Florida. Tourists damage a crystal Van Gogh chair in Verona by sitting on it.
Ding dong.
They waited till a security guard left the room. They walked up. Actually, my words can't do it any justice. If you want to pull the next one up, it's the full video of them doing it. Here they are. We're walking around. Hey, get a picture of me on the chair. Wouldn't it be funny if I sat on it? And I checks to make sure he's in the clear. Down it goes. Oh no! Look what happened. Yeah, and that's exactly what they did, Dolby. They fled the museum. Their identities remains unknown. Do you know these people?
Really?
Yes. Is this your aunt and uncle? Tell somebody.
This is the stuff like man. This is type of stuff where they don't like American people in Europe.
I don't know if those are Americans.
I don't know if they're American, actually. Wait,
he might be an American.
Get the name?
That sort of mail bag.
Oh, good point, Jack. I like that. An American probably would not have a man purse.
Good eye.
Very wise.
An American tourist with that bag would know better.
Yes.
Randy, that does not look like me.
Hey. Oh, don't let Hungus hear that. He's going to have you sitting in that chair.
Yes, the good news is the chair was fully restored, put back in its proper place with a sign that says, "Do not touch." Crazy. Can't imagine going to a museum and thinking I could touch any of it. Anyway, be better. Our next story. Good news for everybody watching this show. Social media is now the main source of news in the United States. You're welcome. If we can go to the next one really quick. This is a quick shout-out plug. Remember to follow me for your main source of news, because apparently I am the truth, America. We've made it. All right. Let's go back to that first one. Get that picture of Joe Rogan back up. No, but that's right. More people in the world are getting their news from social media. The top social media site being X gets a lot of news, but TikTok is the fastest growing social and video network used for news, with 17% of the world, up 4% since last year. We've also found that, but we've also found that information on these social media platforms is not always 100% the truth. So there you go. Everyone is taking them as news. If you do your research, not all of them are factual. Therein lies the problem, but don't worry, here at TopstepTV, we'll never leave you astray. Did you know that chimpanzees can breathe underwater? They just choose not to. TopstepTV, don't go anywhere. Click like and subscribe. And finally, before we get out of here, one last plea. Oh man, I was going to talk about this, but Jack already covered it. The pizza thing. Did you get the other one I sent about the Costco card, Andrea? If you didn't, it's okay. We'll do it later. Yeah, we can talk about the pizza tracker. This is crazy, right? This is not financial advice, but if you want to know which way markets are going, start tracking pizzas where they are in DC.
That is
the way it is.
Is that all of it, news? Is that all of it, James?
That was it. I had one more. We'll talk about it later, but I can tell you just
Fantastic.
the headline because that's really the whole story. The TSA is begging people who are coming to apply for their real ID. A Costco card does not count as your identification. Please stop using it at the TSA.
Love it.
And that's the news you need to know, Dolby.
James,
Back to you guys.
That was wonderful. It's okay, CNN. You'll always have the airports.
That's the truth. James brings the truth. I can also tell you your FOID card doesn't work at the airport either.
Really? That is good to know. Everyone is learning so much on TopstepTV.
Don't use it. I can say from experience, you can board a domestic flight without an ID. However, it is a massive pain in the ass.
Wow, I did not know that. Do not try that.
I know because I've done it. I've done it.
That sounds like a whole other story. Very, very interesting.
Oh, Vegas, baby.
Oh, it is. Vegas. Oh, Vegas. Well, that explains a lot. Back to these markets. Still stuck in the megaphone. Still stuck in a top of range for the ES, 6080s, back down to 6071s. And gold is still stuck in the middle of its range. It's almost like FOMC is tomorrow. Lisa, are you one to trade the opening range during an FOMC day?
Oh, that's a good question. You know, my track record with FOMC, my stats, if there were a chart with my stats for FOMC, it would look like the biggest bear market you've ever seen in your life. It would just be one big red bar. So yeah, probably not. I'll watch it. I mean, I watch the market every day. I watch the market. I mean, I just can't not watch it. I just love seeing what it does and how it does it, and try to figure out why it does it, and whatever. But yeah, I'll be watching it. But this right now, this place that we're in with the market and Iran and Israel and the tariffs and all of it, this probably to me would be, if trading FOMC tomorrow to me would just be a suicide mission. I don't, for me personally, I don't think it's going to be a good move for me to try to trade that. I don't. Especially where I'm trying to pull myself out of the places I've been the last couple of weeks. I feel like I'd be setting myself up for something that might not be great for mine.
Yeah, that is some awesome self-awareness.
But it's like you were saying earlier. I think when you're in a live account, you look at that. You work hard to get in that live account. So when you start seeing your balance go down, you have to do some reflection and say, oh my God, like, what am I doing? What can I fix? What have I got to change? And Doom, I don't know if you feel the same way, but that's the last thing you want to do when you're in your live account is continue. Blowing up in your live account feels a whole lot different than blowing up a combine or even an XFA. It's you have to be self-aware. You have to.
Yeah, Doom, you feel like you
5 minutes.
Oh, good call. London closed in 5. Doing it get to Doom here. Doom, do you feel like there's a big shift in sort of mindset going from like trading combine XFA to live account?
Oh yeah, because I kept the same way of trading mentality and outlook at what the job is with my first live account, which it didn't last very long. And yeah, do better, do better. Also about FOMC, I'll never try that with futures, not even micros. I used to trade options. I've won big, I've lost big on FOMC, especially when it was hot about the inflation 2 years ago. I'm about flat, maybe a little bit on the red side of it. Maybe a small same day option play just to, literally go to the gas station, get a $10 diamond ticket, same odds, same odds of success. Scratch them.
So it sounds like we have 2 live funded traders taking the day off tomorrow. Chat, hint, hint.
I'm taking the whole week. I'm in Chicago through Saturday. Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Take vacations. Even better. Take some breaks. Lisa, do you find it hard to take breaks? It sounds like you're incredibly passionate about these markets. Do we have to like pry you off the screen? Do you have someone who comes in and just turns off your computer?
I don't. I took that girls' trip to Carmel. What was it, last month, May? That's the first time I've taken an actual break, but I still traded that Friday. but yeah, I mean, I try to take breaks during the day. I try to. I've been trying to walk away from my screens, especially if I've got a little bit of green. Walk away from my screens and just go do something. Go drive to Trader Joe's and buy some flowers and come home and stick them in a vase. Go to my daughter's and pick up my grandpuppy and bring her home and play with her. I try to do something to make my mind shift away from the markets. It kind of is like a mini reset during the day. But the adrenaline, that dopamine hit that you get from being in the market and being in a trade, what I've been working on is I take really good setups, I take really good trades, but when my mind is not clear, I have a tendency to give those profits back if I'm not careful. So so I was watching a video this weekend and I can't remember. It was Austin Silver. He has a channel and he interviewed someone named Lawrence. Well, Lawrence is apparently a Topstep live trader and he doesn't even know. I started following him on X, but we've not talked or anything. But I'm just going to give a quick shout out to him because he shared some information on this video with Austin Silver in this interview, and he mentioned Simon Sinek, which I'm a huge fan of Simon Sinek. From my professional world in healthcare, from a leadership standpoint, he just had some really good information. And he talked about the finite game versus the infinite game. And he made this comparison to how in the finite game, it's like when you're playing a ball game. In the finite game, you just want the home run. But in the infinite game, the ball players, they're trying to get those base hits because it's the long game. And I've heard that, base hits, home runs, stay away from the home runs, try to get the base hits. But when he framed it up with the Simon Sinek name, it's like, hey, you had me at Simon. It made me think about that in a different way. And it's true. Like, I want to be in this for the long game. And to be in this for the long game, I've got to zero myself back to the base hits. I got to stop trying to get those home runs. The home runs will end the game, period. Game over.
Oh, I love that insight.
So yeah, the psychology piece is really, really, really big for me. Y'all know that. It just is. And but yeah, Lawrence, I don't know where he is on any board, but he's apparently a live trader. Really, really smart guy. Really, really just level-headed. Just from a psychology standpoint, he's just got some really, really spot on emotional awareness. And yeah, there's some other. I don't want to take over the stream by going on and on, but there was something else he'd shared, and I'll share it later.
I think I might have emailed him. I do have my spreadsheet
you know what I'm
here.
talking about?
I do see a Lawrence on my booking sheet. I just don't want to dox him. So this might be what
That's
you're
always
talking
good,
about.
Dolby.
You know, I try to respect our guests and not share their last names if they don't request it. Part of being a good booker. Getting back to these markets
pushing down
here. Yeah, finally, you got some excitement in
I
these
took
markets.
a scalp real quick, 3 micros on this push down.
Ooh.
I'm safe. Took 2 out for about 1-to-1. Holding 1. If it goes, it goes.
Love it. Okay. What's your trade?
95.50.
95.50. Oh, nice entry.
Short.
Short. And how many do you have left?
1. I was in with 3. Let me see where did I take them. I think let's see, 83 and a half and 84.
Oh, nice.
And I'm gonna trail with this with the 500 tick chart. There we go.
Perfect.
Here we go.
All right, so we got Doom in the
Broke the
market. Saw
short-term-
something I liked. Ooh, what do you got, Jack?
Oh, we broke the short-term trend I was talking about. We've been making higher highs, higher lows since the lows of the overnight. We're busting
out.
below that a little bit right now.
Doom flat.
Yeah, we're
Short
back
and
inside the
straight.
opening range right now on the ES. We're just right.
What's the what levels do you have for the opening range for all the people at home listening on the radio?
So and I don't have this exact, the 5-minute opening range is right around 60, 71, 75. And the bottom is right around 60, 62, 50. That's ballpark. I think I need to get my glasses. Yeah, something like that. So, you know, I have the Fibonacci drawn on that. And right now we literally just wicked off of the 75 on that Fibonacci, but that doesn't mean it's not going to go all the way down and take it out. That's something that I look at when I see it wick off that 75. I'm like, okay, well, what's the next couple of candles going to do? Is this like a little mini reversal? Because if you get a power move off that 75 in the middle of the opening range, we could go back up. But if we break through the opening range, which the bottom of it, you know, I'm going to look for it to see, we're going to get a reversal. We're going to get any kind of a reversal there. If not, it could go all the way back down to the bottom of the overnight session, which is at 60.45. So right now I'm just watching. Ooh. I'm watching price. I'm not anxious to jump into anything right now because it's a coin flip right now. It could go either way. And I have to protect my capital, not just my financial capital, but I have to protect my mental capital.
It does. I was talking about this with Coach Jay, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, how like not all losing trades are like created equal. You know, sometimes you have a losing trade, but there are a set of circumstances that led up to it in which you probably never should have placed that trade to begin with. And that loser is going to sting way worse than like an A+ setup that just happens to not go the right way. So I love love that take on valuing sort of your mental capital, kind of different from the account, because some of those losing trades do hurt a little bit more.
Yeah.
Let's see. We are stuck right in the middle of that opening range. We did have, who confirmed that in chat? 60.72s as the opening range. Brian Harding, thank you so much. 60.72 is the high. So I believe we're actually stuck right in the middle of that opening range, right by point of control, which is at 60.68. And Lisa, why you were saying that if we break the lows of the opening range, there is a possibility for a 60.45 target. Is that right?
Well, okay, first it would have to break through the Fibonacci from the opening, the overnight high to the overnight low.
Oh,
and that price point is 57.25-ish. We had a wick.
Okay.
Let me see what that was at the 7:30 candle. We had news data at 7:30. So we had that hard wick there, and then price kind of went back up, and it came back down a little bit. But that wick and those candles there between 7:55 and 8:15, this is Central Standard Time. Those held that 75% Fibonacci from the overnight high to the overnight low. So that would be the next level that I would start to watch if we continued down below the 5-minute opening range, you know, off that market open. So there's just a lot of levels down here that I would have to watch and see how price reacts before I could initiate another trade. If we were to come all the way down to the overnight low, there's a level at 60.40, 60.41 that should hold as support. If we come down there at any point during the day, I will be looking for that level, that 60.40, 60.41. If you get any kind of a strong upward action off of that, I would probably be looking to take a cheap long and, with some tight risk. But that, we got a lot of trade day left. So those are just the things that I look at, because I look at Fibonacci's on a very, like a micro time frame. I look at them on a medium time frame, and I look at them on a larger time frame. I have one Fibonacci drawn on a daily chart. I have one drawn on a weekly chart. And see right now, but I'm not taking this trade.
City.
But it did what I was talking about. It came down into that 5-minute opening range. It did a wick there. If I wanted to scalp this, if we weren't in the week that we're in right now, we didn't have FOMC tomorrow, if I had a little more trust in the market, I would have taken that. Because we came back down into the opening range. We wicked off the 75%. And if y'all are drawing this on your charts, you're going to see what I'm talking about. You go back to the 8:30 candle. You draw a line. You go to the 5 minutes after we close that 8:35 candle. You draw a line. Then you draw a Fibonacci from the top to the bottom of that. And if you have the 75% down at the lower end, you're going to see this little area that I'm talking about. It's a very mechanical thing that I trade with it. And there are days where I get out of bed and I'm like, oh, what's the market going to do today? And I, brush my teeth, do whatever. And I start getting all like that adrenaline starts kind of pumping in me. And I'm like, oh, what am I going to do today? And I'm like, nope, does not matter what I think the market's going to do. It doesn't matter what I would like it to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go downstairs and get my coffee. I'm going to go upstairs to my office. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to draw my lines. And I'm going to do my mechanical opening range trade. And I'm going to see how I feel in that range. That's what I do every single morning. And then I watch those levels as we go away from them. And then we come back down to them through the day. There was one day last week, we came back to the opening range, I think 4 or 5 times. It was crazy. I don't remember what day it was. But going back to Pax, he talks about that 30-second opening range. And his thing is he's long above, short below. Simple strategy.
It's just like Hoag.
That's the only thing he trades. He's got all his levels. He's got these mathematical equations, which I don't understand or know yet. But and he talks about that 30-second opening range because he said that was the only opening range. Going back to the days of the Dow, the invention of the Dow, there was only a 30-second opening range. There was no 3-minute. There was no 5-minute. I know. I was fascinated.
Where's Hoag at?
Yeah. He might not still be in here, but it was fascinating to me. He's got some really good videos and he tells some really good stories in between talking about his strategy. But
say Hoag 3 times, magically appears. And lo and behold, there Hoag is.
There's Hoag.
Hoag. Hello. We're talking about the opening range. You kind of go through the opening range for the pit.
Yeah. So the opening range was really however long it took and whatever price range it took for all of the orders being held by brokers that needed to be filled right on the open. However long it took and whatever the range it took. Usually you were looking at maybe 30 seconds or a minute, but it never was really time bound. If it was really busy and there were a lot of brokers that had orders to fill on the open, it may be, 30 seconds, a minute and a half, and, several points wide. And then they would poll all the brokers to say, this is where we think the opening range is. Did you fill your orders in there? Yes, I did. So then they would send the opening range out to everybody. So where like MOC was time bound, the opening range to me was never time bound. It was always more activity bound. But it was usually around 30 seconds or a minute long before all the orders were filled and they could establish the opening range. In electronic trading, if there's something that anybody wants to get done right on the regular trading hour open, now all they have to do is push a button. So that's why I kind of look at it as a minute long. I think it maybe expands the risk a little bit more than the 30-second, but it gives me a little bit more reference, I think. And And again, the opening range, when humans were doing the execution, maybe it took a little bit longer. And I think 30 seconds or a minute is plenty of time for anybody that needs to get something done right on the open to get it done.
Thank you so much, Hope, for that
Thank you for that,
insight.
Hope.
That was
And
awesome.
by the way, as we're at the lows there from the last candle, we were looking at coming towards SPX 6000 is about 60.55 in the September future for the ES. Now we've bounced back kind of to the trend.
Yeah, we have. These are incredibly range-bound markets. This is a very tough trade. I think Doom probably had the trade of the day thus far, being able to nab those 22,028s and just managed it beautifully. I mean, all things considered, Doom, I think you got about 80 to 90% of the totality of that move just so far of what we've seen in the NASDAQ. So that's an excellent trade. Gold got up to the middle of that channel and has since been sort of fading off a little bit. So lower highs, lower lows, just a nice channel in that gold. Maybe if Doom had a real wide stop, he'd be back at break even. But
that's why I don't trade
it. Yeah, right.
Hey, Dobby, why'd you make me look, man?
I'm sorry. You can get back in, man.
Right. That's why I
get back in if you want.
Oh no! I know my lesson with gold. I've been in front of the bus too many times.
Andrew K says,
the way that thing is sitting, it's cooking a monster long, and I don't want to rush into it. I don't want to get punished, but it is cooking a monster long, and at least how it's sitting right now. What do I know?
We'll see, man.
It might like.
I'm wishing I'd taken that long. I'm wishing I'd taken that long off that 75% wick there in the opening range now, but that's okay.
It looks great in hindsight. Wish we could have done it, but I gotta say you made the right decision. If you're committed to not trading for the day mentally, then trying to hop into the markets and take trades that's when losing trades start feeling pretty icky. Like I shouldn't even be here in the first place.
Stopping me right now to chase.
And I'm not saying I won't take another trade at all today, but right now, in this where we are right now, it could just chop around in this area for just so long, and I don't want to do this. But
no, and Doom,
you
were saying
nice to watch. Sorry.
Yeah, you can finish your thought.
Oh, I was going to say it does feel nice sometimes when things like this happen. Just for chat to know, like, do I have regret about not taking that trade? Okay, a little bit of regret, but I flip that around and I say, you know what? That was just more confirmation of my mechanical process. And I watched that. I saved my mental capital. I saved my actual capital by just watching that trade play out. And to me, that's kind of like a mental rep. Watching that trade play out, going into my mechanical trade zone, and seeing it continue up now is like, okay, well, the next time I see that, just like that, I'm going to say, yeah, well, my mechanical process does work whatever percent of the time. So
yeah, it's a nice little boost to the mental capital. And I think Doom, you were saying this is what's keeping you out of the market, is right? You just don't want to participate in this.
If I get up at 5 a.m.ish or 7, at about 11:30 or noon, my mental game is not as good. So I know myself quite well, at least about that part. If I get up a little bit later in the day, like past open, about 1:30, I'm kind of cooked. So I try to stay out of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, God, so much of trading is just picking the times. Got to pick the right time for you to trade. Nothing wrong with not feeling like trading. Nothing wrong with that.
Me. I found out that I've become slower. I used to, like earlier, scalp quite well. I don't scalp as quick as I used to. Like I tend to stay longer in the trade, which kind of bites me back in the bottom. But that's me. So size down, kind of just to how I get in it. Yeah. When I start with Topstep, I'll pull like 280 trades in a day.
Whoa.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Where you at now?
Yeah, scalps. I'm at about 24 to 40.
Oh, okay.
And
Hey, Jim, I got a
adding.
question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so you were talking about how you'll take scalps and then like you'll hold on them too long and then they come back and bite you back. Right here, totally, so many times. What I started doing is forcing myself to move my stop to break even or just above break even every single time I had the opportunity. If a trade went in my favor, or even now, if a trade goes in my favor, I force myself to move that stop up above break even or right at it. Have you tried that? Does it work for you?
That's how I used to scalp. I used to utilize the auto trail a lot, or come in and out with a fixed bracket, or leave brackets, like especially in news events. This is something that I used to do. I don't do it that often anymore, just because somewhat this year the market changed. But let's say if I'll leave a small bracket above, somewhere almost impossible where the market will run in unless it gets extremely thin, or below. Risk 5, get 10 out of it, and just let them out there in the universe for them to, if that one explosive move that shoots up and down kind of picks it up and clears me out of trade. I used to do that, not anymore. Earlier I did all right on the scalp, but it almost triggered me. It missed me by like a couple of ticks, but I got out of it. Slower. I've become slower. I don't scalp as much. I don't do that repetition as I used to.
I know Dakota's kind of switched into a scalping thing. We'll have to talk to him at the event at Woody's. He will be there. So talk about ATR scalping with Dakota. I do want to bring in James for hot streaks. This is one of my favorite little segments now. This is so impressive what some of these traders are doing.
Oh yeah,
James, hello.
Hello. Yes, the hot streak board never ceases to amaze me. Here is your hot streaks for today. Let's check in on our players. This one is traders. Daniel T, Michael, Doherty, Katiana, and Dimitri, all names we know, all same names on the board. They're all tacking on one additional day to their hot streak. They're keeping up this hot streak in their XFA, and they have all been vetted, and they've all earned $200 a day to earn these streaks. So Daniel, you've been making good progress. We hope to see your name on there tomorrow. But these are your funded hot streaks for today. Love this section. Love to follow the progress. And before we go, I also have 2 quick graphics to show you. I was checking our data boards. We have 2 new people to unlock the live performance bonus. First up, Carlos D. This is the same Carlos from the top of the P&L and the payouts board. So not only did Carlos take home 44 grand, not only did Carlos earn 17,000 in their live funded account yesterday, they're also getting a nice $1,000 bonus from unlocking that first tier of the live performance bonus. But Carlos isn't the only trader taking home a live performance bonus. We got Chu Y also pocketing a good $1,000 in their live funded account. Their total take $34,000, and Dakota's favorite number 69 on the big board. So congrats to our 2. Yeah, shout out to Dakota. Shout out to our 2 live funded traders hitting that tier 1 of the performance bonus. Keep on jabbing. Keep on trucking. We can't wait to see your name hitting tier 2. And that's what I got for you, Dolby.
I'm super close to that first. Super close.
To that payout bonus?
Yeah, I was super close. I was still close, but I was closer last night. Not anymore. But
hey, Lisa, you gotta be close to a payout bonus. Yeah. Gotta be getting close to a payout bonus.
Do what?
Finally get the payout bonus. The new Topstep.
I think you have to. I haven't had anything since that new program started. If it was from a long time ago, I would be. But yeah, I gotta work my way up to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great little bonus for any traders who are already trading well. You get a little extra cash in your pockets. Gold has finally started to move a little bit, Doom, trading down at 3392.2. Starting to test the channel. I do have to say, as boring as these markets have been, the technicals have been fairly accurate. The ranges have been perfectly nice and rangy. Also, this channel in gold has been very well behaved. Can't really think of any. Maybe crude oil is a little tricky today, but kind of just range over range so far. But if you're a range trader, you got to be super happy with some of this price action thus far. As long as you're willing to kind of pull off the faux reversal challenge and buy those lows and sell those highs. Oh man, it's already 10:50. That means the segment's almost over. So much fun. I think we all miss Andre. I know I do. Certainly miss JD.
I do too. Andre's
also
the man.
known as he is the man, dude. His energy is infectious. Love what he brings to the show.
That.
Huh?
When he says something, like does this.
Yep. Oh, dude,
Yeah.
his energy's the best. Shout out to Dre.
Shout
He's
out
out
to
Hot
there.
mic at the beginning.
Yeah.
Hottest mic on YouTube.
Yes.
His energy is infectious.
It really is. It really is. Try our best to fill his quite large shoes when he is gone. But he will be
Once
back
again,
and
Chad.
he'll be in person. He will be in person as well.
Every time that someone is gone for a day or two, the most common explanation is that they are out of the office. In Andre's case, he's out filming with Dakota and Baron and Jay today. They're in Chicago to get ready for the meetup tomorrow. He will be back. Nothing has happened to Andre. He's not in my
Just
basement.
fine.
Don't worry about it.
Read those waivers. Lisa, are you coming to Chicago?
Oh
Will
my
we meet up?
gosh! I don't know. It's just for one day, isn't it?
It is
and
just
it's
for
like
one day.
It's like a boy's house. Aren't they staying at a boy's house?
Oh, they are. Yeah, they're doing like the real world style sort of trading house. At,
Like the big brother of Topstep.
I get sort of. I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to pan out. This is the first time we're doing it, so looking forward to seeing how this is going to pan out. But I think the content is going to
that'll
be
be fun to
absolutely
watch.
incredible. But we do have a more general meetup at Woody's. Make sure if you did RSVP to sign that waiver via DocuSign. Got to make sure
it's this
to sign
Thursday,
that
right?
release form. It is. It is.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to be able to make it. That's not. Yeah, I'm
That's
too
okay.
far away.
Maybe-
if I was close to
maybe the next
y'all, I
one.
would totally be there.
Maybe the next one, Lisa. We'll get you out. Give you plenty
Yeah,
of
the
time.
next one.
Oh, it's Wednesday. Sorry, it is Wednesday. My days are all messed up.
Today's
Wednesday.
Tuesday.
It is Wednesday because we're off Juneteenth, which makes
Oh,
sense
yeah,
as to
yeah,
why
yeah,
you
yeah,
would have a
tomorrow.
mixer. That makes sense as to why you would have a mixer the day before the market is closed. It is Wednesday, chat. Yes, you are correct. Wednesday. Hello, Coach Jay. Shouldn't you be doing some sort of filming of content right now? Let us know where you're at, Coach Jay. Maybe we can have someone track you down in Chicago. That would be awkward. Just have some rando try to find you. Be like some sort of what is that called? Not an Easter egg hunt. A scavenger hunt. Oh yeah, stalking, Jack. Thank you for that word. Stalking is the word. I was going to say scavenger hunt. Can you find these people? That's a way nicer way of saying that.
Find Waldo.
Coach Jay is currently flying above Michigan. Wow, what a time to be alive, everybody, that we can just be on the internet, in the airplane. Fantastic.
If you're willing to fly like Indiana Jones, there's pretty affordable flights out there.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sure
you just
there
have
are.
those red dots on the map. You get there real quick.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Couple of chickens and a donkey in the back, and some other suspicious freight cargo.
Well, now, who said he was on a plane? I mean, we know that Coach Jay is a superhero trader.
It is true.
He's a hot air balloon, perhaps.
Oh yes. I don't know if I see Jay as a hot balloon guy. I don't know. We'll ask him, and we get to ask him in person. We got Luca Brasi is getting his Patagonia vest all ready from the dry cleaners. Can't wait to see that.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I'll also
I got that blazer with skulls on it and everything.
Oh, do you now, Doom? Hell yeah!
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait. It's gonna be quite the fashion show. Maybe we can do sort of a fashion show. We can have Lisa guess, or not guess, but pick her favorite outfits from the meetup. I think that would be a fun segment sometime. But we are coming to the end here. Lisa, thank you so much for coming by for the hour. I know this has been a tough session for trading, but shared some excellent words of wisdom, especially concerning the management of a live funded account. It is not the same. Not the same as an express funded, not the same as a trading combine. A whole different level of management and respect for the markets. Doom, thank you for coming on as well. Placed the trade of the day as far as I'm concerned. I mean, nailed your entry in those 28s. Excellent job managing it.
Some days are easier than others, man.
Hey, they are. Lisa, any final words for people out there pre-FOMC?
I think this week, guys, just if you have to trade, you feel like you just can't stand it, force yourself to only trade 1 micro. That's it. Force yourself 1 micro. Play it safe. It's not worth losing money in these market conditions and all of the world headlines that we have going on. That's what I'm doing. I'm playing it super, super safe this week. And yeah, that would be my advice for this week. Next week, we'll be having different conversations. We don't know where we're going to be next week. We might be at all-time highs next week. But right now, just protect your actual capital and protect your mental capital. And what people don't realize is that when you take a loss, you don't just take that loss in your account, you take it in your mental capital as well. And then you go into an emotional place, and that's what leads to tilt. And then you got to go into forced recovery. And it's better to do what's called voluntary recovery, where you stop yourself before you get there.
Love it. Love it. Doom, I think you were talking about that too, man. Just 1 micro. If you gotta trade, size down.
If you got the itch,
size
1 micro.
1 micro. That's the lesson of the day today. If you learned anything from fast markets, if you got a place to trade in these messed up times, it's okay to size down to 1 micro. Make sure that account is alive and well for when you do like the market conditions. Then you can deploy that 5, 10, those E-minis. But traders, thank you so much in chat. This show must go on. We do have Hoag coming up for the morning recap. And then it's going to be myself,
Real quick, Dolby.
Gabe. Oh, hello. What do we got?
Just want to say I love you, chat. I saw those comments. Luca, hope to see you there. That's great stuff.
Let's
go ahead, Dolby.
Hey, we got
Morse code.
Hot Biscuit here. Yeah. Trump saying we now have total control of the skies over Iran. This is coming from Trump.
Ooh. Okay.
We.
Well, who is we? That's a great question. Who is we? The royal we? Who knows? We do have Hoag coming up for morning recap, and then it's me, myself, Gabe, and the Salt Lake City sniper, Mandy. It's going to be trying to trade it up with us during pre-FOMC, so it's going to be a super good time. Doom, we will see you in real life in a couple of days on Wednesday. Yes, tomorrow. I am not good with days right now. And Lisa, we'll see you next Tuesday. And I strong-armed you into a Power Hour segment, I believe the 26th. So we will also see you then as well. Chat, stick around. Jack, stick around. You can't go anywhere anyways. But
That's true.
Coming up next, market recap.
Bye, everybody.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Welcome to the morning recap. A typical, I think, day before FOMC meeting session. The trader is very patient today, as they should be. Saw some pretty good opportunities. I think Doom had the trade of the day. Lisa had a good trade earlier in the session. She had made some decent profits off her opening range trade. We had some friends in the chat. All in all, a good day. Let's start by looking at the activity in gold. It was the first trade taken today. We did take the opening range trade. Now, the market opened below value and entered into value. So the 3-minute chart now. Let's take a look. The opening range. These little arrows tend to move around a little bit on me. Hang on one second. Let's get this where it needs to be. So that's the opening range, that little gold bar right there. It broke to the upside. The house took 5 micro gold long, 34.0460. Came back, just barely touched, just short of the low of the day there, the early low of the day. And then started rolling higher. Now, I think we were probably looking for an opportunity to get back into value from yesterday. That just did not happen. When we got up here, we set the initial balance high, and we left a failed upside auction. Once that happened, I got out of 2 of those. And yes, you can call me a Lenny if you want to, but that failed upside auction should have been really a level that we could have really gotten out of that trade. It didn't take us to where we thought we were going to get to, which was 34.18. That was our original profit target for some of the package, but the failed upside auction was a little bit of a warning sign, right? So we from 34.0460 up to 34.14, about 10 bucks on the first 2 lot, and we moved the stop up below this low right here, this 34.10, which was something we were discussing earlier. That 34.10 level, we ended up getting stopped out, and for a decent profit using micros, $328 in the house account. The market then did push, continuing down below the initial balance low at an attempt to go close the session gap, which would have led us all the way down to where is it? 33.8230. So we still haven't closed that gap, and that might become important information. Now, Doom, looking at the I'm not sure what Doom was looking at. I was kind of thinking a better trade location for shorts would be back at the IB low. But we did like this spot. We were looking at this trend line, 1, 2. Initially, there were 3 points of contact to it right there. The market broke, came back to it, and we were looking at anything really far above that is failure of the trade. Now, Doom stuck in this trade. It was only a 1-lot micro, so there wasn't a big loss to this, and got out relatively close to the VWAP level here. Now the market took another look, kind of held above the initial balance, back down below initial balance. I'm probably going to be hands off on gold now. When it centers around one of the initial balance extremes, it has a tendency to get me nice and chopped up. But we did not take an opening range trade in crude oil today. The crude oil opening range trade would have been about 60, 70 ticks of risk. It was a really big opening range, so we opted not to take it. It would have played out. We could still be sitting in profit had we taken it, so there's kind of a bit of a miss on that one. We opened, closed the gap, the session gap to yesterday, tested to this naked point of control, and then buyers came in, and we've got a somewhat of a bit of a failed upside auction at the high here. But when we look at the market on the 3-minute, the anchored VWAP from the open really kind of showing a degree of support at some points. Here's a failed upside auction. On the 30-minute, it looks a lot more stark. Okay, the market looked above the IB high and rejected it. So this still kind of gives the opportunity possibly for a potential for a short up there. At the very least, it limits risk, and we're always talking about context and managing risk. No trades in the S&Ps today. Again, the opening range was the dead ass low yesterday in the S&P and the NASDAQ. We opened with a slight gap. The gap was immediately closed. Very range bound activity today, which could be expected, knowing that we have the FOMC meeting happening today and the release and the share press conference tomorrow at 1 and 1:30 p.m. Central, respectively. We talked about in the opening call, opening below the afternoon pullback low, and a lot of folks that don't know profile or listen to Dalton, and there's nothing works for everybody, right? We talked about this level as an interesting area if it was reached today for the opportunity to enter a trade and to limit risk. The market opens, it closes the gap immediately. It hasn't really found acceptance in value yet. We're going to have to break out above this afternoon pullback low for that to happen. But, a couple of times that afternoon pullback low offered resistance, a decent opportunity to take some shorts and to look for some profits, perhaps back down here around VWAP. After all roads lead to VWAP. Well, now we've got a failed upside auction above there. We would look for the market to rotate back down to the initial balance low. So there may be somewhat of an inherent strength to this market, the fact that it wasn't able to get to its probable target, which would be the IB low. Be careful if you're going to take this trade up here. Again, it does offer the opportunity to limit risk. There is confluence there. We've got the IB high, 60.7975. And we've got the afternoon pullback low. What the heck is Hoag talking about with an afternoon pullback low? Well, the market rallied, pulled back in the afternoon, and that was the lowest level the market was able to trade to before closing higher. Wow, getting a little kerfuffleation here. Eddie, if there's something that's happening, just let me know. So that afternoon pullback low, kind of where the market was able to get down to, found support there. Yes, what's going on, buddy?
This is just over the wire here. A little while ago here, four U.S. military aircraft spotted over the eastern Mediterranean amid the rising Israel-Iran tensions. All are aerial refueling planes, probably supporting long-range strikes or surveillance missions in the region. That's what I've got here right now.
Thanks, Eddie.
Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a very fluid situation. And of course, as I always ask everybody, please pray for peace. So that afternoon pullback low was supportive yesterday, resistant today. Does it continue to offer resistance is really the question. Now, let's get to the trade of the day. Doom really hit a nice opportunity for a long. This was yesterday's range and value. We opened inside range. Below value, the market pulled lower. I think we all saw what Doom was looking at, and boy, he really nailed the low here today. I mean, the IB low is 22.026. He within 8 ticks of that took 5 long MNQ, got out of 2 of them approximately 22.080, got out of 1 approximately at 22.090. And got out of the last 2 as the market started to pull back right around 22.08, even for a $568 profit on that trade. Eddie, what you got going
on? U.S. military moving fighter jets to the Middle East, extending deployments of warplanes to bolster defense amid the Israeli-Iran conflict. Just adding on here of what we're thinking of refueling planes for support or surveillance. So they do have fighter jets in the area. Back to you, Johnny.
All right. Thank you, Eddie. And pretty close to the end of fast markets, Doom took a nice little scalp real quick. 3 short MNQs, 22.095. Was not in that trade for very long. Just a see money, take money type of trade. Got out approximately 22.086 even to wind up the fast markets segment. So that is what we're looking at for the morning recap. We're going to have Mandy trading with Topstep here in just a couple of minutes with Dolby and Gabe. It's going to be great to see Mandy. And let's get some trades. Look for some opportunities. As always, there's plenty to do here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hello, welcome back. Trade with Topstep. We got Mandy, the Salt Lake City sniper, and we also got Gabe, who's also a sniper himself. Gabe, he's still working on his Express funded account. One of my favorite storylines is Gabe trying to get his keys to a live funded account to fight and earn his way up. So much fun. Gabe, what are you thinking about these markets? I know you're going to be looking to trade. You only get so much time, sir, so you're looking.
I am. I'm actually thinking a little bit of a Dolby play. If today's going to be a range day, we're pushing back near the highs of the range, highs of the session. So I'm looking for a possible entry to go short if we get a rejection off the 150s in the NASDAQ. Not really looking to play it quite yet. I think I'd be getting a little early here. Unless we do see some momentum to the downside. I'd like a little better location in case we get a little false breakout. Obviously, we do have some headlines coming across the wire, so I want to be a little cautious. I'm going to stick to my typical risk management position sizing. I was eyeing a long in crude, and I missed the boat, unfortunately, because I've been trying to stick to taking trades only on air on this account and not trading on the side. But I missed a long off of the 7160s. on crude. I really liked this 5-minute kind of breakout to the upside, 71.60 to 71.26. Had a little 5-minute demand zone. It was right below some, session lows. We got that kind of sweep below the 71.80s, right into that demand, and now we're kind of pushing higher. So I'm kind of bummed about that. Trying to expand to some different markets. But Mandy, how about you? What are you looking at today? What's going on in your world?
I am looking with a long sentiment here, but I'm just looking for a good time to buy. If we can get closer down to VWAP here on my 100 tick, so closer to like 108, I'll try to buy. It might just go ahead and leave the station without me, and if so, I just get a little worried. We could totally break out here, but on NQ, but I think it can be risky. We could just, kind of range back down to where we were at 9. Let's see, sorry, I guess so that would be 10 o'clock. And that would be at like 2270. So, cause yeah, we've kind of been chopping around up to this upper end here. 130's kind of been our reversal point. So, yeah, I think we're going to look a little closer to VWAP and kind of see where we can go. Maybe even see if there's a continuation down at under 100s, and then I'd look for another long position. Unless we see, a lot of volume come in, and I'm kind of use momentum. That kind of helps me determine, which direction I'm wanting to go. So those are kind of the things I'm looking at. Here while I'm on air, I might be going back. I'm just now starting to trade for the day. And so I do want to go in and kind of draw some trend lines off of the 30-minute. But yeah, I'll see if I see any other entries here when I draw some trend lines.
Cool. So Mandy has not taken any trades yet so far today.
No.
So this is fresh. This is fresh for you. This is exciting. So take some time with your charts, draw some trend lines. Gabe and I can kill some time while you make your charts pretty and get locked into these markets. They have been choppy. We're higher range right now for the NASDAQ, trading 22,123. And as Mandy eloquently pointed out, we are in a very nice range in the NASDAQ between those 22,070s and those 22,130s. I see it clear as day. It's very rare that you see this tight of a three top formation right here, right at those 22,130s.
Exactly.
Looking very technical in NASDAQ right now.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna try a little breakout long on crude oil here. Let me get my chart.
Ooh.
This is a new market for me, so full transparency here. I don't usually trade crude, but I'm liking the momentum to the upside. I'm looking for just a short-term target of 72.57, so essentially the highs of the session.
Okay. I think it's a wise choice, Gabe. If you're trying to find a momentum play, it most likely would exist in the crude oil of any of the markets that we've been looking at so far. Gabe, if you are new to crude, I'll give you my little tidbit of crude oil trading. I typically like to mark down the evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s in crude oil. That would be like 73, 72.80, 72.50, 72.20, 72 evens. Those tend to be pretty nice levels. It's almost like crude's built-in Fibonacci. Just gotta watch those 20s, 50s, evens, and 80s in crude oil. Happy to see crude oil is getting some love. Well, we top a range. Mandy, not sure if you're a full-blown range trader, but did you get anything at 130s?
I know. I was worried because we had touched that. I did not get anything at 130s. We have touched that, like you talked about 3 times on my 3-minute. So for that reason, I mean, I was worried there's a chance for breakout, but if we continue in this range, that was a great short for those that are range traders and ready to go. Like I said, I'll let it leave without me. It's right now, I think, because we're not getting quite the momentum I'm wanting to see, or the volume coming in for that long, which is what I would be looking for, because I feel like that's the overall sentiment right now. If you look back on the 30-minute, we are in a long trend. And so for that reason, like I said, I'm looking for us to range back down for me to take another long, because I'm just kind of anticipating for this to eventually break out. The question is, when will it break out, if it does?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to set myself up to be able to withhold any negative direction that might be heading, and be able to withstand that in my stop loss and keep that within my parameters. So that's kind of what I'm thinking out loud. I did just quickly draw my trend line. We did have an upper trend, a downward trend off my 3-minute that broke here at around, that for you guys, that would be 8:45, 9 o'clock. And so, yeah, like I said, for me, it's a bullish sentiment. And we are getting down here close to this 108 range that I was kind of talking about with my VWAP on 100 tick. So here in probably, if we can get around below 110, 108, I'm looking for probably 2 contracts for a long. Whether or not we can get down to where I want to get filled, that's a good question. And I'm a market order person. I probably should do the bid, but
I have all sorts of thoughts and opinions about limit orders versus market orders. I'm sure a lot of other people. I got a lot of opinions in general about the market, but I'm more of a limit order guy myself. Got Gabe working this crude oil trade long 3 MCL at 72.22s. Hopefully that pans out for you. No one is trading gold right now. Get that off my screen. And this range just keeps on ranging. There's 20 points for all those range traders in NASDAQ right there. But man, is it tough to figure out. Is it going to break out? Is it not going to break out? Typically, I find that if the first half of the session is slow, but the second half of the session tends to have a little bit of action. That could be like that 1 to 3 area. Maybe power hour is the magical moment for the market. I've had some excellent power hours recently. It's one of my favorite times to trade. I'm very fond of it. Mandy, FOMC is tomorrow. What is your game plan as a trader for FOMC?
I'm assuming we're probably going to be chopping around a lot in the morning. If there seems to be a certain trend direction, I'm for sure going to be out of that probably within 15 minutes of the FOMC meeting minutes coming out. And then I don't trade at all during that volatility. And I've shared this before. I mean, we have seen in the past, the Fed decision comes out, the market has an opinion about it. It heads one direction. And then, half the time, Powell comes out, shares his, does his briefing and answers questions, and we go completely the opposite direction. So, to me, way too much of high risk. I'm assuming chop. So tomorrow could be a great range trade idea. But again, I'm not hopping into anything immediately at market open. I'm going to let the market kind of decide what it wants to do. And then with that, kind of play with it. But for sure, all out, nothing on the books I missed that long. I might jump in one here. Sorry.
Oh, good. Steve R. Mandy says, wait a minute, are those boomer bands? Damn, I thought I was the last one. Yeah, I've never heard Bollinger Bands called boomer bands before, but that's kind of
like a boomer thing? All the boomers use Bollinger Bands? I thought Bollinger Bands were pretty hip. I thought they were pretty hip.
I kind of throw them on and off depending on what I'm looking at and sentiment. Sometimes it can get a little messy, but it kind of helps me check that if we're overbought or oversold, right? So for that reason, like right here, I should add another contract long. So let's see if this plays out here. But yeah, that's my idea. I'm assuming range trading. So enter in shorts when we're at the top, enter in long when we are at the bottom of the range, and kind of hands off when we get closer to the meeting minutes coming out.
Yeah,
decision.
It's going to be another choppy day. It's why it's important to do your homework over the weekend so you can kind of anticipate what the market state might be. Maybe initially you think it's going to be 50 trending. 50 range, but then all of a sudden you see there's FOMC on the schedule. So maybe that tilts your Mondays and Tuesdays into 80% range chance, 20% trending chance. Any little thing you can get to get just a little bit more edge is certainly helpful. And knowing when major news events like FOMC, super important, because that really will put kind of the brakes on the market. Like
yeah, it's a weird week too,
corral.
because we've got a holiday on Thursday. On top of that,
Oh,
it's
we
roll
do.
week. You know, we have contract expiration on Friday, so it's just an oddball.
Triple witching, right? Is that what we decided?
I think quad
do.
I think quad witching is
Quad?
next week, if
Okay,
I'm not
quad.
mistaken.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on. So you have to assume that maybe smart money is sitting on the sidelines. Maybe there's some algos out there practicing trading one micro contract right now. Just trying to stay sharp. Gabe, you're still working this crude trade. How you feeling about crude oil right now?
Well, you know, it's an unfamiliar market. Just looking at kind of the 5-minute chart, we are kind of stalling out here a little bit at some supply around 72.22. So volume has kind of slowed down. I've got my stop. It's about a 1-to-1 trade. So I've got my stop just slightly below kind of an area that I'd like to see a bounce back off of. If we do get a continued retracement here, I'd like to see the $72 kind of price range hold. If we break below 72, then I'm going to just take a stop out and move on to the next trade. But that's kind of where a little bit of some fresh demand formed, around 72.03, 72 even. So back to your kind of whole numbers.
Yep,
yeah.
72s. 72s, 20s, evens. Sorry, 72s, so evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s. Dan Emmons in chat. No more quad witching. Since single stock futures no longer exist since 2021. Dan Emmons, thank you. Sort of like our market historian / fact checker on all things markets. Really appreciate
There you go.
you being in chat, Dan. You are also a very active participant in the early days of Discord. The very, very early days.
Yeah, shout out to Dan. He's been on I've been seeing him do really well lately. I know that he kind of climbed out of that lower point in trading. You know, all of us have seasons where we kind of are hot and then seasons where we're cold. And he's climbed himself out of a cold season and has been taking some consistent payouts lately. So shout out to Dan.
Ooh,
seeing some of your success on Twitter recently.
Nice. Did you have a thought, Mandy?
So, yeah, I was thinking, so here, I was looking over this. I was thinking I might have been a little bit preemptive in my long. And so I'm going to be thinking here. So we're right now at yesterday's area value low, which is where I'm looking for a bounce off. So again, I'm looking to probably add one more contract so we can be 3 contracts on this one 150K contract. But here on the 3-minute, we are still making higher or I guess we're kind of maxing out on top, but we're making higher lows. So for that reason, that sentiment to me is that it's going to be a good long unless we get a massive flush here. And so I'm just kind of holding this loss here, stop loss, in a place where I feel like we would have clear indication that we are no longer making higher lows. So that would be at 89. 22.89. So that's kind of what I'm thinking out loud. We could see this come all the way down to 96, but I am hoping to see a little bounce here around 100. But I could totally be wrong. So let's just see how this plays out. But that area value low has been a very good rotational point that we've been hanging out around, and for that reason, I'm again looking for that long sentiment.
That's something it's nice to do. It's just take a look at whatever the market is. Are we doing higher highs, higher lows, lower highs? It can really help you get aligned with the market, because it seems like, hey, if those buyers have come in and been bidding up price just before lows, that means they're probably pretty aggressive. And look at this. Nice little bid here.
Exactly.
A whole 10 points, Mandy. Channeling my inner Andre.
Come on. I know. I'm not sniping. I'm kind of I'm looking for the higher rotation back up towards our, 20,
30s,
about 30s
40s.
actually. Yeah, 30s. Like I said, I've been ticked out one too many times on air, just short, and you know me, I don't like holding. So yeah, let's move it a little closer and we'll see. But yeah, I know I'm in a negative R&R right now for my risk to reward. But again, I'm kind of looking to maybe add another contract if we are continuing to drop down a little bit. So yeah, let's see how this plays out. How are we looking over there, Gabe?
Absolutely nothing. It's hanging out at entry. Crude oil is volume has completely dropped off after that kind of push higher.
Testing his patience.
So, yeah, but honestly, since it's an unfamiliar market to me, I really want to try to just stay hands off. I've accepted a 1-to-1. I'm going with the general direction currently of crude. I like the idea still. Tapping into demand earlier in the kind of near the open, swept some 5-minute lows. We have some resting highs above. So I'm not looking for a home run here. I'm just looking for a retest of session highs. But I'm going to have to probably stick this one out here.
I'm just happy someone's
I like your
trading
trade though. Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
Dolby, I was really trying to take your advice on when one market's not presenting any real directional movement, and if I am a directional trader, try to go with a market that is moving. Just try not to get too antsy, jumping in trades for the sake of being in a trade. But I like the idea here, so we'll see. But yeah, MNQ, I still am interested in shorts on MNQ at 150. So I may double dip here in 2 trades, depending on if I get the entry in MNQ
Two
here.
markets at the same time.
You said at 150?
Yeah, I like there's just a little brief 5-minute supply at 150. It would be kind of a better location if I'm going to get a quick run above the highs a day.
Nice.
I like that.
I think
that would make Mandy very
rejection.
happy if we could get that.
I will be out by at that point. So yeah, that's great.
We need a position update for Mandy. What is your current position?
She's in 2.
2 long minis in NQ at 115.
115. Cool.
And currently we are in the money.
7 points in the money. And what's our TPs? What are we looking for? 30s and then runner?
30s. I'm a sniper. I don't like runners that much. So, no, yeah, just a full TP. We're gonna see.
Full TP, nice.
Like I said, usually there's a little pullback. I usually will re-enter and then take another couple 10 points or whatever if it keeps going without me. But yeah, that's kind of how I run.
No runners for Mandy. All in, all out. Oh, poor Gabe here.
We're getting so close.
In the red.
In the red, crude's testing those $72 per barrel level that I was looking for. I just want to see this hold. Not really looking to stay in this very long if we stay below 72. That's why I've got my stop fairly tight, 71.90. And I don't mean tight to my entry. I mean tight to the area of invalidation. For me.
I like that.
The idea could still play out over the rest of the day, but obviously I'm only on for an hour. Looking to see this happen.
Gotta make something work.
Well, I'm on air.
Make it happen. Do you enjoy trading? That's a question for both of you. Gabe, do you enjoy trading on air?
Yeah, man, I like it. I think it gives me an opportunity to really practice what I preach. It's different behind the scenes. When I'm trading by myself, I find myself going into tilt more often, not managing, following my trading plan as well as I do on air. I think it's just a good opportunity to be disciplined in front of people.
I like that.
And hold myself accountable or have some other people hold me accountable. It's obviously a little, at first it was a little daunting, but I've gotten more comfortable.
Mandy, it sounds like you agree with that statement.
Oh, 100%. I also like the idea too of I've talked to Jay about this, kind of journaling out loud. I'm not the best at actually physically journaling. But I think, thinking the process through and then, sorry, I did not mean to hit that button. And then, just doing what I preach, holding, I think the thinking out loud helps me actually find a better position or a better entry or make sure I am looking at it from a few different angles. Oh my gosh, this is trade's killing me.
It's
Um,
agonizing. It really is.
I it always is. But yeah, so I like that. And I would also argue with Gabe. I mean, I've been on here quite a few times now to where it's been a great opportunity to um I don't know, I guess there's a little pressure trying to be right, right? And
Oh,
Of
so,
course,
yeah.
yeah.
but every time I get on, it just gets a little bit easier. I'm like less stressed. I remember the first time I was on here, I was like, oh my gosh, like what if I get a negative trade?
Yeah.
Like
I believe
they're
you
gonna think
traded
I'm
very
so
well
bad
on your debut, if I recall.
at trading. I've had a couple days, but for more often than not, I've been positive on my segments. So I'll take that as a W. And then but
100%.
yeah, I mean every time now it's like, oh, if I lose on air, like of course I'm not wanting to lose on air, but like if I lose, that is part of the process. That is an expectation in trading. You will lose and you have to lose at some point or another. It's just how do you handle that losing? And I
Hmm.
think on air, I do a lot better losing than maybe I do not
Mm,
on air because I feel like I'm being maybe held more accountable because I am in front of other peers
right.
and people that I want to help, right? And so for that manner, I stick to my rules a little bit better. I'm not behind closed doors, so to speak. But yeah, it's been getting easier every time, and I feel more comfortable. And I feel like everything Gabe has said, I will echo 100%.
I agree with all y'all. It is a different beast, but it does help having other people watch you. Kind of keeps you in check. It's like we're not going to crash out on air. That would be embarrassing.
Yeah.
That's not going to
I've done
happen.
it.
Yeah.
I've done it. I had remember one of my original appearances, like my first probably couple. I had to walk away. It was in fast markets actually. It was the first time I got put on fast markets. I went basically
Oof.
have to take a 5-minute walk. I went outside, grabbed coffee, called my dad. I was like, "Dude, I'm struggling." And he, the voice of reason that my dad is. He's like, "Man, you're doing well. Just go back to it. Just revisit how you're entering
Love
trades
it.
and how you're responding to your losses." But
Shout out to
I will
Pops.
say, man, yeah, shout out to Pops. But I I love. I mean, Topstep's turned into my family, essentially an extended
Oh
family,
yeah.
which I think is our community. Obviously, there's always a few class clowns, a few outliers in the chat, but for the most part, we have a really good community, and I'm always grateful to spend some time with everybody. And I love our team. So,
Yeah.
and the
It's
guests
so
that
much
we
fun
have on.
learning from all the different traders and seeing like where traders have a lot of similarities and where traders have like a lot of differences. Like I like studying the behavior of live funded traders because it seems like they have a completely different sort of appreciation for risk management than say traders who are just sitting in trading combines or XFAs. It is very nice and it's cool to get them on so they can kind of explain what the future could look like for some of these traders. Like, hey, heads up, it's going to get dicey when you get in a live funded account. Things are going to change. Be prepared. So getting that heads up from some of the top traders at TopStep is super helpful. I actually like Dan's comment here as well. Kind of going back to recording. Dan has been recording his screen during trades, and it has an effect, positive effect, on trading. Even though nobody sees the video, I know it's being recorded. I like that.
Mm.
So it's almost, it's kind of like getting that streamer vibe without actually having to go public. But it's like someone's watching. I got to be on my best behavior, take my good trades. I do like that a lot.
Yeah, it's nice you can go
Also,
back and review too.
You can see your body language.
I love that.
Super helpful. If you don't do that, chat, or haven't done it, download OBS. It's free. You can screen record your trading sessions, get a webcam on yourself, see what you look like while you're trading. You'll probably be pretty surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. To answer a question in chat, my dad does not currently trade, but I've been trying to, push him forward a little bit into diving in. I mean, he's now retired. He has interest in it. He started dabbling in stocks a little bit over the summer. And so that was exciting, kind of walking him through a trading platform for the first time. But no, my dad doesn't really have a lot of trading experience or knowledge. He just has a lot of wisdom and life experience that good discernment.
Sounds like
he understands people really well. So he's a nice person to bounce off of.
Let's get a
That's
position
great.
update from Mandy here. We're starting to get a little bit of movement in Nasdaq.
Yeah.
What's your opinion over
We
here
are.
on this Nasty?
So this is kind of a decision zone for me here. I mean, people calling out my Bollinger Bands. I'm looking for a bounce here. If we don't, I am going to close out for a loss. See what the market's doing. I'm thinking we might want to tag VWAP here. And see, and I am almost looking like if we can hit what number would that be? Yeah, 109s again. I think I'm gonna add a third contract long. This is building into it because again, nothing has invalidated my trade. So I still see higher lows with the exception of this last candle. But if we can make this bounce up back to yesterday area's value low, then it's still a valid trade. We're still stepping higher. That was maybe right now that last 6 minutes could have just been that elevator down. And so yeah, it's kind of right here right now is kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it definitely needs to bounce here and hold these hundreds.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we've got a
100%.
lot of really easy resting lows, 90, 80, 70. All those little 5-minute lows are super tempting.
Absolutely.
To go look at. So we
then
kind of
here's
need
a
to
little
hold
bounce
this 100.
again. Yeah. So we're almost there to the 108s. And then I might build into a third contract here. And then I might change my take profit to the last high of the six. What would that be? Our high in the last 6 minutes, which was 26.50. Maybe I'll just put it at 26. And then because I'm in 3 contracts, I'll be at a nice little chunk of change there. So yeah, let me see what it does here at 108. And yeah, that's my thought process right now.
Let's see. Let's go to. There's a good question here from Blackthorpe Carmates in chat. Why is her risk reward upside down? Why is it upside down, Mandy?
Upside down. It has worked for me sometimes, like I said, because I do sometimes I build into a position. I actually go back. I was trained back when I started day trading, I was into Forex trading, and I actually was coached on a negative R&R with a high percentage rate. So just really good and you can still end up really profitable that way. So your win percentage has to be pretty high for that to work
popping
out.
crude.
More
Popping crude. Target just hit.
Yep, and it just blew through.
Let's go.
So I'm glad I didn't add another contract until you're holding. This might be a stop runner, and we might just come back up and try to hit high of day again. So let's see what happens. Again, I'm looking for another entry. It's probably gonna bounce here.
What in the world?
Eddie, what's back there, man?
Yeah,
Anything?
Eddie,
What is going on? Who did a thing? Who's tweeting? Who's doing stuff? That was a hell of a move. This is not. I don't know how fast. I gotta go down. I'm gonna do the Jack bonds 1 second chart here.
Drop.
That popped 60 cents a barrel, swept highs of day, and now dipped. So I'm glad I got out of that. $100 on the XFA for that.
72.13 up to 72.80 ish in 10 seconds.
Yep.
Wow, what a move! That is what's going on with these headlines. My goodness.
And that's why we have a stop in place. I'm not sweating about it. I knew where I wanted to have my stop. I was looking to build in. So that third when it's the negative R to R, I was looking for another build in. So that also would have increased my risk to reward too. Because I would have moved my stop up higher.
Yeah. So are you still in or no? You got tagged out, right? You got tagged out?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Got tagged out for sure on that one. Yeah. So as I would build in, I would keep my stops a little bit tighter, but the reward would be the take profit would have been the same. So it's kind of difficult to explain without exactly showing it in action, but yeah.
He says I would have been cussing like a sailor during that. That's so funny. But I mean, honestly,
like
chat,
I said,
you have to look at
the process.
It is part of the process. But we just had 2 live funded traders on, and they were talking about certain markets. If you were in a live funded account right now, you just got taped bomb like Mandy there, like that's really aggravating stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, so you have to start thinking about like, do you really, really, really want to be trading these days in a live funded account when stuff like this happens, now the vice versa can happen, and you can have a crude oil trade like Gabe, and the news pops, and you hit your TP instantly, and it's fantastic. But these are such hard times to trade, and I know it is tempting to always be trading, but that's what those micros are for.
There's two sides to that coin, though, too, Dolby. Just like I'm sure some people, like Mandy, for instance, just a little tape bomb like that could easily go to the opposite side. For me, it worked out, thankfully, but for others, it might have not. And that's
exactly right.
That's also really why this week I really am trying to practice, but consistent risk management, because I know that I'm in my personal trading, I'm tempted a lot to size up, and I'm really trying to, especially in a week of uncertainty, kind of headlines picking up, obviously being roll week, FOMC, holiday. Like, this is a week where it's probably better to size down, but it's really difficult sometimes to follow that plan, because we all want to hit that finish line. We want to get those green days, qualify for payouts. Sometimes we have dollar signs in our eyes of what we need to make.
Yeah, man.
So
Andy, did I see that you?
Is this a rotation back down with news, or was that with news? Is that going to be a stop run with more opportunities for buyers to come in and get a better price? So that's what I'm trying to evaluate
70s,
here. And
yeah, I like those 70s. Dolby, that's the little 5-minute range essentially. If we take a little, dip below 67, that might be a good location to look for a quick long. I don't know if it would be long lived, but
I was saying evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s, right, Gabe? So if you look at the last sort of like support area, so if we're doing like resistance becomes support, that pretty much lines up right with 7180s. We got a lot of wicks down there. It's kind of attached to a couple other points of interest back in June 16th. And so let's keep an eye on that. But 7180s would be a great range buy. But maybe that NASDAQ, hello.
There we go.
Hello.
All right, so there's that sweep.
Down.
If we get a quick bounce here,
I'm looking
72
short.
Nice move. You're looking short, so you're looking for a continuation.
Yeah, I think it's wanting to rotate. We've had some pretty good candles here in a hot minute. I mean, I think what I'm looking at is this 30-minute line that I drew off of the as a trend down from, was it yesterday and this morning? So we might be bouncing off of that right now if we break below it. So for me, that would be at 39. I'd be looking short. But yeah, this could be a good bounce back up. Just really heavy and a lot of volume right now. More volume.
Right.
Are you more of a range trader or like a breakout trader, Mandy?
I think I find myself kind of depends on the day, like.
Oh, cool.
I feel like I've read the markets relatively good. I mean, I told you guys it was going to bounce on that 108, and it did. I should have snagged those few points, but yeah, I don't know. It really all comes down to, if there's momentum, I feel like I'm versatile with momentum there. Or if we're just chopping around, I feel like, let's take the chop and use that to our advantage. So I think if you can there's a few different options. I don't want to be a jack of all trades, but I do want to have a couple good strats to be accommodating to the markets. And then there's, ones. There can be the one that you're just amazing at, and that's all you know, and that's all you do. But for me, I feel like I try to acclimate a little bit, and so I have 2 or 3 little things that I feel like has worked well for me. 2 or 3 strategies that have worked well.
Nice that you can execute just super cleanly. We had Mecca on yesterday, Gabe. I believe you were doing that interview, and from what I caught, it sounded like she's just a one setup queen, right? Just has one setup, is an expert at it, and just banks. So if just become an expert in that one setup and just nail those executions, so much of trading is just having the confidence and speed and determination to just execute your trade at a nice, timely manner. Don't want to be double clutching it, then chasing it, then your entries all crappy because second guessing it.
Right.
Okay, tested the bottom of the range, and now we're bouncing. Shocker. Absolute shocker.
Yeah, I really want to buy these 60s.
Well, you had a chance.
Almost threw a limit in there, but
that's why I like those limit orders.
Hesitant.
What's funny is that if you pull up the ES is actually in a much better range structurally than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ kind of did a little bit of a stop run beneath those 60s, but ES did not do that run. It actually stayed pretty true to a double bottom there. I'm not much of a correlation trader between those markets, but it was always interesting being like, oh, why did NASDAQ look like it's about to fall out of bed and ES is maybe hanging in there? Oh, these candlesticks are starting to get long. This volatility might have finally started to pick up. Yeah. We did have some stuff on the juice. Let's read these headlines. Trump and National Security Team to meet at 1 p.m. It says Axios. And then Germany's Chancellor Merz. The U.S. to decide today whether to join the Iran conflict. It is getting spicy, everybody. It is getting spicy. So stay frosty. Very careful. Manage that risk today. Any headline, as we just saw, has the ability to move crude 60 cents at any point in time. That's fun.
Yeah.
Is your stop greater than 60 cents? Probably not. Probably not. It's probably closer to 15 or 20. So be careful. Be careful. Okay,
right.
NASDAQ. Maybe some new lows. Gabe, what do you got?
I'm looking at bidding 46.5. 46.5, but I'm only going to look for about 25, 30 points.
Okay. Gabe, no fear here. Getting those bids in. Andy, anything in these markets? So you're looking for momentum short. You end up pulling a trigger on anything?
I'm just about to. I almost did there, but I was worried it was going to bounce just a little bit. I think that news is wanting to make maybe go for new lows of the day. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of, like I said, in this decision zone.
Possible. I mean, you got the overnight lows hanging out just below 22,000, 21,996.
Yep, exactly. 96. And low of day would be 27. I mean, that's what, 30 more points. So
yeah, it's not even that far away.
Actually, yeah, I see like we're trending down here. Going short. Not because I have to, but because I want to.
It's a great reason. We have conviction. And Gabe, you looking to buy? You got bids in?
Yeah, I got a bid in at 46.5.
Oh, okay. Let's see if you get filled
right now.
We got 5 minutes left on this segment. We got trades flying left and right. Volatility is back in these markets. Let's go.
I'm in.
Look at this crude. Oh, I can't even. I'm looking at so many different things. We got crude popping, 72.40s. We got gold popping, 34.02s. Indices are starting to roll a little bit, getting a little heavy. Gabe, you are long. Mandy is short.
Short. And I should have had a second contract on. But that's okay. We'll see if there's another entry for it.
Tomorrow's going to be bananas, dude. Absolutely bananas. Do you think Trump's just going to start trolling Powell via Twitter during FOMC while he's trying to resolve stuff in the Middle East? Absolutely.
There's going to be something out of his mouth at some point or another about the decision. So
100%. 100% he's doing
we're all
that.
just waiting here with our popcorn for what it is, right?
Yep.
So
make sure you tune in, chat, because we're doing an FOMC stream tomorrow. Between 1 and 3, we will pipe in Chairman Powell, see what he says, offer our commentary, and maybe some wit here and there. It'll be Andre, Jack, and myself, and I believe Hoag as well. Oh, but Mandy, the segment has come to an end. Gabe, excellent trading. Mandy, I know. It's so fast, isn't it? It's just so fast. It all goes by so quickly. Mandy, any final words for all these people out here who are watching us?
Hey, thanks for joining us, you guys. And yeah, we keep those stops in place. So when a tape bomb comes out, you can not let you lose an account. I'll say that. And I haven't set a plug yet for our lockout features or trailing profit stops. So make sure you're using that. TopStep has tools for you. They want to see you be profitable. They want to see you succeed. And that's why they have all these resources. That's why we have TopstepTV. That's why we have our coaches in the VIP. And that's why I'm with TopStep. So I hope you guys have a great day. Thanks so much for having me. And I'll keep you guys updated in the chat. Okay.
Oh, Mandy, you're the best. Please do. You're short. Gabe's long. Markets are moving. Things have finally picked up. But coming up next, we do have Lunchbox Trading. So we're going to be lunching with the ladies. Got Deanna and Anne-Marie coming in. Eddie is going to take the steering wheel out of my hand, and he's going to be driving that segment. I already see Deanna in the room looking fantastic
and
per
we
usual.
got profit there.
Oh,
just
nice.
FYI.
Just like that. Just like that. Looks like Deanna has a fan blowing into her hair. I don't know if that's natural airflow in the new place or if that is a table fan. Looks Oh, I called it. It is a table fan. That is awesome. So Eddie, Deanna, Anne-Marie coming up next. Markets are moving. Grab your lunch. Let's do some luncheon with the ladies. TopstepTV. Stay tuned.
Welcome back here to Lunchbox Trading. And boy, am I the lucky guy here today. We've got Deanna and of course Anne Marie with us today for Lunchbox Trading. I'd like to say give a warm welcome to both of you. Hello, Anne Marie, and hello, Deanna.
Hello.
Oh,
Thanks for the warm welcome. Excited to be here.
It's on a warm day. Maybe I should have a cool welcome on a cooler day. I do see that Deanna's got the fan going, so it must be just a wee bit hot over there. But
I've got my
speaking of-
Beyonce moment here.
Get the awards ready. Beyonce's here. She's going to want an award. Yeah, speaking of hot, we had some hot biscuits hitting the wire here. I really didn't see the market really jumping here, but German Chancellor Merz says U.S. is to decide whether today to join the Iran conflict. Trump and the National Security Team to meet at 1 p.m. here today. Coming up, I would think probably they're meeting right now. Trump is seriously considering joining the war on Iran and launching a strike against its nuclear facilities. It's coming from an official that's telling an Axios reporter. Two Israeli officials told Netanyahu and the Israel Defense Establishment continue to believe that Trump is likely to enter the war in the coming days to bomb the Iran's underground enrichment facility. And we were talking about that earlier, that they got those bunker bombs, and I think that's Jack was mentioning that earlier. But anyway, we're going to keep a close eye on the news, and I just want to say, what's in your lunchbox? Lunchbox Trading here right now, and we've got two of the team generals or captains of our VIP, and it's always great to have both of you with us here any time of the day. And you know what? Let's start this out here. I know that we've got the new VIP season coming up here soon. I wanted to ask you both separately, what were some of the highs and lows of traders in this past VIP session? Let's start with Deanna. Deanna, what were some of the things that traders were really having a problem with? And what were some of the things that traders were getting through very well?
The first thing was that a couple of them were rushing in the beginning and passing really quickly, and then equally blowing out in the next 2 days. So obviously that wasn't that great. But the good thing was that after about a couple of months, most people decided to give it a go to see how they would survive trading not with too much size. Now, back then, we did have some crazy volatility, so even trading one micro could easily get you like $300 to $500, like easily. So that was a huge positive because I think many of them then realized what it means to actually trade consistently and to have their emotions under control. And as a result of that, many of them started developing better processes. So I was very happy about that. Now, going forward, I would like to see us have a little bit more control over what people are doing. So hopefully we can bench people if they're misbehaving, because everything is designed with their best intentions in mind. So if somebody can't hold on to an XFA or to a funded account, it means they're doing something unsustainable, and usually it's going to be trading with size, or usually it's over trading and trading with size, which is quite possibly a complete recipe for disaster. So I tried to bring them value, talking about the value of trade locations and making sure that they're getting involved at really good areas that have a very high probability of working out, rather than just chasing breakouts left, right, and center. So, big positives, some negatives as well. We had another couple of people that did not follow any advice and carried on full porting 15 lots in a combine. Don't know what the thinking was behind that, because, nobody's going to pat you on the back if you make 50 grand in a combine, because you're going to make your job a lot more difficult, right? So you're going to have to get an even bigger target, and your intention of getting into the funded account is going to take much longer. So, hopefully
Now, Deanna,
we can, yeah.
let me ask you, how long is the VIP? It's how many
3
weeks is it?
months. 3
Okay,
months.
3 months.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start adding a report card every month on each of the traders. Are they following through? Are they listening? I mean, that's one of the reasons. I mean, we're we want to make sure that,
Like
you're not swinging for the fence every trade, right? It
Yeah.
seems like you're saying that some people tend to not even listen. I
Yeah.
mean, this is a free education, free trading combine. Don't abuse it. And we've got these coaches here taking their time out to make sure that they're sharing their knowledge and their expertise. And I mean, they've gone through it all, and it's honestly it's sad to hear that. A lot of people, I heard it from other coaches. Just hey, I got a free combine. I'm gonna light the wick and see what happens. But it's something maybe we should add into this VIP if we continue it, is a report card. And if it comes down to it, we all want to be better. We all want, the bottom line is we all want to make money doing this. Obviously, 99.9% of us. And the thing is, if we're not following along with people that have already made money, know the route, know the venue, know what to do, we're fooling ourselves. So thank you for that.
I don't know. I don't know whether I'm in favor of public shaming like that. I would, rather do the risk control without going, hey, you stop doing this. Here's how bad you're doing.
I mean,
but
not necessarily public
control would be
shaming,
nice.
but a report card.
But it's kind of like public flogging, isn't it? It's like you plaster somebody's car. It's like, well, what is going on there? And I think we did do a little bit of that, but we tried to be constructive. But yeah, I think it didn't really work for a couple of people. So yeah, we need a slightly better way of doing it. But it's still something that we're thinking about. It's we're all learning. It's a new thing we're doing. Nobody's ever done VIP coaching, group coaching of 50 people all at once. So we'll get there.
Yeah. Another biscuit over the wire here. Iran's senior army commander calls for Israelis to evacuate Haifa and Tel Aviv immediately.
Oh boy.
Heads up here. All right. Anne-Marie, let me ask you the same thing here. The goods and the bads with your previous. Oh no, you're new here. This is new for you.
Actually, I remember I did. We had one of the coaches leave last session, so I sort of took over midway, and then Hoag took the final edge of it. And so I've been watching all of the traders because I had access to all the VIP rooms, and I'm going to say very transparently, Eddie, I have been in that space where I went, oh, here's a new combine. I'm just going to swing for the fences. Why not? Think about what could happen. And so there's a measure of seriousness that you get to when you go, wait, do I actually love being on this hamster wheel, or am I looking to do something else? And it ends up being a hamster wheel. And so I do understand the desire to do that. But it's not a good desire if you're trying to work towards making a sustainable revenue stream of income. And so what I noticed that was good about the traders was that they really engaged at the outset, the majority of them, but it's longevity that, is really hard for them. And so that's also something that we all struggle with, right? Can you stick to the consistency of process and measuring that every day? Because nobody wants to look at something and go, wow, you really blew it there, right? When they're simply not paying attention or not following rules. It's it's very hard to look at ourselves and be a good judge because it hurts. And so the traders that were willing to do that the most were really the ones that had success as long as they managed risk. A lot of times people look at themselves, they say, hey, I know I have a problem with this, but they don't change, And I will say it again, Deanna, your comment a couple of weeks ago, even Bonnie talked about it right afterwards on Top Quiz. She said, change nothing and nothing changes. That commentary that you made. And that's so really true. What I found the most disheartening was that a lot of traders simply could not get themselves out of the boom and bust. They were just running all in, and either luck or really paying attention in the beginning gave them great results, but then they stopped focusing on what got them there. They stopped focusing on process, stopped focusing on risk. And then all of a sudden, when you miss those two things, you're back in the bust cycle. And so, the hope for traders, I know a lot of folks come in and they go, ooh, I get a bunch of free resets, and I get a combine and XFA and all these things, and they don't realize what a tremendous gift it is because it's free, right? I mean, people get things for free and they're like, yeah, whatever, it was free. But if something costs you, either emotionally or however, to engage in something, you really will pay more attention. Just like some traders who end up saying, hey, you know what? I just have never paid attention to how much I'm spending. I've never paid attention to managing my trading as a business. And all of a sudden I'm 40 grand down, and this morning, Dee gave a great example of how easy it could get to 40 grand down if you're just simply trading without thinking about, well, wait a second, how do I manage this? And so, that was the thing that was the most disheartening, that they could see they were in the boom and bust. You would tell them, hey, listen, just manage a little bit at a time, and they'd have a string of small wins. And then I would say, okay, now, work towards getting up over the hump. Or if they had an XFA, I would say work towards getting a small payout. And then the next thing I know, they've blown the account. And it's just, it happens. But half the journey is getting to know the fact that you're in the boom and bust, but then choosing to change.
Right. I mean, it's up to you. You need the commitment. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good, Deanna.
Yeah, gold woke up on the news.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these markets here. Gold running here at 34.0760. And let's talk about some of the trades. I know that Deanna was discussing some of her early trades today. And Anne-Marie, how about your trades? Have you traded today?
Yes, I did trade today. I'm down a bit. I'm down about 460, but I did trade silver very well. I did the micro silver. It was really pretty. It was running super hot. So I looked for a topping formation and ran it really, really nicely. So now I'm looking for it to stabilize. It's sort of caught in a big fat mess right here. So watching to see how well it holds its fib levels. I tried to buy Bitcoin thinking that it was going to dip, and it just has fallen off a veritable cliff today. Take a look at this Bitcoin chart.
Oh.
I mean, holy smokes, it's just been straight down. And so maybe it'll come in around this expected move at about 103,000. Traders might try to hold a floor, but I'm not sure they're going to do it by the end of the trading day. They need a couple of hours to stabilize in that zone.
All right, keep an eye on that here. Right now, we're looking at crude. Crude 78% long, trading 72.40 here. High 72.79, so knocking on the door there. And the gold 71% long. Anna, how was your trades today? I know that you mentioned you were trading another special metal. What was that metal?
Yeah, so I did one trade on platinum this morning. Had a similar idea to the one that I'm in right now, which is that we're kind of reaching a monthly supply, which is absolutely enormous. And these sort of setups can take a couple of days to set up. So I tried it during London, didn't work out, and then I stayed out until much later. I did have a couple of trades on nat gas, and nat gas kind of was pulling teeth. Like I was actually in on, where's my mouse? I was actually in on this move, but then when it started to mess around, I was like, oh, maybe I should get out and try to go short. So I got smacked in the face there. And then I went long and I waited and I waited and I waited. Then I closed it and then it went my way. But by that time, it actually hit the average daily range high. And then we got to a point of the day when further upside is statistically a little bit less likely or a lot less likely. So I decided to wait and see what they do around the ADR high. And now it's failing the auction. So that's the trade that I'm in on now. So not too many trades, just, 3 or 4. And depending on what happens with these two, that'll probably be it for me today. I'm not going to be trading until the end of the day. So yeah, it was just pretty straightforward. It just took time. And I think that's what got me in the end, that mental capital. You're sitting in a trade, come on, oh, come on. And then it does nothing and you're still watching it, still watching it. Then you're like, okay, I've had enough. Then you close it and it goes against you and you're like, or it goes in your way, which is probably the worst outcome. But then I kind of reset and I'm like, right, let's wait. And found a couple of good ones. So we'll see. So to explain what's going on with platinum, it's in a neutral day type. So we went below the initial balance. These white boxes are initial balance. And usually when that happens, we can expect at least a test of the middle of that range, of the initial balance range. So if platinum doesn't get pulled by gold, then there's a very decent chance of at least getting down to VWAP. Maybe even down to the core resistance at 1250. But yeah, still looking for shorts in platinum. That's the general plan for this week.
I have a question
real
for
quick
you.
here, real quick,
Sorry,
Henry. U.S. Congress, Massey, introduces the Iran War Powers Resolution. This is going to prohibit the U.S. involvement in the Israeli and Iran war. This is just over the wire also. And yes, Henry, you were going to say.
I was going to ask Dee, you mention often average true range and average daily range. Mm-hmm. Would you describe to us the differences between the two and then how you use them together?
Sure. So the average true range is something that everybody knows. It's effectively the measure over the last, 10, 14 periods. I actually like to use 9. And then it just measures whatever time frame you're on. It measures the average movement of the candle in relation to the previous 9 candles, let's say, for what I use it for. But there is another measure that I kind of don't like saying, oh yeah, I discovered it, because it's not anything super new, but maybe it's not as obvious. It's effectively the average daily range over the last 10 days or the last 14 days. So once we reach those levels intraday, they almost become the intraday swing extremes. And more often than not, price will reverse from them. Now, I have a special way of calculating them. They're dynamically calculated. So it's not just like, oh, the price opens at Globex and then we take half up and half down. That's something different. That's a fixed daily range. It can work, especially in range-bound markets, but I want the ones where we're subtracting or adding the lows and the highs until the ADR number gets exhausted either side. And at that point, the probabilities are to the opposite side. It's kind of like a natural swing extreme intraday. That was probably the oldest strategy that I started implementing as a trader. I've probably been using that even when I was a swing trader to get a better timing on my entries. And now I still use it. It's, it still works after all this time, 18 years. And more often than not, you can even use it as an indicator whether you're in a normal day or an abnormal day, outlier day. Because if you, let's say you have, I don't know, let's say 200 ticks for the average daily range, and the price exhausts that in whichever session you're looking at, because we're looking at all 3 sessions when we're measuring that. But then it decides to just keep going. That's telling us that the price has gone over the average that it has been doing for the last several days. And that can actually be a good indicator for a single direction day. I usually fish for those around very big swing extremes. Let's say we have support or resistance on the large time frame, let's say a daily chart, and then you see the market just going through the ADR to the opposite side and effectively ignores it. So that's an outlier day for me. If that doesn't happen pretty early-ish in the session, I will always look to my quantitative extremes, ADR high or ADR low, as reversal points. That's kept me out of trouble a lot of the times, and I continue to use it. I think it's something that every trader should have as their tool in their toolbox, because it's so simple. It's so simple, very simplistic. Previous 10 days was the average. Now I also use a weighted average towards the last kind of 3 days, but overall it's quite similar unless we have something weird going on. And even when we have something weird going on, the ADR is going to pick it up because it's going to show an expansion in the ADR. All right, so I have my natural gas dropping nicely into a failed auction. We'll see if it can get to 375 for a neutral day. Smash through effectively the previous London low area. But yeah, very simple. So I'm surprised that more people don't use it. Obviously, all of my market stalkers know about it. So that's cool.
So how important is trend when you see something like that occurring?
If you have something that's single direction, like equities, just, go up, obviously the ADR low has a higher probability of giving you a bounce than ADR high. Because in equities, you do get a lot more outlier days. They're just going to keep going into a zombie rally. But outside of that, in my commodities, they're a lot more double-sided. So I use both, depending on the context of the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you're trading equities, I would be more focused on ADR lows. So if you get to ADR low, and let's say you also have a put support or a call resistance somewhere there, I would definitely be looking at that as a confluence.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well answered, yeah.
You're very welcome.
All right, let's take a look at the markets here. Right now, we're looking still crude. Crude's been high long. I mean, we hit 90 earlier today as far as the tilt went. 90% long. Right now, we're looking at 75% long, still holding strong with 72% in the money. Average price 72.02 right now. EU and NASDAQ pretty much 50-50, and the crude 70-30. 70% long. So, one thing I wanted to talk about also was our tip of the day. Disciplined trade entries. Now, I know that you two have been trading for a long time. You've educated thousands of people. My question is, it seems like I think one of the bigger things here is entries. What's the best time to entry? What do I need to look for? How can I enter without sort of, blowing my account or ruining the trade? Is this the right place to enter? What are some of the things that you have in your toolbox that sort of helps you find the right spot to enter a trade? Let's start with Deanna.
Well, ADR high, ADR low would be one. But outside of that, distribution curves, aka the value areas. If we open outside of the distribution curve and then we get down to or up to the value area from the previous day, that tends to be a pretty decent trade location for, let's say, a continuation trade. So you look for a mean reversion down, and then you look to snipe it back up. Those two are probably the strongest. You have the options levels as well. They can work pretty well, but I like to match them with some of my other levels as well. So again, very simplistic in my eyes, obviously a little bit more complex if you're trying to do it live and you have several levels. You're like, oh God, which one do I pick? Larger time frame trend and larger time frame trade location. Are you near a swing high or a swing low? Is there a general big trend up or down? Are we in a range? All of that will add to the context. But for me, it's always the same thing. Time of day, one of the levels that I just mentioned, and then just price action around them. Is the price actually reacting to the level, or is it ignoring it? It doesn't have to be super complex when it comes to that part.
Now, Deanna, let me ask you, is this something where you see the green light, you hit the accelerator right away, or when you do see that green light, you sort of let it play out a little bit before you make that decision?
Personally, I'll let it play out. I will always look for a bigger reversal and the microstructure change to break some sort of a low. For example, let's say on platinum right now, we had this formation from 1263.5 all the way up to 1266. So when I entered, you can see exactly where I entered, right? I entered at the break of that little range. Now, obviously, if it's tightly range bound, you're going to find yourself taking the full range. And that's a little bit difficult. But if you use the time of day component, like either euro close or fading into settlement or something, it can filter out a lot of the bad decisions. I find it easier to trade the longer the session is in progress. I know that's not the case for everybody, but for me, I just feel like I have a lot more data as the session develops. Some people find success with the opening range trade. I've never really found success with that. I'll be honest. I think it works best in equities. Commodities are a bit trickier because they take a bit of time to decide and frequently break both sides of the opening range until they actually make the right move. So I found that for me, that wasn't the right approach. But I see a lot of people having success on NQ and ES. I think equities probably lend themselves a little bit better to that. Aside from that, that's my approach, and I suppose it works for me. I've taught it to many other people. I'm pretty systematic with my trade locations, I would like to think. And I try to do my best to stay objective. And it works.
Sure, you need to.
Yeah.
You need to be objective. Hey, real quick here, we have a new low bouncing off the bottom here in NASDAQ, and ES also having a little bounce to the bottom. Crude still hanging 75% long here. And yes, Anne Marie.
Oh, no, that's the level D called this morning. She said 60, 50 would be a really nice area that price action should hold. So, if it fails there's a problem. Yeah. I'm sorry to be stepping over you, Eddie. I apologize.
Oh, no. My name used to be Matt. You could step on me, rub your shoes. So I had to change it to Eddie. People kept stepping over me. But anyway, we took a little bounce off there. Checking the EU here. Not new low, but we had it in NASDAQ. NASDAQ 21,989.75. So new low in the NASDAQ. I thought we had it in the ES too, but opportunity knocks. Yes.
Yeah. So super interestingly, there is. I'm working with this seasonality software, and very interestingly, the last week in June has more correlation to negative price action compared to the first weeks of June than just about any other place in the market, with the exception of a week in September that's really wonky. But I think it'd be very interesting if we lost these levels and that seasonality took over. It does say, as soon as June is done, then, they're going to start buying again in general. But it would be very interesting to see if seasonality played a part outside of everything else going on geopolitically. I'm really staring that down.
Anne Marie, you mentioned seasonally, and on the trading floor, I mean, you can schedule your vacation around a certain time in the summer. But now, I mean, just being here at Topstep for 15 years and seeing how electronic trading has grown, I think the only seasonal thing is probably fuels and energy when it comes to traveling and stuff. That's the only. I mean, people are trading. Yes,
that's a common thought, but I have been really digging into the data sets.
Okay, tell me, please.
Billions of pieces of data over literally 97 years of trading. This data set I have just lets you see everything. And so for me, I was like, there's no way that these things are the same. And literally, chart after chart, 8 out of 10 times that you see this, so it's 80% success in terms of saying, hey, this last week of June has a tendency 8 out of 10 times among the majority of stocks that it fades into support. And so the question might be, why in the world, with all the changes that we have, do we still see these kinds of motions? And I absolutely believe that it has to do with institutional price action, institutional movement. Right. Because they're really the only ones that have the power to do that.
They're the big players. And I mean, one thing is volume. I mean, on the trading floor, volume would decrease immensely. But I mean, with electronic trading, you've got that volume, you've got market movement. But I see what you're saying, and I do have to agree. You're looking at around 80%. So maybe that's trading floor. Maybe it was 95%. So maybe it is coming down. But not here to argue about that. But I see when people start saying, summertime's coming, markets are going to turn over.
Never.
They do.
As a matter of fact, I keep stepping over you. I feel so bad. As a matter of fact,
it's okay.
The May sell in May and go away is absolutely fallacious unless it is a midterm, a presidential midterm. Presidential midterm, sell in May, go away. And so they've done the data since 1924, I think is the data that I have from midterm elections. Sell in May and go away is the only time that actually is true. Every other time it's not.
Yeah.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah. Deanna,
how's
your trading this summer?
Yeah, I mean, so far it's good. But I want to ask Anne-Marie, what resource are you using to get this data?
So it's a piece of software called TradeWave AI.
Okay.
Yeah, TradeWave AI. And it's literally, I approached it with complete disbelief. Really. I was almost sneering when I was looking at it. And the longer I stared it down, the more I went, okay, well, here you go. So the pattern actually showed that the dip in April was going to end around the 8th to 9th. Over 97 years of data. And so I said, all right, what's your data show for next week? Because the proof's going to be in the pudding. Now, it is only 80%. It's not all the time, every time. But it'll be very interesting to see, because this is the next one that says rotationally, the market slips into a dip into the end of the second quarter. And then once that second quarter closes, it rises. Now, we also have the buyback window that closes. At the end of every quarter, that buyback window closes, and so liquidity comes out of the market. So maybe that's got something to do with it. I suspect it's totally institutionally driven. But since I'm not inside of an institution, although many argue that I should be, I would say that, you know, I can only look at it and go, all right, let's see. So this is the next litmus test, as it were.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
All right. All right. We've got a few announcements here. I want to take another look here at the wire. Israeli estimates suggest that Iran still has around 1,800 ballistic missiles. Recall that Israel has hit most of Iran's nuclear facilities except for the most important facility of all, the enrichment facility, which is fortified inside a mountain 90 meters underground. And I think this is why they're talking about the B-2 plane capable of penetrating deep into the facility. The bunker busters. Talk about that. But all right.
Yeah, I had some people yesterday going, "Oh, is it going to be the World War III? What's happening?" And I've had the unfortune to live through the modern warfare back in 1999.
Yes, you have.
Yeah. So one thing to note is that they're not going around like carpet bombing everything. They usually pick their targets pretty accurately, and they will only bomb areas of interest, you know, like infrastructure, potential missile sites, and all of that. And, you know, they are scarily accurate. So I don't think there is any fear that we're going to see like close quarter fighting or anything like that. I mean, sure, there might be boots on the ground at some point, but usually the way wars are fought these days, they're fought from the air. And it's scary, but generally there are ways to survive that. You know, it's not going to be like, oh my God, let's all just, you know, run for the hills and all that. It's not the same thing as it used to be in World War II. So
plus, you know, I don't know that there's a real fear of contagion at this juncture. We just have to see, right? This piece of news, you know, this might be tradecraft where they say, hey, let's have a meeting, let Iran think that we're going to join the war, and, you know, maybe that'll force them into someplace, but
force their hand. That might be something. You know,
I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned by the news. I'm not gonna lie. I think this, but
we just have to keep our eyes and ears open.
Yeah, I think it might be tradecraft. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, just have to be ready for anything here.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, is that the truth or what? New days. I see that silver's holding steady, but gold is continuing to climb. Do you think it's too congested to maybe take a position in gold right now? What do you, when you're staring down a metal like this, and I know that you're short platinum, what kinds of questions do you ask yourself before you go, all right, this is going to make a good setup?
Well, the first thing with gold is that we do have a downward structure, but obviously the news puts a wrench in the works. Like, it doesn't matter what you have technically, it can all just melt through it or rise up through it as if it's not there. Right now, we are coming into an area of supply on an intraday time frame. So this is kind of a do or die area. I would really want to, I would really want to see it not go above 34.10 if we're gonna hold it. But again, with headline risk, gold tends to go up. So yeah, anything can happen here. I wouldn't be relying necessarily on technicals during these times, especially not when we have news coming out left, right, and center. But if the focus from that particular piece of news fades, then we might get a short somewhere here. So there's an HVL, which is kind of a decisive point where gamma exposure can flip from either positive to negative or negative to positive. But we would need to really go through 34.10 in order to see that sort of a move. So yeah, do or die for me in this area.
Would you ever do a buy stop?
I would not. I've had bad experiences with buy stops just not getting filled where I want them to get filled, especially if you're in with a little bit more size. I remember back in the day when I was at one of the first prop firms, they were pushing size, and I remember having to fill like 120 contracts, and I tried to do some of it with buy stops. It was just a disaster. So I was like, no, I want to have more control over the zone where I'm going to be entering. So, something like join bid, join ask might be a better choice because that's a limit order. So at least, even if they don't fill it, if they do, you will be in with the price where you want it to be in on. And if not, so be it. So yeah. But if you're trading small size, 1 and 2 lots, it doesn't really matter. So, anything
Anne
goes.
Marie, I tried that this morning, an entry with a buy stop, and I've never did that before.
How was it?
How did it go?
I got filled. Then I got stopped out, and then the market went the way I wanted it to go. So it sort of it traded above a certain level that was holding as some nice resistance. Got it filled, and I thought it would run after that because I think I use a 15-minute candlesticks. I think there was maybe about 2 hours that the market didn't go over. I forget what level it was, but it did finally. I got my stop. Then the market pulled all the way back, hit my stop, hit my hit my other stop, and then decided to go for a nice profit. And I tell you, that's one thing I think a lot of people really get upset about is, oh man, I got stopped out on my tick. All right, it's going to happen. Or seeing the market move in the direction that they wanted it to go, but later on in the session, I knew it was going to do that, but timing is everything. Timing is everything.
Yeah.
And speaking of timing,
and
real quick here, Israeli intelligence showed Iran is working on a trigger useful for a nuclear bomb. This is coming from the Wall Street Journal. Okay. Maybe it is time to go in there and do again. Don't be talking that way. We'll see. I'm going to follow up on this one and see if we can get some more information. But hey, on the other side of the world here, we're going to have a trader meetup. And if you haven't heard about this, well, you know what? Shame on you. You need to get in here a little more quicker on Topstep TV. We're looking forward to meeting everyone at our trader meetup. If you have RSVP'd, okay, we had the opportunity for you to RSVP. If you have, you check your email. You got an email this morning from DocuSign. Okay. We need everyone to attend to sign a waiver. Please make sure you sign it before arriving on Wednesday. Sort of like I'm going on a field trip and I need my parent permission slip. Something like that. But yeah, if you can, please have that available this Wednesday. And Wednesday is going to be fun. I wish that you two could attend. Maybe sometime in the
Yeah,
future.
me too.
Guys,
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
maybe for like a
Next
weekend
time.
thing or something. So it's,
Yeah.
I know Deanna would have. You'd put some mileage on the plane. How many miles would it be to get to the States? Or I'm sorry,
Oh my
how many
gosh.
hours? How many hours?
Hours, let's see. So Chicago is probably, I'm guessing it will be about 9 or 10 hours.
It's 9,
Yeah,
9.5.
it's 9. Yeah, because I'm just thinking when we went to Vegas, that was about 10. And whenever I go to LA, it's kind of 10 and a half, 11. So yeah, it will be about 9 hours for me. So it will be a long flight.
Yeah. It is a long flight.
Yeah.
It's a very long flight.
Mm.
I can stay in
No,
a
the
car for
flight
2
to
hours.
Australia was a long flight. That
Oh, goodness.
was I was very happy to have the accommodations that I have, or I would have gone absolutely mad.
Was
that
it
is a
24
very
hours?
long- No, it was 17,
Oh, yeah.
14,
Days.
17. I don't know. It was
24 hours from here, from London. I mean, I'm not in London anymore, but that's where I will be flying from. Yeah, it's 24 hours from our end. It's absolutely horrendous. I have a lot of Australian friends, and they make the trip to see their family probably once or twice a year, and it's always absolutely
It's insane.
horrible.
Yeah, it's insane. I have a brother that lives there, so
Yeah.
yeah, it's a long way. But
Yes. Okay. Well, we are 10 minutes to the top of the hour. We got about another 5 or 6 minutes here before we call it. But let me ask you guys regarding, let me ask you, Deanna, how's your trades doing? You still in a position?
Yeah, still in both positions. I think I might hang on to these for as long as they allow me. Platinum didn't follow gold, so
No.
that's a
Does
good
it
sign.
usually? I mean, do the metals sort of hang around together?
Not
Yeah, I was gonna
really.
ask
Not
that.
really. Yeah, generally silver and gold would probably be more correlated than some of the other metals that I trade. Platinum so and so. Like some days it kind of gets pulled by gold, but then on some other days it has completely its own mindset. So I'm not really that concerned about looking at gold and then going, "Ooh, what am I going to do with my platinum trade?" If it starts to get pulled, obviously that becomes fairly obvious very quickly. But for now, there's none of that. Like they're still holding the same high that I'm basing this trade on. It's still a neutral day type, so for all intents and purposes, we're now closed. COMEX has settled, but with all the
Yes, it
news
has.
flying around, I'm kind of hoping that they're just gonna start doing the fade at some point. But I'm willing to, sit it out, wait, be my patient self that everybody knows me for. And this natural gas still has another 40 minutes before it settles. So that has a pretty good chance of going at least to the bottom of the initial balance. So yeah, for now, I'm just sitting, waiting patiently.
Patiently. Well,
Yeah.
Not planning anything.
it's part of the
Yeah.
magic 3: discipline, patience, and
Yeah.
management. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to, and you got to commit
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I find
Yeah.
if I don't commit to the trade, that's when trouble starts. Because I'm like, oh, long, short, long, short. It's like, what am I doing? Let's just
Yep.
chill out for a second.
Yep.
And my
Exactly.
husband agrees. My
Indecisiveness.
Pomeranian
Yeah.
agrees.
that can sabotage an account.
Oh,
Yeah.
When you're not,
absolutely.
that's the thing too. And when I tell traders, if you're going to enter a trade or something, ask yourself, should I be doing this? Is this part of my game plan? Is this where I wanted to enter? I'm not FOMOing. I'm not chasing. And if you answer correctly, then you know what. Hey, it's like you've got people behind you saying, yes, that is correct. Yes, go ahead, do that. It is on your strategy. It is on your game plan. And it sort of builds confidence, especially when that trade's a winner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very true.
But also realization that not every trade, even when in the plan, will work out. And then you have to let it go.
Right.
That's the toughest part. It's like, oh, my ego just got a hit. Now what? Well, nothing. Now you take it on the chin and just go goop. and
Yeah.
carry on. Try to
You know,
control yourself as
Man.
best as you can.
Hoag had a trade this morning that he wasn't too happy with.
Yeah, I saw
And
that.
you know, it was something to the fact that, you know, I can agree with him because I've had that same, you know, you get that gut feeling like, you know, it looks good, but I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. And sometimes you got to sort of just go with your gut feeling.
Yeah.
You know, whether it be
I'm
right or
gonna say
wrong. And this is where you journal.
I've got a terrible gut feeling. I'm gonna agree with Anne Marie there. If I traded on my gut feel, I would not be trading for 18 years. I would be out of the game for a long time,
Yeah.
doing something completely different. So yeah, I like stats. I like data. And if something tells me that this level should bring a reversal by the probability of N%, that's what I'm going to take. That's what I'm going to look for. And that's what gives me confidence personally to stay in for as long as possible. Now, obviously, there is trade management, but for the most part, data is where it's at. And then all you got to, I mean, I say all you got to look for, you just. You just have to make sure that the microstructure is breaking to the correct side, and then just don't touch it. Just let it do its thing, you know?
Exactly. Let
Yeah.
it do its thing.
Easy to
Well,
say, hard to do.
oh hell yeah.
Oh yes.
It,
Oh yeah.
trading is so easy to say and hard to do. I mean,
Yeah.
anywhere
for
you look,
sure.
oh, easy to say, hard to do. All right, ladies, I appreciate your time here with us here at Lunchbox Trading. And sorry we didn't get to order lunch.
Exactly.
I was going to treat, but maybe next time.
Yeah.
Squeak out of
Next
that
time.
one, right? Oh, we forgot to order lunch. I will put my cash back
Next
in my
time I'm
pocket.
ordering lobster, Eddie.
Lobster. You know what?
Not very
I would
happy,
love
so-
I would love to sit down at a table with a bunch of us and feast. Maybe as
Trulux.
in well, let me tell you something. Michael's interview, you know, he mentioned he was asked, "What's your favorite place?" He said, "Joe's Crab House or Crab Shack." We ate there, and my God, the lobster.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I told Michelle about it. My wife. I'm like, we got to go there. We have to go there. It's no
You
It's
ever
called
been to,
Joe's?
Joe's, yeah. Joe's
Oh,
Crab, yeah.
interesting.
My goodness. But anyway,
Have you ever been
ladies.
to Caesar's Palace?
Oh yeah, we were there for the whole
The-
team was there 2 years ago.
Yeah, they've got a great buffet. They've got these like crab
When-
legs. I could like die just eating that.
Yes,
I'd
I
be
did.
happy.
Good old Eddie. Yeah, Eddie went there and did that the buffet.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, they gave me a voucher. I'm like, oh hell yeah. Go
Ooh,
there and eat.
very nice.
Munch. Okay, but anyway, ladies, have a great evening, great day. Now remember tomorrow we got the Fed, and then
Yeah.
yes, and we got our meetup party and everything. But I really appreciate you two being with us here, sharing your knowledge, your experience,
Thanks, Eddie.
and everything else. But until we
Thanks,
meet
Eddie.
again, hey, we got coming up here. We have Charlie R making his first appearance on Topstep TV. He's a trader and a content creator on Instagram, producing funny prop trading content. Ooh, man of my own
Right up my
kind.
alley. That's what I
All
do.
right, I'm gonna have to check that
Down my
out.
street, he's up my alley. He's in my backyard. Yep. All right. Well, we're going to take a time out. Ladies, stick around. This is going to be good. All right. We'll be right back.
And it even. Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It is Back to the Futures. We have Charlie, or CRV Trades, first time guest here on Topstep TV. Obviously, got Dolby to the right. You know Dolby time. Charlie, what's going on, man? How are you today? Welcome to the show.
Doing good, guys. It's good to be here. It's my first one, so I'm excited. Maybe, hopefully, more to come later. But it's good to be here, and I'm excited.
Man,
so,
Mike sounds
Absolutely.
great. Gotta say that.
Thank
Mike
you.
sounds
Thank you.
fantastic.
Dude,
I appreciate that. Gotta do the content,
Fantastic.
That's right.
Oh, 100%. Well, speaking of content, so we kind of ran across your page because there was a video of yours that went fairly viral of you kind of, rap into one of Drake's beats to one of his more recent, drops off of one of his albums. And we're going to drop a link to Charlie's Instagram in the chat. Check his channel, or check his page out. I'm sure he's got plenty of other content. But Charlie, what kind of inspired you to start making content surrounding the trading world?
Yeah. So that's a great question. I've actually only been doing it for 8 months. So I've only been making content for 8 months, and I've been seeing a ton of success from it. It's been great. Before anyone asks in the chat, I saw a few people say like, "Oh, is this guy even old enough to be here?" It's just kind of funny, but I'm turning 20 this year, so I'm old. I'm old enough, but
nice.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I got inspired just from I've always wanted to do content. Like I was the kid in middle school making Minecraft videos and freaking, middle school and stuff like that on YouTube. Just being a kid and watching YouTube as you grow up. Again, I live in this age where you grow up just watching content's all around you. It was my dream job was to be a content creator. I never knew that my outlet and the success would eventually be trading content. But I think that's what makes me stand out through other content creators in the space, especially with trading, is I take a more comedic and high production and kind of short form content in very seriously. And I just want to make people laugh and do comedy and skits and stuff and just funny videos, even like making a Drake parody, stuff like that, so that's kind of my whole thing, and I've just been I love it. 8 months in, and I can't wait to see where I'm going to be at in a few years.
Oh, it's awesome.
Sweet. Yeah. Did you get into trading like around the same time? Was it prior to starting to make content?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I have been trading for like 2 years now, but I just was doing it on my own. I started in like senior year of high school, and I've been doing it just on my own. And then one day I was like, I'm gonna start making skits about this, and I just do comedic stuff online and like the emotional trader. Like I started with videos like that. I had this video go really viral that was like the POV your first day in day trading class, and I did it in a college lecture classroom, and I was acting like a day trading teacher. And it was like, and I basically screamed at my student because I was like, "Hey, bro, you need to have a tight stop loss." And he did the opposite of that. And it was a whole skit thing I did with one of my college friends. And that was what put me on the map. It was like my first month uploading, put me on the map, got like 2 million, 5 million views across all platforms.
Wow.
Like it went crazy. And it was all in my first month of posting content.
Wow.
That's awesome, dude.
Good
It's
stuff,
pretty crazy.
man.
What a great way to break out into the world.
Yeah,
What's up,
definitely a
Eddie?
confidence booster.
Yeah, for sure. I never knew.
So when you're doing this content, how much of it are you pulling from like personal experience? Because there's so much comedy in trading because there's also so much tragedy as well. Like how much of this stuff are you pulling from actual personal experience?
Yeah, for sure. Oh, 100%. Like, especially with the like kind of friends I've made online, like we all have similar experiences in trading. The emotional, the not following your plan, the not being disciplined, the thing that everyone talks about, and everyone goes through these things at some point. And I would argue that even to this day, sometimes the emotions get the better of you. Even I've been trading for a few years now. I don't have experience as close to most people probably on this or even in the chat, but even in my 2 years I've been trading, like it just comes and goes in waves, and sometimes you just got to improve, got to get better, you got to learn from your mistakes. And I made mistakes a lot in the beginning, being overly emotional, not sticking to your plan. And I was like, you know what? I know every single trader can relate to this at some point in their career of, getting into trading. So I'm gonna make some skits about it. I'm gonna make some comedic. I'm gonna make it funny. I'm gonna a thing I look at in the space is I just think it's good to be serious about trading, like be serious and all that, but I just want it to kind of be more relaxed, more laid back, like, and so I try to do funny stuff to let everyone know at the end of the day, we're all in this together. Let's just have some fun. Let's make fun of ourselves for a little bit when we mess up. So,
love that message.
Yeah.
Love that message.
That's great. Did you get straight into futures or did you start somewhere else? I know you said you started kind of on your own. What asset class did you gravitate to?
Yeah, good question. So I actually started with options, which is what everyone, at least I know, like the young people start with. Starts with options, just on like brokers on your phone, just depositing your own money, trading options. And I got introduced by that to one of my friends, and he was doing it. He to this day still just does options and stocks, and he's pretty successful doing it. And he got me into it. I started trading options, and I remember like the first month or two, I was like slowly my portfolio was increasing but it wasn't because I knew what I was doing. It was because I was, that beginner's luck. That beginner's luck is dangerous, right? Because
every time
you feel like you know what you're doing, like you feel invincible because you're just getting lucky. You can become green at the end of the day, 5 days in a row using bad habits. You think you can do it forever, and then that one day comes and you lose everything. So long story short, I mean, I blew all that money in my options portfolio again, but it was a good thing because I was only 18 at the time. And the thing about it is when you're 18, I feel like a thing I always want to tell people, especially young people, like when you're 18, 19, even sometimes 17, depending on if you're allowed to do that or whatever, but it's okay to like, if you lose a few, $100, few $1,000, because you have your whole life ahead of you. You don't got a lot of responsibilities. You don't got a lot of expenses at 18, 19. Take a risk, maybe you lose a little money, and that's what I did. And I lost my whole options portfolio. And then I was like, all right, I got to figure out something else. So I found futures through online content creators. I figured out about futures and prop firms. And so I started doing that. And it's been pretty good since then. And I'm loving it. I love trading futures. I love trading prop firms. I love trading Topstep. And yeah, it's great.
Love it.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look around the markets real quick. Yeah, I was about to say, Dolby, I'm sure we're looking to maybe see if there's anything to participate in. Taking a quick look at the charts, we do have the S&Ps and the NASDAQ taking a little bit of a bid off the bottom here. Last price in S&P was 60.39.5. NASDAQ trading 21,957. Crude oil kind of pushing the highs of the day. Last trade around $73 a barrel. And gold is kind of just consolidating, stuck at around 34.09. Charlie, have you taken any trades today at all? Did you participate earlier in the session?
Yeah, so I took a trade in the early session around market open. I did take a loser this morning, which was unfortunate. I took a loser. I'm typically a one trade a day type of guy. I like to trade in between. I love trading. I hop on I like trading from 9:30 to 11. Like that's kind of like the window I really like. Everyone has their different windows and stuff like that, but that's specifically mine that I like to trade in. And caught an L today though. It was like a 20-point loss. You could say I look for shorter moves typically. So, I usually run a 20 to 30 point stop loss, and took a loss today, but it's all good. We got 2 days left in the week because no trading Thursday, and I'm optimistic though, so no worries.
That's awesome. How did you So, sorry, we got. Ooh, okay. That then I got
we got something over the wire here right now. Trump's to give a statement to the press here once the National Security Council meeting ends. Trump is now meeting with National Security Council about the Israeli-Iran conflict at the White House. White House official says this. So we're going to be watching the wire here really close. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eddie.
Cool. Okay, so first off, these bids. Offers. We're offering 980s, 985s, 990s, 995s, and 22,000 evens. In the MNQ, okay. Essentially, we broke this big old range we had in the NASDAQ around 22,135 down to 22,006s. So we're going to look for the market to bid back up into the 22,000 evens. Hopefully, it fills us on these shorts, and then support becomes resistance, and we push back down. That is the thesis for this trade. So sort of a range under range or a stair step short, but on a larger term time frame. Charlie, the question for you was, how did you get to the point where you're just taking one trade a day? That is typically I would say maybe a more advanced or more experienced sort of approach to the market. Were you a super active trader before and you switched over to one trade a day?
Yeah, so yeah, for sure. No, I don't think anyone starts at one trade a day. That
Absolutely
would be pretty
not.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I started trading way more than once a day, and I just saw that the more I traded, the more typically that gives opportunity for emotions to get to me, opportunity for me to not trade my plan, and I was like, all right, let me turn down the volume of the amount of trades I'm taking, and let me see how it goes. Let me trade the same setup, which we might go to in a second. Same setup, same time every day. And so I hop on the charts, 9:30 market open. Don't trade the first 10 to 15 minutes usually. Then look for my setup whenever it comes between 9:45 and 11. If it doesn't come before 11, I don't take a trade that day. If it does come before 11, I will take it, and I only take one trade a day. And because I have a community that watches me trade every day, so they are looking for me for trades as well sometimes. So I try to make sure I'm disciplined for them as well, because I know that as a content creator, people are looking at me for how I act on the charts, and they're watching me live. So if I'm trading, I want people to be able to see my discipline, see how I'm thinking in the charts. And I think one trade a day is a great. It's worked for me very well, especially with the power of Topstep and copy trading. One trade a day, you can really, make some good trades off of that and make some good money.
Yeah. And I think with proper risk management too, one trade a day definitely will help you survive longer in the account, right? You're limiting yourself to overexposure. A lot of us tend to trade when we're bored, tend to always feel like we need to be in a trade. And that can obviously bite you. So discipline, man. I like it. It's now speaking of process and your trade plan, kind of what does your setup usually look like? Is it supply and demand based? Is it trend structure? Is it, I don't know, like what's your process?
Yeah. So, basically first of all, I've traded a lot of different ways throughout, the past year, 2 years ish. Yeah. And, I would always hop from strategy to strategy, stuff like that. But, what I've been trading now recently is, there's two main plans that I use, and it's kind of just depends on what presents itself, depending on the type of way we're moving. And so typically, if we're kind of ranging more, I trade a supply and demand strategy where I use previous rejections and look for rejections off of the same levels, and then look for extra confluence to look for reversals and stuff like that. And I typically do that on like the 5 minute ish. And so if we are kind of in a range day, that is something I typically will trade. If we are trending a lot more, what I like to do is I like to look for reversal after we take out some lows or take out some highs, and I like to look reversal off of that. I'm trying to think if I could break it down step by step. I don't know if we have time for that, but yeah, that's kind of like the way I trade. Very summarized, depending on the day.
That's perfect. You have one setup or like two setups, and you execute them once a day. That's like incredibly well disciplined. I have to say, your mental capital must be kind of like peaked. It's like filled up every single time. You can't even get bad mental capital one losing trade a day. You have to have like a whole bad week.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like doing one trade a day, I think is so like it just helps me. It helps me, and especially if you're someone more experienced. I'm not saying I'm the most experienced guy, but if you have capital to like invest in prop firm accounts and stuff like that, I think copy trading is one of the best things ever. And again, taking one trade a day, you're really taking 5 trades a day because you're splitting it up across 5 accounts. So if I'm risking $200 a trade, let's say on a 50K, but I have 5 50Ks, I'm really risking $1,000 on my trade,
right?
Even though it's 200 per account. So I just think the power of copy trading, I think that's a great thing that Topstep provides, is the copy trading feature, and I think that's great on Topstep X and their stuff that they do. So yeah, it's great.
Position update here too. I got some bids in between 900s and 920s, still every 5 points in the MNQ. Oh, Gabe, we were kind of talking about, Charlie was, hello, Gus. We were just talking about, like 2 segments ago, about how like streaming and trading can help you kind of be almost more accountable. It sounded, Charlie, like you're kind of getting to that point too. Did you find that when you started streaming that it helped you become more accountable because you have other people kind of depending on you?
100%, 100%. Because the most transparent you can be in trading, especially on this new age where there's a ton of people online, the most transparent thing you can do is trade live every single day, because you can't hide that. You can't. There's a lot of bad, especially in the younger people online. There's a lot of bad actors in the space and stuff like that. But if you trade live every single day, you can't hide that. That is the most transparent thing that you could do, because someone could join your lives and mark out. If you're losing 30 trades and you're 30 trades in 30 days in the month, that's it right there, right? And I'm not saying everyone, obviously people go through bad streaks and stuff like that. That's part of it. But I am saying, you should at least know somewhat what you're doing. And yeah, trading live has made you are forced, especially me, forced to be super accountable and super kind of locked in, you could say, on discipline and strategy, because if you tilt on live, and you're telling people, hey, guys, don't do this, and then you do it on live, you're being a hypocrite, which no one wants to see. So if trading on live is my best trading. And very rarely I try to trade off stream. It happens, of course, sometimes if I see a setup, but I rarely try to trade off stream, because I know my best trading is on stream. So trading on stream literally helps not only the people watching me, but my trading as well, very much trading on stream. So.
Oh, I love that. It's hard to do though. It's definitely like a big shock. I'm sure it's also sort of generational too, because I was inside-outside generation, but you were for sure raised on the internet, and so it's probably a little bit easier for you to like hop in there, right? I have another question here. The youth movement in trading, Gabe, has been pretty wild, and we've seen this take place on TopstepTV. A lot of college kids are getting into trading. Are you seeing that? Like, how is the youth's approach to market in that like 18 to 22 range? Are they all trading props? Like, what are they up to?
Yeah, most of us are trading props. I have some very close friends of mine, as I've been on the online space. I have some close friends of mine that trade like live accounts for sure. But most of the people that I talk to that are in my space, we all trade props for the most part, because most of us at 18, 19, 20 don't start with a ton of live capital to trade live. So most of us love the opportunity to trade props. And obviously the goal in the end is to have your own live account, right? That is the goal. The goal is to use prop firms, go live with prop firms, go live on your own as well on the side, build up that capital through prop firms, and then eventually go live. That's the goal for all of us. And I know a lot of friends that have done that. They hop on prop firms, they make their money prop firms, they go live with prop firms, and then now they're trading a live account. So yeah, it's great.
Hey, we got this coming over the wire. Hot Biscuit, Fox Reporter, Wall Street CEO with ties to the White House just told me chances are very good that the U.S. will at least lend Israel the bunker buster bombs to finish the job on Iran's nuke. And the Trump meeting on it has begun here right now. I believe it's a live feed. We don't have that right now, but he is talking right now. So we're going to be watching the wire. Eyes on the prize. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eddie.
Awesome.
So real quick, we're catching a little bit of a bid in crude oil here. We're trading 73.50 with a tilt of about 75% long. Gold's still doing absolutely nothing. Nothing to report there. Equity is kind of grinding a little bit back towards the lower end of this range that we are currently consolidating in. Charlie, if you weren't, I know you're done for the day, right? You've had your one trade. You took your L earlier. But looking at the current markets and the environment that we are trading in this session, particularly now the afternoon, we've started to kind of break into a little bit more of a short-term downtrend. How would you approach the rest of the afternoon if you were still able to trade? Like, what would you be looking for? How would you play the current conditions?
Great question.
Yeah, very good question. Currently, first of all, we got a lot of new stuff going on. So that's a little, you know, that's first gonna, you know, you got to take that into account. We got a lot of global stuff going on. So first things first, I, you know, just keep that in the back of my mind. You know, it's gonna make me more cautious and more disciplined on if I should take a trade or not, depending on stuff like that. However, looking at like, for me personally, how I've seen so far, again, I'm not here to say I'm the most experienced person in the world. I'm very young, and I acknowledge that. I don't want to be naive, but I will say, just from how I've traded in the past, the later in the day we get from open, the lot less I'm interested in lower time frames personally. So that's just how I am. So at this time in the day, I'm not trading the 1 minute, which I like to trade in the morning. I'm not trading the 1 minute or 2 minute charts. I'm trading at least the 5. And looking at the 5 minute chart on NQ, which is what I only trade, by the way. I probably should have said that. I only trade NQ. Again, I trade the same. I trade the same indice at the same time every single day. I take one trade a day typically, unless I don't.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't like to jump between NQ, ES, oil, gold. I look at ES for extra confluence, but I take only trades on NQ. That's just how I am right now. Maybe that will change in the future. I'm open to it. I'm young, so we'll see. But just right now, that's what's working for me. But yeah, typically, I mean, I'd say.
Would you treat this as a range scenario, knowing the last, you know, let's say 8 to 10 5-minute bars are developing a little bit of a range near a bottom? Would you treat this as a trend and look for a way to get in short? Like I know Dolby was looking to offer, you know, 980s up to 22,000 to see if we can get a little bit of a pullback before moving lower. But now we're pushing lows. And you just broke out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, to me, it seems like for me at least, I'd say we're a little overextended on the 5 minute. I'd look for personally probably a retracement. I was looking for this level a lot this morning, and we were just not price level 21,955. I was looking for that a lot, which we are under now. And I was looking for a lot of that this morning for price to move to. We finally did make the move towards it. And so now that we've went down to that level, I could see a space where we could have a retracement up here and maybe going for some long positions. However, I don't want to get into the problem of, you know, wanting to catch a falling knife. So I don't want to try to just go long when we are just overwhelmed with sellers in the market. So I would look for a retracement, see if we can come above maybe like 21,976 or something like that, and see maybe if we can get a shift in the market of how we're moving. So I don't know. I'd have to wait to see what we do. I'm more of like, I don't want to get in a situation where I try to predict the market. I'm not a wizard. I kind of wait. I want to react to the market instead. So whenever what the market gives me is what trades I'm going to take. I'm not going to try to predict it if we're going up or down. So that's kind of like my thing.
Yeah, well, just kind of trade what you see.
Ooh, what is?
Yeah, here we got something else here. MSNBC reporter, 2 White House officials tell NBC News president's meeting in the Situation Room with national security advisors is now underway. And if you remember correctly, the Situation Room, high-tech communications intelligence center, and it's probably famous for the bin Laden raid, was monitored here from there in 2011. So, yeah, this is getting pretty deep, but eyes on the prize. Back to you guys.
Thanks.
Thank
a little
you,
position update. House account long 21,917 and a half. We got filled on 2 of our 5 micro NQs. We're going to try to lean on this 21,900 big round number and see if we can get kind of a bounce. So we're going to see if we can get 950s and then maybe 980s to the upside for the 2 contracts we did get filled on. Keep you posted on that.
All right.
Long 2 so far.
I'm not seeing a whole lot on the ladder currently for size below us or size above us, mostly just 10s and 20s at the max. So nothing really jumping out at me there. Tilt looking kind of near split. NASDAQ's leaning just a little bit to the short side, 54%. ES is completely split, 50-50. So Charlie, I saw an indicator. I'm sure there's usually always a question in chat about what you use. Do you layer anything on top? Like, is it just a moving average just for kind of general direction or momentum? Is there any additional things that you look at, or is it mainly just structure, just highs, lows,
Yeah.
looking for reversals?
Yeah, so it's mainly structure, of course, and looking for reversals. However, the indicators that I use are very simple. I don't like to use too many because I like using like a lot of my own analysis. But the two indicators I like to use that I've just kind of always had, like that I just really like for overall direction, 8 EMA and 200 EMA moving averages. I just really like them. It gives me overall direction. I've always kind of used them, and I don't really use them like as 100% like a confluence for my trading. But I just like them on my chart, and I think it helps me understand the overall direction, and especially the 200 EMA. I'll see a lot of times when we cross below that or cross above it, we continue that move down or up. So that's just always something to keep in the back of my mind. And this isn't much an indicator, but another thing that I like to use is I like to just see ES at the same time as NQ. I like switching between the two. I have like another tab open for ES that you guys can't see, but I always switch between the two to see if ES makes a new low that NQ doesn't make, or NQ makes a new low that ES doesn't make, or vice versa for the highs. And that's always something interesting to me that I want to look at. So if I can see one correlating asset is lacking behind the other one, that is something that I also have a lot of attention to, and that can dictate the way I trade as well. So that's not exactly an indicator, but something that I also look at that is basically an indicator for me.
Sounds like SMT.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
Acronyms. What acronyms are these?
Getting a little bit of a bid here, Dolby, on those two.
Oh yeah, this is going great, man. This is going
35,
great.
40 points in the money so far. 917s, right? Was our fill?
Yeah, we were 917.5. We sold one about like 30 points higher, so now we're averaged in with on one at 21,915s. We're already up 42 points in this. We could just take the profit. Okay, we're up 124. Boom, 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 just like that. That's just in micros. Almost no heat on that. So take it. It's a nice little trade going into power hour. Maybe something else comes up. But we love our ranges here. We love our ranges. That was a nice little range. So pretty fantastic.
And I think you had realistic expectations, right? You knew kind of the direction that we've been in. Headlines are starting to come across a little bit, so it's not like you were looking for a complete reversal low of day scenario. You're just looking to play, the extreme of the current 5-minute range, looking for a visit back up to the 70s, essentially.
Especially going long with like lower highs, kind of within that pattern that you're trading. It's like, well, we're definitely counter trend trading. We have lower highs, lower lows, but we still found a way to get long. Kind of got a little a long scalp, and it's kind of selling off. So we'll see what happens. Maybe if we're going strictly by the book, the play would be to hold it until like 21,980s. No big deal. Totally comfortable with this.
Right.
No. Let me ask you guys a question. What do you guys think about the all the young kind of people trying to get into trading? Do you encourage that? Do you like that? Like what's your guys' kind of opinion on just the me and all my friends pretty much and everyone on the internet going into trading so young?
Gabe.
Dolby.
Oh,
okay.
I can go first.
Yeah, you can go first. I got an answer.
Okay, sure. I think it's awesome. I think it really truly is awesome. I've been in the prop space for 15 years. So, little backstory: I used to do restaurants at night, and then I would trade during the day. I think my claim to fame is that I was like customer number 123 at Topstep. We're like in the many. Yeah. So I'm kind of an old OG in that case. But what I love seeing though is the price of getting access to the futures markets has just come down so much. And it gets to bring in a lot of new traders. And I think why I like it so much is because I feel like I learned a lot about myself through trading. And I think that if you can get young kids into trading sooner, that they will hopefully start building better habits for themselves, for their life in the long run. Because I really do think that trading will pull out whatever your worst habit is and just kind of amplify it. And so if you can address that at a much younger age, I think it really sets people up for just success in life, because the discipline requirement for trading is so high. Yeah. So I love seeing these new traders like yourself come in and you're saying stuff that like 30, 40, 50-year-olds are saying, but you're getting so much wisdom so much sooner and so much faster. And that's because of how accessible these markets are now. So cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to echo a little bit of that. I think that This is probably one of the most difficult but rewarding skill sets to pick up. And I really wish, I got exposed to the markets in about 2014, and I was essentially 20 at that time. I would have loved to maybe run into that a little bit earlier in my life. I think when I got inspired to pursue trading, I was in a time of my life where I was in debt. I dropped out of school, like completely just 180'd in direction of my life. And I think there was a lot of pressure on me at that time to make this work. And so I found myself wanting to go so fast. Like I just dove in, I got super aggressive in it. And my trial by fire amount of money that I lost, even in just my first few years, was way more than I really should have allowed myself to lose. But if I would have been able to jump into the markets a little earlier in my life, where I just wasn't in that predicament of financial distress, where I felt like I needed money because of the position I was in, I think there would have been a better opportunity to, like Dolby said, kind of build, you're building from scratch, right? So you're trying to develop good habits from the get-go rather than trying to unlearn and rewire your brain and wipe the slate clean. So I love to hear that people that are younger are finding out about the markets and the fact that it's such a flexible thing to do. You can do it from anywhere. It's a skill set that can last you a lifetime if you pick it up and do the right do the right things. So it's great, man. I love to see it. I don't want people to have to go through the same pain and challenges that I've gone through over the last decade trying to climb out of the position I was in, so that they can build better habits from the jump and not have to go through a lot of what the majority of us go through, which is deeper into their journey, having to relearn, which is a lot harder.
Charlie, let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Now, let's just say you're at a party. You're at that age where you got mixing parties and so forth, and you and your buddies are we do Call of Duty every Friday night.
Oh, okay.
And you're telling somebody that you've met that you're looking at, and wow, it's a really cool person. Yeah, we do Call of Duty every Friday night.
Right.
Now, on a reverse, how about if you said, yeah, we trade we trade crude and we look at the S&Ps and the Dow. What do you think would be more attractive?
Definitely the Call of Duty for sure.
You think they would go for the Call of Duty, right? Yeah,
of course, yeah.
I do Call of Duty? Wow, that's sexy. I think.
Oh man, miss those days.
Dude, now Charlie, I don't know how. I mean, you're about to turn 20.
Yeah.
In the good old days of the Xbox, it's still just as toxic now, but I don't know. I think that time of my life, man, if I could go back to that time where you're coming home from school, just shoving the homework aside and going straight onto Xbox with the boys and staying up until, 2, 3 a.m. drinking Game Fuel, double XP codes.
Take me back, kid.
Those were the days, dude. There's no responsibility. Going to work part-time at Culver's or something just to get some money for more games. Like, dude,
what a
and the kids, like the kids these days, like I feel like they don't have it as much as like it's not the same. I feel like I feel like the games aren't as good as they used to be.
I would agree,
dude, 1,000%. I mean, they're about to drop Black Ops 7, which first of all, ever since like
garbage.
Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3.
Yeah. You're never beating.
Just dropped off.
Yeah, you're never beating Black Ops 2, Black Ops, like those old ones. Like it's just not possible. I just feel like
I still jump on to. Go ahead,
Eddie. When you're playing Tecmo Bowl football,
classic.
It's come a long way. I tell you. I remember me and my buddy going, "Can you imagine what this is going to be in 10 years, 20 years from now, 30 years from now?" My God.
Microtransactions everywhere, Eddie. That's it.
I
got these. I got these bids back in, by the way. 910s to 890s.
Okay.
We'll see what we can get.
So you like it again, there, Dolby, huh? Even though we're starting to reject the 70s.
Well, if we get a stop run into the 900s, I feel fairly certain that we could probably get some sort of bounce. So I'll just keep on bidding the bottom of this channel and then just scalping it, because buyers have done a pretty good job of stepping in. We're also at like a pretty big support level. I really enjoyed trading around like big round numbers, like 21,900. So I feel a lot more confident in being able to take a trade. And the first trade we had, we actually were leaning up against the 21,900s. That was where the last contract was. We just didn't even get down there. So like if we get another push into 21,900 and we bounce, we get 3 of our 5, and we could be sitting in a really good trade.
Yeah.
Ranges. Got a range.
Yes.
Are kids trading in class, Charlie? You see kids? You sit in the back row and you see like a screen of
1000%.
laptops with like with charts up.
It's not as common as you think, but I was definitely one of those kids for sure. But a lot of the friends that I have online that do the same thing I do, that are all young and we all do content and trade, we all have the same story of like trading in the back of class. Like even like this past year, I had this this one class that I'd go to. It was a big lecture hall because I am still in college and I'm gonna graduate. But my mom's worried I'm gonna drop out. I tell her all the time, I'm not dropping out, Mom. I'm gonna get my degree. But but yeah, I would sit in the back of that class and trade, and people would be like, "What are you doing?" Like they'd look at my screen, they'd be like, "What are you doing?" And I'm just like, "Oh, I'm just trading." And yeah.
That's awesome, dude. I love that so many people are getting into trading, especially futures too. Charlie, do you think it's totally insane that most people are getting introduced to trading through options, which is by far a more difficult asset class to trade?
Yes, that's how I got into it. That's how 99% of my friends got into it. A few of them maybe like Forex, but typically it's options 100%. And I think the reason why that is because I think to most people, options seem like it's the easiest to just like for instant satisfaction, instant gratification is options. And the reason that is, you don't have to spend time passing an evaluation and doing all this and doing all that. You can hop on an options account, drop some money in a portfolio, and either lose it all or make some money in like a few minutes, right? And I think for
zero DTEs.
Yeah, them zero DTEs. That's how everyone starts, man. It's so easily accessible. It's a low, very low like barrier cost to entry, as someone said in chat. Like, very true. So, and I think that's why it's always the gateway. But I think most people realize eventually that futures is the way to go. That's how I did, and that's how most of my friends did. So, yeah.
That seems to be like the common thing, Gabe, is that people trade options and they find futures and they're like, "Oh, no time decay, and I get leverage."
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go. Yeah. This is sweet.
That's how I was. I was like telling all my friends that were still doing options. I was like, my friend that got me into it, that was doing options, I was like, "You got to get on futures. There's no time decay." And I was like, the main thing I was telling him, and he was like, I don't know, I'm gonna stick to options because a lot of people, they just don't want to spend the time to invest in like passing an evaluation and stuff like that. At the end of the day, humans, and especially kids, and people my age, are just naturally impatient. They don't want to wait for things, so it's hard to kind of break free from that natural. I just want things ASAP.
Right here, right now. A lot of traders are saying too, no pattern day trading rule in options, which is probably pretty helpful.
Sure.
I think that the other kind of crowd that I see around that age is getting into crypto and trading perps on some of the exchanges on crypto. It's either options or crypto. Those are the two paths that I typically see most often. I think Forex is kind of getting put on the back burner. There's not as many people going into currencies compared to what I used to see.
Heard too much about it. Yeah, that prop space has changed a lot.
Yeah. 100%.
I don't know much about it at all. I got friends that do it, but I don't know anything about that.
Well, guys, we are kind of,
because I don't like them.
A little bit here. Dolby, where were our bids at again? 910s, 900?
910s, 905s, 900s, 895, 890. So 5 micros spread 5 points apart, and we'll have a stop somewhere around, 85, 80s. So about $200 to $250.
Might get that run right now.
We're in.
There we go.
We're in. Hello, NASDAQ, providing so much opportunity as you normally do. Let's see what we get on this one. Just fishing these lows, Gabe. Just fishing.
A little 15-point bounce off those 910s.
Just throwing them out there, man. Just throwing them out there. Come and get us.
There you go.
Come and get us. Let's see if we can get a couple of points on this one. So, Charlie, have you seen this sort of trading before? So this like put a dollar cost averaging, take 5 contracts, spread them out. Cool.
Yeah. I've seen it a little bit before. Yeah, I've never. I mean, maybe I should. I mean, looks like you're doing pretty good there, but I've never really typically done that. I'm more of like a get in my trade with a certain amount of contracts, and I look for a lot shorter moves, so I don't really. Oh, by the way, W trade just got out there. I saw that.
Yeah, we're out. We'll take the 50, 60 bucks, whatever it was, up to 164.50.
30 points off that.
Yeah, let's check and see. That was super fast.
Just
that was
see money, take money.
910s to 931s. Yeah, like 20 points in like a couple seconds.
Hey,
pretty solid.
There you go. There you go.
Take it.
Can't complain.
Trend trading? Yeah, we'll take it. Not too shabby. All right.
Well, guys, real quick, take a brief 60-second intermission. Now that we're out of that trade, I'm gonna let Eddie come in here and teach us a little lesson of the day. Speaking of going back to school,
60 seconds. Eddie, oh my God, man!
Professor Horn, make it snappy. What's up, man?
All right, there's that gong, and here's the harp. Okay, let's get going here. On June 17th, 1885, the Statue of Liberty, a gift from friendship people of France. People of France, people of America, arrives in New York Harbor after being shipped across the Atlantic Ocean in 350 individual pieces, like a big model. And to put it together, no instructions. No, there was instructions. Packed in more than 200 cases, copper and iron statue. Can you imagine when they first put that up, how shiny that copper was? That's why you're seeing the Statue of Liberty with that green color. So this was there was a ceremony with President Grover, not from Sesame Street, but President Grover Cleveland, became known around the world as an enduring symbol of freedom and democracy. The statue alone cost the French estimated $250,000, and in today's money, that's about $5.5 million. Seems that still seems pretty cheap for how big the Statue of Liberty is. They melt her down for the copper. Well, standing tall in New York Harbor, like she owns the place. Hey, I'm standing here. Let's face it. Yeah, she kind of does. Statue of Liberty, the world's most iconic heartwarming gift, saying, let's see here. She is holding a torch and carrying a tablet dated July 4th, 1776. And that is our day on this day, June 17th, 1885. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Eddie. All right, guys. So crude oil's popping the highs of day here. Last trade 73.62, 77%, 81% long in the crude oil right now. So we're definitely leaning heavy. Average price for those longs 72.76. So they're in about $1 a barrel of profit at the moment. So definitely getting a little tilty on the crude. Gold is 60% long in the tilt, pushing the bottom end of the 5-minute range. Last trade 3407.9. Equities, even though we continue to consolidate, we are building some longs down here. Got about 60% across the board in the S&P and the NASDAQ for the tilt. Charlie, so you're in an XFA, right? Currently?
Yes.
Have you, how many, let's see, how do I want to word that? Are you willing to divulge how many times it's taken to get to your, like, when was your first XFA, first of all? Within this journey?
Yeah. So I had my first XFAs around, it was December, January. I've traded with other props. Yeah. That was my first ones after joining Topstep. It was like December-ish, it was like right around the new year. And I had like 2 of them, and then those did not go how I planned them to go. Things happen again. Things happen. Wasn't able to secure, do anything there, but that's all right. I've been, keep going at it. And I, have been, with Topstep a while now. And right now I have a group of 5 XFAs, on them. So maxed out on there, and I'm currently trading those, and I'm looking to take a payout probably by the end of this week. get a nice little payout. So I'm excited about that. Very close.
Oh
so
yeah.
we're gonna keep doing that.
Awesome.
Are you getting nervy because you're getting close to the payout?
I mean a little bit, but again, I stick to my 1 trade a day rule. I don't really look at my kind of thing I'm doing right now is I don't look at my P&L really. I just look at it by points, and I kind of think at the end of the week, okay, how many points am I up this week? How many points am I down this week? I don't really look at the dollar amount. I think sometimes that can you know, make you a little shaky for me at least. Again, you know, we're so like, especially as like naturally humans attached to that money. But yeah, I take my 1 trade a day, and I am getting a little nervous, but I got them 5 days of 200 already down. I just want to get my balance a little up and build a better cushion before I take that payout.
Oh, hell
so
yeah.
I'm looking to have a good rest of the week, and then hopefully, you know, secure this payout either by Friday or Monday next week. So we'll see.
Cool. What kind of buffer are you trying to leave in your account? Because I know that's a lot of people struggle with, you know, do I take a payout now? I'm eligible just to make it real, or do I build a buffer so I'm not left with, you know, just a few $100s of drawdown? What's kind of your ideal buffer to leave yourself with, knowing you've already left yourself in an eligible status?
Yeah, I personally I like I trade 50K accounts. I have 5 50K accounts, and those are just the ones I've always liked, my favorite. And the drawdown is around 2K, so I'd say at least have, you know, that when you withdraw. Personally, that's just how I like to do it. So I guess I need to get my accounts to 54 and then take a 50% balance withdrawal down to 2K. And so that's what I'd like minimum. Ideally, though, I personally like 3K of drawdown. So get my balances up to 56,000 and then take 50% of those. So
okay,
that's
how
my
close
favorite.
are you to that
Yeah, so
scenario?
so I'm sitting at around 51,600 right now on my account. So I still need to build up them a pretty good bit. But yeah, I was around 52,000, took that L today though, so it kind of sucks. But we're gonna still build on it. And again, if I get to 54,000 by the either the end of this week or beginning of next week, I trade 1 mini, by the way, if anyone was wondering in chat. But I trade 1 mini.
1 mini.
That's my average contract size because I don't go for a ton of points. So I like
That's interesting.
Yeah, so I trade 1 mini, so a little maybe heavier than some people would want, but that's just how I've always done it. And yeah, we're gonna see how it goes. We're gonna see. Again, I don't want to think about it too much. It messes with my psychology.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna trade,
Yep.
and we'll see what it's at by the end of the week.
That's the right attitude, man.
Awesome.
That's so funny.
Well-
only one Nasdaq. So no, you didn't want to split it up into 10 MNQs to give you more flexibility.
Yeah, see, a lot of people do that. I just personally, that's what I used to do. I actually used to do 10 micros, and then I have this guy who's a few years older than me that is very successful trading. I'm gonna shout him out real quick. His name's Zaim. He's one of my really good friends. He's a few years older than me. He just turned 22, so happy birthday. But he is a very good trader, one of the best traders I know, especially in the young space, and he makes an incredible amount of money through props with trading. And I would just, and of course, when you know someone that's making that much, I just ask him a ton of questions, and then I was like, "Yo, how are you making, you know, this much money trading? I need to know all your secrets." And I was just asking him questions. I broke it down. I was like, what contract size do you trade? What is your usual, like, what typical stop loss do you use? I'm asking all these questions to him because he's a really good friend of mine and he's making all this money. And he told me that he trades 1 mini. And so I guess he said it because it takes less commission and fees from it, but which is true. Yeah. And he's like, he said he's very systematic and very flat about when he gets out and gets in trades and gets stopped out. So, he says 1 mini has always worked for him. So I was like, hey, if it's working for you, you're one of the most successful traders I know. I'm gonna try to replicate that. And so that's kind of what we're doing right now. But who knows? Again, I'm so open to change. Like I understand, like I don't know everything, so I'm very open to change. So I might change it.
It's good. Well, it sounds like you found awesome. You know, a place of comfortability currently in your process, the current plan that you've got. Obviously, we wish you all the best with your trading as the week continues. I know we're kind of close on time here. Eddie usually likes to come in for our first time guests and ask a random question. So I'm going to pass it over to Eddie to
Sounds good.
Jump in and see what we have.
Charlie.
What's up?
Charlie. I loved your time that you had with us here. You got a great future ahead of you, man.
Thank you.
Keep
Thank you.
moving
I really
forward.
appreciate it.
All right, here's a question. I picked this one out. I think this one would be pretty cool for you. If time travel was invented, what's one event in history you'd crash just to see what happened? Going back
Ooh.
into time. Or
Ooh.
going
Ooh.
forward.
Ooh. Like a specific event like that I could time travel to?
Yeah.
Ooh. I would probably look. Ooh. I'd say.
Charlie.
Mm.
You need an answer, Charlie.
I would say. I would say. Oh my! I'm sorry. I'm stalling. I'm trying to get off your show.
It's okay, man.
No wrong answer. There is no wrong answer. Maybe he needs a little. Going back into time.
I would. It would definitely be somewhere before, like, I wouldn't want to go old, like, for sure, like before zero AD. I want to go like BCE. So like, I want to go BC.
All
I don't
right.
know. Maybe like dinosaurs or something like that. I don't know. I just want to see what it was
That's
like
cool. All right.
back in the day. Like maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Like before.
OG.
Dinosaurs would be
Real
crazy,
OG.
man.
Neanderthal.
Probably wouldn't
OG.
last very long though.
80-pound centipedes running around. That sounds.
Yeah, I just want to see what the Earth would look like before anything. Like, I don't know.
That'd be fun.
All right. That's a good answer.
It'd be insane.
All right. Thanks, Charlie.
Thank you guys very much.
Well, the quick round trip before we close out this segment, the equities are currently trading a little higher to the top side of the 5-minute range. Last trade in the ES 60.41, NASDAQ trading 960s. Crude oil kind of stalling out at the highs of day, 73.63. And gold took a little bit of a breather off the consolidation. We are now trading 34.03. So if you are a buy the dip guy in gold, that might be something that you could look at. But at the moment, we're going to go ahead and get ready for Power Hour. We have Alfie coming in. He's on a 4-day hot streak in his XFA. So we're going to kind of check in with Alfie, see what he's been up to since we talked to him last week. Charlie, thank you again, man, for coming on, hanging out with us, sharing a little bit about your story and kind of what you're looking at currently. All the best to you. Definitely, if you want to come back on and hang out with us again, we'd love to have you. I'm sure Dolby will be in touch with you. And maybe we'll get you on a segment. We can take some trades. See if we can catch you on a day that you've not taken your one single trade yet today. But
earlier the better.
In the meantime, yeah, sounds good.
Sure.
All right, guys, we're going to be right back with Power Hour. Stick around. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Power Hour. We got Alfie, and he's crushing it in some of his 5 XFA accounts. We also have Hoag as well. Hoag, welcome to Power Hour. Been a while since you've been on this segment, but it is so glad to have you.
Couple of weeks. Glad to be here.
It has been a couple weeks. We do have Hoag has the keys to the house account. I have keys to the segment. Alfie is along for the ride. Alfie, how are you doing, man? I think you were on last week. Fantastic.
Yeah, good to be back, man. It's been one hell of a market to trade. It's keeping me excited on a daily basis.
It seriously has been. Seriously has been quite wild. I know you took some trades today. What point in time today did you get involved in these markets? Because I feel like depending on what hour you picked, it's completely different.
Yeah. So this morning, my time, so about 1 a.m. Central, I was long gold, and they made me suffer for that long on gold, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I got out of it in profit in the end, and then it made the new tail. I'm sure, as you saw, around 9:30 Central or something like that, and then it turned around and done the move that I was looking for. So the second I stepped away to go get a sandwich, it started to make the move, which is always how it seems to go sometimes.
Of course. Every time. That's what it's like when we're switching between segments. I feel like all the best levels are like right in between the segments that we have. So it's like, I gotta wait to put on this trade. Then it's like 30 points later in the NASDAQ. It's just is how it is sometimes.
Timing is everything.
Certainly is. Alfie, we have FOMC tomorrow. This is the eve of FOMC, sort of a market holiday. Are you an FOMC trader? Are you going to chop it up during that time, or are you sitting on the sidelines?
See, I love a game of chicken, and it feels like that's what it is in the day before FOMC. Even though it's like a 99% chance we're not going to get a rate cut, I still feel that there's some games being played, especially now we're running up to this rollover day. So if the setups present and the ranges get really stretched, then yeah, 100% I'll be jumping in, because if we get irrationally long or irrationally short, I think that's going to provide opportunity. But other than that, I'll just be sitting here with the popcorn most likely.
Yeah, so we do got your charts up right now. Got a nice little balance there. It's at 41.66. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's great across 5 accounts. Any levels you're seeing right now that might entice you into some action here?
Yeah, definitely. I was looking just prior to jumping on, but I don't want to ruin the stream quality. But I was looking on the DOM, and there's a hell of a lot of offers down at bids at 60.20 on the ES. So if I see that get tagged and that area get bid up into the hour, I'm definitely going to work on that reversion trade back up, because I don't buy it at the minute personally. I think if we look at kind of similar geopolitical events, we did have sell-offs when there was escalations with North Korea back in 2016, 2017, but eventually the sentiment just gets kind of dampened, it seems. I mean, I could end up eating my hat here, but I'm just I'm not buying that this will be the catalyst to bring us down, but maybe it will be.
So
60-20 in the ES. What are you seeing there?
So I was seeing, again, it's hard to say. I'm flying a little blind today, Hoag, because I'm not looking at the TPOs, but I think it was a potential upper IB balance there, and there was another time and volume based point of control that I saw at 60.37 that we tagged and reversed from. But I still think it's too early in the session for us to have made the low, even though I appreciate we're in the last hour. I just think there's going to be some shenanigans in the next few minutes or so.
Those POCs, are those from the September or the June contract?
September one I'm looking at, yeah.
September, okay, all right.
Yeah, I believe so. Anyway, I could be mistaken.
I mean, you got Hoag's interest peaked. You said TPOs. You say TPOs 3 times. Hoag will appear. So it's nice. We got 2 market profile traders on the screen right now. Hoag, anything in the ES or any market really that you're seeing that could be interesting for a potential trade? I know you've been dabbling with some micros here and there. Maybe something you see you might enjoy.
Well, I've been kind of going back to a scalping strategy, just trying to see if I can get back into it, and it's on the screen right now. I mean, this is a very short time frame chart, especially for me. And there's two whole moving averages. There's a 9 and a 13. When the crossovers occur, sometimes that can, bring you a decent continuation. So it can also chop you up. It's more of a continuation scalp than a kind of a reversion trade scalp. So I've just been watching it on and off just to see if I can get back in the rhythm of it. But you can see it. You can see it right here. I mean, this was right at 2:00. So we get a crossover, the 9 under the 13. You use the 9 for your entry and above the 13 for your risk. So if you took that trade, your risk was a little too tight, you probably would have gotten stopped out on it, but you saw a pretty decent move to the downside. And decent move, I'm looking at 5 points here. That's not a big move for any.
That's an Andre
by any
size
stretch
big move
for me,
right
right?
there.
So it's a very
Yeah.
short time, see money, take money kind of situation. And I'm just kind of watching it right now. We'll see if we get any good opportunities based off of it. Now we probably would have just gotten stopped out on a long, probably about right here, because that bar opened and then the crossover occurred on the next bar. So somewhere in here we'd be long with a stop somewhere right there, and it's sweeping stops on this strategy right now. So I got to be careful and look for, just give it a little bit more room. I haven't traded this way in quite a long time, but I did so relatively successfully.
It's okay. So you're kind of going back to the well here on a older strategy,
Oh, yeah.
kind of similar to what
Yeah.
Dakota did. Okay, cool.
Even my own trading is not very exciting, so I'm just trying to get more exciting here.
Okay, if you want to make it exciting, you just gotta push those lots up, and then chat will start getting real excited.
Oh,
Throw in a
yeah.
50 lot. Throw in a 50 lot, and chat will be very happy with your trading,
You know,
regardless
this
if
is
it's a
we're
win
getting
or
some good
loss.
continuation now, possibly.
Okay.
You know,
Well, Hogue, if you see something, say something. Let us know if you hop into a trade. Finally starting to get some movement here in the NQ, trading at 21,972. So I have a nice little kind of 5-minute range drawn between 920s and 980s. So we're getting just up to the top of this little 5-minute range. If we can push up higher and get back above 22,000, now we're getting back into an even bigger range. So kind of curious to see how the next maybe like 25 points play out between 75s and say 22,000 evens. We will see. We will see. Any other markets you've been looking at, Alfie? Crude oil has been absolutely bananas. Gold has been bananas. Are you trading any of those at all?
I do like the open on gold, especially on a Sunday night for me. It provided an amazing opportunity. I was looking at a short slightly higher than where we opened, and I ended up, I suppose reverse lenny in it because I didn't even take a trade because I was waiting for that perfect entry.
Yep.
But regardless, I've been enjoying looking at gold a lot more.
The anti-Lenny.
The anti-Lenny,
yeah, exactly.
I love it. I love it.
Exactly.
We got a good question
MBT
here.
as well.
Oh, and MBT, did you take that one as well?
I did take a long on MBT earlier, but I paper handsed it. I held it for about 20 minutes, made $40, so nothing special.
You Lenny'd it. You Lenny'd that one.
yeah, exactly. I've got a Lenny and an anti-Lenny.
I know, we got to get like a Lenny picture or something, whatever this is. We say Lennying a trade a lot, so it's about damn time it gets a sound bit and maybe a little graphic or something. Don't want to be Lennying
and
those
apologies
trades.
to the chat, Dolby, for this
for
this here chart, because it's gonna get ugly, because I know they had a go at Mo the other day for his wonderful charts. To your question earlier, Hogue, I just managed to reload it. I've got this is ESU, so this is the 19th of September contract, so it's the right contract, I believe, and I can see a level from 60.25, so it's slightly above where I was saying.
Yeah.
I was just looking at for a reaction.
That's where I have mine, so I was wondering if you were off a little bit or if I was.
Yep.
I know
Chat, you're looking at Hogue's happy place right here. Some TPO charts. This is what Hogue understands. What's Dalton? Dalton's the TPO master.
Well, Stottlemyre really.
Ooh,
Pete Stottlemyre, but yeah, Dalton Stottlemyre. Yep.
Yep, market
Another way to
profile.
organize the information.
Yep, that's all it is. But hey, if it resonates with you, makes you a couple tickies.
A trading view.
No, I don't know what.
No,
that
this
is.
is
What is that?
this is Exo Shots. So
I
yeah,
don't
this
know
is
that.
just direct feed from. I think they have like a CME integration like TradingView would. I just like it a little bit more because it sometimes shows the tails a little bit clearer.
Yeah.
Because on TradingView, I've noticed that sometimes it's just it might be a tail on there but not on here, for example, or vice versa. One thing I've noticed, especially with the Nasdaq as well, I'm sure you probably have seen the same, is that they love sweeping a buy tail. So I never really trust the first buy tail I see on the NQ. But yeah, it always seems to be the second tail, the one that I feel jilted after I've been stopped out. That's the one that turns around.
Right.
So yeah, trying to get around that and just enter straight away again if I see the setup of the auction failing.
Okay, so now we've got the moving averages crossed over. This is not profile trading, of course. So let's see if this thing rolls over now.
Okay.
This could go really well for like reversal challenge.
Oh, it might. It might. We got okay. So Hoag is kind of eyeballing what may or may not happen here with the potential setup. Okay, Alfie, have you participated in above below before? I believe you have.
I have, and I think I top ticked it last time. So let's see. That's how we do.
Okay.
I think when I said above, that was the top tick on the session, so it couldn't be further from it.
Oh, I love it. So Alfie, we're going to ask you to pick where you think the NQ is going to be closed by 3 p.m. In chat, you are going to say, is it going to be above that price or below that price? Alfie, what is the price that you think the NASDAQ is going to be closed at by 3 p.m.?
Let's go 2250 evens.
2250. Oh, I like that a lot.
Ooh.
I like that
Rally
a lot.
con.
Yeah. Because that's middle of the range, of the old range. That's very intriguing.
You won though. It's probably going to be the top tick if it is.
All roads.
Okay. All roads. That is right. It's okay. Above, below, 22,050. Oh, that's going to be a good one. We might get close to 50-50 on that, actually, now that I think about it. That's a great level. Great level. Oh, we do have some fun stuff coming up. Series 3, Power Hour content. Chat, make sure you get in your Power Hour content. Follow us at TopstepTV on the X. And if you have any fun, exciting pictures, it could be Topstep gear, battle stations, tick picks, you trading out in the wild somewhere, please share it with us. Or memes. We love memes. Carl Hungus makes some great ones, as well as Lost Trader. So we love that stuff. So at TopstepTV, hashtag Power Hour, send us your content and we will share it on air. Looking forward to seeing what y'all produce. Alfie's doing some deep cuts on his chart here. I have never seen any of this stuff ever. I have no idea what you were looking at. It is the footprint?
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
I believe so. I mean, I'm just using it just to see the cumulative volume delta. Yeah. So yeah, exactly.
Man,
but I was just checking who's in control still.
Alfie, do you find that delta is a little bit blurry or somewhat unusable during rollover?
Almost inevitably, and sometimes as well, even in general, like today on gold, I found it very, very difficult to follow. Maybe it was because of the rollover issue. I was looking at the CFDs as well on gold, and the contracts were just flowing in. It was like everyone was getting max short, and the delta was getting the most stretched at the bottom, and then we just got that spring back up. So we saw the squeeze in it. But yeah, I mean, if I just blindly followed the delta, I'd be down under big time.
Man, it's crazy how you can change data to look like other stuff. We're all still looking at the exact same markets. It looks totally different from one trader to another. I mean, love it though.
I'll spare you guys the 10-second chart for now, anyway, unless we get really excited.
We do have. We have a good question from LaShawn here. Hi, I am a high time frame trader. Want to start practicing scalping as well. Does this mean that I only focus on lower time frames? That's a great question. Alfie, what would be your advice to
I think
LaShawn?
it depends on how you define a scalp. But by no means can I say I'm the finished product when I scalp. But I typically look for 15 to 20 points. Some people would consider that a bit more than the scalp. Again, though, with the higher time frames, they're going to signal to where you might want to scalp. If you look for a trade, you'll find it. If you're lost in the weeds of the 1 minute or the 30-second chart, you're going to see about 10 different potential trades, whereas the 15 or the 30 or the hourly might give you the signal to then drop down and see where you can find the excess to get in on the scalp, and then that might mature into a swing. But yeah, I think definitely still worth using those high time frames to give you areas of interest for sure.
I think that's very solid advice. Hoag, what would be your advice for someone who's maybe switching from high time frame to low time frame?
Very similar to what Alfie just said. Understanding the context in the longer time frame can keep you kind of on the right side for your shorter time frame scalps.
Yeah.
If in the time frame, say a 30-minute time frame, and you've got a strong trend to the upside, are you going to be looking for shorts for scalps, or are you probably going to be looking for retracements or pullbacks and looking to buy those in the direction of the bigger picture?
Yeah, I think I agree with everything that's being everything that you guys have said. It's I like in short, large time frame levels and then short time frame setups. Like you want to know where big players are going to be potentially reacting to price, and then you can find whatever your preferred setup is on a smaller time frame to take that trade. And I think the other thing too, LaShawn, I don't know if you want to just all of a sudden try to like become something. Try to find out who you are as a trader, because you might want to become a scalper, but maybe it's just not inherent to your personality. And like, for example, we just had Charlie on. He's down to one trade a day. That's not going to work for every single trader, right?
Dolby, we got a potential breakout here in the S&Ps. 1, 2, 3, breaking out trend line. I don't see breakouts really working all that well lately.
Is there something about this one you like, though? It's a very interesting level right here, right now.
Yeah, it is.
Because we break above 60-45 evens. We are now back, back within the range that we've been struggling to get out of for so long in the ES. So that's about 60-45 up to 60-80. And the reason why I liked your call for above below Alfie is because your level is about the middle of that range. It's about the middle, and that makes a lot of sense to me to bounce back up into.
Well, I'm going to just take a couple of micros.
Let's go. We got Hoag in the markets. Let's go. That's what I loved about having our earlier segments too. Alfie, I'm not sure if you caught them, but just talking a lot about utilizing micros in uncertain times, right? If you really, really want to trade, it's like you can, but just you got one micro. You can always just dip your toe in the water with one micro. You get the same experience. It's a good practice. Did you ever get down to like 100%. One micro? Yeah, you agree with that statement?
Recently, Dolby, I've been doing between 1 to 3, and to be honest with you, that's how I've kept hold of these XFAs. To be honest, because I won't lie to you, there's been a few times where I've caught myself 30 micros deep, and I've just stopped and thought, what am I doing? Slow down, size down. On the Nasdaq, 3 micros you can make $1,000, and it's not unthinkable to make that much. So what are you doing? Really, is just a question I've been asking myself, especially because I'm going in from these combines where I'm going heavy sometimes, and then over the last few weeks I've switched back into being fully on XFAs. I've just tried to reevaluate, and 1 micro is enough sometimes, even on gold, right? It's you can still get a big move.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you can really. I mean, honestly, if you're like a day trader, you can get a couple $100 just trading micros, which is like a lot of money if you can maintain that over a course of a year. A couple $100 here and there with good risk management, that's a nice little chunk of change.
Well, the idea is build the account and start adding.
And it's all about making good decisions, right? So if you're not making good decisions at 3 E-minis because you're so stressed out, then go back down to 3 micros, and then you can start building the confidence and have more confidence in the decisions you're making. So by the time you do get to 3 E-minis or whatever your size is, you have all of that accrued experience trading smaller size, and it's all built up confidence to go and execute seamlessly, without being worried about the size that you're trading. Because if you're worried about your trading size, then you're really putting yourself behind the 8 ball, because now you can't even let your trade do what it wants because you're so worried, thinking about the P&L of it. Hoag, you are currently, we got it up here. Long 2 MES 6045. Fantastic.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So what's the thesis of your trade here, Hoag?
Okay, so we put in the low here, put in a higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, trend line, breakout. You can see us getting to the 200 session moving average on this 100 tick chart. It's about a 2-to-1. We've still got our moving averages in the right direction and not crossed. We cross those, we're out.
That's right. Just like Ghostbusters, do not cross the streams.
Not crossing the streams.
That's exactly right. So looking
no
for a
idea
breakout
if this
here.
is going to play, but
we never do.
On a day like today, breakouts are probably less likely to trade, but right now it's holding us in, so and not risking a lot.
Can we accept price in the old range between 60.45 and 60.80? Hoag is currently long, about 2 MES at 60.45. We'll see what happens here. Pretty exciting stuff. We do have a Series 3 coming up in about 5 minutes. I'm sure Hoag will get the answer correct. He is a very smart man.
I hope so.
Yeah, right? All right. Got the ES here. Okay, let's get this rally going on in the ES. Alfie, any trade ideas yet?
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I find myself in this situation a lot where, I'm kind of scrimping over the fact that I haven't caught the Pico bottom, and then I'm jolted into not taking the trade. I'd be inclined to long. However, just given the timing, I'm just going to try and wait until another 20 minutes or so just to see where we land pre-MOC. Because if I look across the stock market at the minute, everything's still relatively flat, if I'm not mistaken. I know Nvidia is still relatively flat on the day. So I'm just wondering if we're going to get a little bout of volatility and that will let me in. But I'm fairly comfortable with kind of where I've landed today. I know obviously only $40 on this one, but managed to hit 200 on a couple others. So yeah, just trying to exercise patience.
Okay, you can exercise some patience. That is a win. That is a non-P&L win. Those are A-okay. Nothing wrong with not having to get into a trade if it's part of the plan. Executing patience is still great. Chat, are you in any trades right now? Let us know. Let us know if there's any trades you're in. We can watch them vicariously through you. We'll pretend we're in your trade. Let us know. Tattooed Groove says, now we'll move. We'll see. We will see. JW says, Alfie belongs in a kick-ass action flick. What action? Did you say nice guy? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the best. Tell him to hit me up. Yeah, if that's a pick one. It'll probably be the Matrix though. Dolby.
Oh, dude, Matrix is so good.
Yeah.
So good. I remember seeing that movie for the first time in Chicago, and after the opening scene, the entire theater just like erupted in applause. It's like we are all about to witness something incredible, aren't we? And we did. Piece of movie history right there. Ooh, Mass Trader Rick is in a trade. He's long from 21,926.
Oh.
That's a fantastic entry. Enjoy that one. Let us know what your game plan is for that trade, Masked Trader Rick. And we will see. We don't know how much you're long. It's okay, though. Don't need to. What's your thesis on that one, Masked Trader Rick? Let us know. But you're sitting pretty in the money, man. 60 points and counting. Nice job. That is awesome. Oh, we got a lot of trades in here now. Look at this. Michael Baggs long 2, 972s. Very cool. 965s, 970s. Wow, a lot of longs here. Maybe that's because that's the only trade that's probably in the money right now. So maybe we're getting a little bit of bias here.
I'm not seeing much on the tilt.
We got on the market and it died. It stopped. 57% long S&Ps. We almost had a crossover there, and now we're starting to get a little bit of a push. 53% long in the NASDAQ.
Oh, so frozen. I'm back. I was talking to myself for a long time, guys. That was a solid minute.
You're frozen?
Oh, yeah. I couldn't hear anything you guys are saying.
Really?
I was talking into the abyss. It's happened. Happened before. It's okay.
I hate it when that happens.
It's going to rally. It's all good. It's all good. Hoag, your trade's doing okay. It's going to be a little pokey right now, but it's going in a better direction. Not going down.
Mo says, here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Mirage. That is Jerome backwards. If you say Jerome 3 times, that means the market loses.
Muhammad, sorry.
20 to 30 points.
Just jumped in short, gents. I know I said I was looking for longs,
NASDAQ?
but this is short Nasdaq. You're speaking to
there's the crossover.
You're speaking to Dr. Jekyll.
We're gonna be out. Now we're short too.
Nice.
We're
You reversal challenging right now, Hoag?
We're reversal challenging, yeah.
I like this. Okay, so Hoag is now short. Alfie also now short. Everyone in chat who is long, we're going to start seeing some more short positions in chat now that we have 2 people on screen who are short right now. Let's see.
No, Alfie, if it dies here, it's not my fault. I didn't do it.
No, this is
send a letter.
Let's send a letter. Yeah, you can submit a trust pilot, Alfie. You just
I took this short and all I got was this crappy T-shirt, something like that.
Oh, dude, I love
That's how it feels on Nasdaq, isn't it? Why me? Most of the time when you're
yeah.
short, anyway.
Boy, that fell too quick to get in. I should have waited and waited for a retracement. We really want to get in on the 13 hull.
Ooh. Oh, I see on that moving average.
Right there. All right, we're out now.
We're out. Okay. What's our P&L?
I think we lost about $50 on that on the total, both trades.
Oh, nothing. There's nothing but a flesh wound.
Flesh wound.
Yeah. What's that from? Monty Python, I believe. Okay. Series 3.
Are
we ready? Are we ready?
Scratch.
Can't wait to hear that
boy,
bell.
here we go.
That gives me PTSD every time. That's the one.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
You sound ridiculous right now. You sound like a robot.
Like you're in the Matrix.
Oh goodness.
Yep, that is scary. And now it's echoing. Uh-oh.
Why don't you just post the question and we'll read it?
How about now? Is this a little better?
Nope, you got to refresh the green room. You sound like you're from the year 3025 right now.
How about now, guys?
Oh, so much better.
Oh my goodness, let's go. All right.
Good enough.
Let's give you guys Series 3 question. Here we go.
Ooh.
All right, Series 3. A DRT order gives discretion to the floor broker as to the time and price of execution. Is that supposed to be execution? Is that spelled wrong? Is this a trader term I'm unfamiliar with?
It's execution. Yeah,
That's
it's
a
execution.
typo.
Okay. Thought I was getting thrown for a loop. But true or false?
Man, this is a tough question. You can't really figure it out unless you know the acronyms.
Well, as a filling broker in the S&P pit, if I got a DRT order, DRT stands for disregard tape, which means they're not holding you to any requirements that they would normally hold you to if it was a limit order or some sort of stop order.
Well, now chat, I think, can answer the question. I don't even know what the acronym means. So now I know what my answer is. And by the way, this is exactly how those.
You guys ready? I'm going to throw it to you.
Yes, Hoag, what's your answer?
True. A.
I would agree.
Ding, ding, ding. It is, in fact,
Fantastic.
true.
Excellent. Good question. It's a good question. And very realistic as well.
Those were always my favorite. Because it meant my customer trusts me. And DRT orders were usually big orders.
Oh, I'm sure, because they didn't care about price. They got the size.
Yep. So if it was sell 1,000 DRT, they also called it not held. The ARB for it was this.
Oh, look at that! What, a little ear
So it was
wiggle.
like-
Hold like an imaginary earring.
Sell 1,000. Sell 1,000. Not held. DRT. But you'd sell 900 quietly, trying not to move the market. And then the last 100, you would bury it to make the first 900 look good.
There's some little inside baseball there. Stories from the pit with Hoag. I love all those hand symbols and stuff. That's very cool. Hoag, you should develop like an app where the camera can look at you, and then you can do hand signals at the camera, and it'll then do bid and ask orders in real time. That sounds
That's
cool.
it's an interesting idea.
That sounds like a cool idea. So then you can do your own. Get really creative. And I'd probably have a couple hand signals for NASDAQ.
Sell 2.
Yeah. They're like, NASDAQ, 5 lots.
275.
Where'd my camera go? Why is my camera gone? Oh, it's back. There we go. Fantastic. Some weird stuff going on here. That's all good, though. Can't hand sign my orders quick enough. Yeah, that would be tough. You'd be doing it would be so fast. It'd be good for shorter time, like maybe like mid time frame traders, 15, half an hour. Give you
They have to
plenty
be
of time.
careful touching your face because
that'd be terrible.
You do something like this, like wipe your brow. That's sell 100.
Wow. That'd be so much fun. That would be so much fun. That would be that'd be a fun. I wonder if we could do that. I don't know if we could. That'd be like a fun bit to do instead of reversal challenge. Just have 4 people try to do hand signs to only trade. I wonder how we do that.
Johnny, we'll do that with a fast market. Right after an FOMC number.
Yeah.
We'll see how they like it. We'll see how they like it then. You got 12 people on phones screaming at you, trying to shoot your orders.
Yep.
And you
that'd be so much fun.
All right, we are just violently range bound now, Dolby. Alfie.
Oh, yes. Welcome back to the range. Home on the range. We might get a little bit of a bid here. This is the only thing I'm super interested in is to see if we can get back above these 60-45s and maybe get back to the midpoint of the previous range we were just in. Considering there's not like a whole lot going on and we have FOMC tomorrow, maybe that ends up being the case. The market returns to its happy place, parked in the garage, ready for tomorrow. See if the markets end up doing something crazy, maybe on some news or something. But we will see. BK says, dump on close in 10 minutes. Well, we do have MOC in 12. I do love me some MOC. Adds a nice little bit of market volatility. I'm a huge fan of Power Hour, as you all know. It's an excellent time to trade. You can wait long enough. I don't know if most people get to Power Hour. I think most traders are probably done by the time Power Hour is even around.
Tattooed Groove, I see you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, want to see me on tilt?
Tattooed Groove probably worked on a trading floor at some point, but if you wanted to put in a stop, you'd say, hey, on a stop, sell me 1.5.
Dude, I love all those hand signals and stuff. I think I was asking, are the hand signals the same between like the New York pits and the Chicago pits, or like the Kansas pits?
There's subtle
Are they all
differences.
different? Yeah, it's like a dialect almost. Ooh.
Here we go. We're getting a bit of volatility now.
Yeah, we are. Here we go. Finally, give us something here.
There you
Give
go.
us something.
Alfie, still short?
60-45s.
I am, yeah. Short from 21,990 and a quarter.
21,990. Nice.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm looking at the 2-hour range on a little profile here, and we're just breaking back into that value area high. So that's kind of what gave me the inkling to short in the first place. Just as we get acceptance in this range, I'm just going to look for it to just auction straight through. I might take it off at POC or VWAP, but that's been the game plan. Again, if we accept back out of range, then shut my trade off. That's been the goal.
Nice.
I really like this analysis from you, Alfie. I love that you're bringing in just some different things to look at. I think it's so important to see.
It was a huge brainwave. I didn't even realize I could do this. Because I was always looking at the DOM on the day, and then I realized you can just cut it down to the last 2 hours. If you've just had some crazy bout of volatility or some news come out, it just makes my life easier. It's just to understand kind of where we are, and you can compare this 2-hour range to the 4 hour to the 8 to the 1 week to the 2 week. Just makes me have my bearings a little bit more.
Alfie, what trade are you in right now? I see your P&L moving up and down. What do you got working?
Oh, sorry, yeah. 21,990 and a quarter. Just one micro short. I'm not going to be a hero. May add.
NASDAQ?
Yes, MNQ.
Yes. Okay, gotcha. Oh, nice entry.
Thank you.
Right,
You know, guys, over the wire here a little while ago, it was like past market. A lot of talk. President going to the situation room, right? And then all of a sudden it just sort of stopped.
Yeah.
So I'm a little concerned here if this is the eye before the storm regarding. I mean, I haven't seen anything since that.
Huh.
Yeah, yeah.
We might be
it's
headed
like somebody
for the
just
low
turned
of the
something
day.
off.
Or not.
Yeah. In the last 20 minutes of Power Hour is so much fun because you're pretty much guaranteed to get some move is going to happen in the last. You're going to get something no matter what. It's not like you're going to get an MOC and like nothing happens. You're always going to get some move. Just got to make sure you're positioned correctly or just not positioned at all. If you don't enjoy it. I've got some people saying volume.
That was a crazy MOC last night, wasn't it? I don't know if you saw it. Swung from like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it swung from like minus 300 to like plus 1.1 billion. I saw Eddie read it out and I was like, whoa. Saw the volume just flush through and it gave you a TP straight away if you were long.
Well, I think we were in a trade that ended up panning out because of MOC. We've been fortunate enough to have some good trades for Power Hour. Alfie, nice short here. What's kind of your downside target and what's like your thesis of this trade?
Again, low of day, and then realistically, if I'm being greedy, probably low of day. If I am being extra greedy, I like a level on the weekly. Oh, this is really ugly. Sorry. Hang on a sec. Let me just. Yeah, I like the level on the weekly DOM. I can reload it, but it's at 880 for a potential reversal area. But again, if we flush down really aggressively before MOC, I might be forced to take a long, just because. Yeah, that's just how I tend to trade MOC. If I see a really violent move down prior, it tends to show some kind of inclination. I think sometimes it's got quite a good hit rate to just reverse off of that.
I'm looking at your screen through YouTube. You were on ES for a while, and I was like, oh, it's starting to move a little bit. Starting to get a little bit of wiggle here in the ladder. Let's see. Man, this is exciting stuff. I love MOC. It's so much fun. Mass Trader Rick, are you still in that trade? What's your thesis, Mass Trader Rick? I might have asked you already, but kind of curious to see because Mass Trader Rick is actually in a really interesting position. So he is long 21. He was. We'll see. Long 21,927.50, which is an incredibly good trade location relative to where the market's trading at right now. You're up almost 70? No, not 70. 50 points going into MOC. Still waiting on the loss of support at 21,960. Interesting.
960.
So we bounced at 960s. Yeah. I mean, listen, if you're not much of trading into news, this is kind of like one of the situations where it might be okay to hold a position into a news event because you're already up so many points that you have a little bit more wiggle room to kind of deal with the position. I know some traders will just never go on, but if there is an occasion in which you could justify it, like this is probably one of them. You're up 50 points into a news event. Most of the time, the market will move into the direction of where it's already going. So, this could really, the MOC could throw some gas on this market here and really accelerate one way or another. Sean Mastro along 3 NQs into MOC. I gotta say, I wonder, do you guys think the shorts are getting nervous?
I'm a little nervous, to be fair.
You're long though, aren't you?
No, I'm short, Dobby. I'm short from 21,990. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all right. Yeah, it is a bit nervy, to be fair.
I don't need to ask. I was ask you. You are nervous and you are short.
I actually added one there just because it pulled back up to my entry, and I love it when my entry acts as resistance. So I just tested that theory out, really.
You didn't lend me the trade. You didn't move your stop to break even.
Not yet, but we'll see. It's still early doors. We've got 15 minutes left to do that.
Yeah. Let's do some power hour content. We got MOC in 4 minutes. We could probably knock out power hour in that 4 minutes. That way, it will be a clear sailing into the end of the show. So, Cam, if you're back there, what did they give us today?
Can you hear me, guys, this time? Is it any better?
Yes, you're not a robot. It sounds fantastic.
Yes, let's go. All right, let's get into some power hour content. Starting off, I just want to give you guys a brief little sneak peek and teaser into what is currently going on in Chicago with the Trader House film set. Kind of fun. Little sneak peek from Danielle. Curious what Andre and rest of the crew are doing. This is what they're up to. So anyway, back to some power hour.
Having lunch.
Or you want me?
Not
I can throw it
drinking
back
yet.
up.
Yeah, wait, pull it back up. We have to analyze.
Water, I blew it up.
Yeah, break it all down. What kind of energy you guys getting from this?
On the brown couch, the black hat, that's Jay. Next to him is Dakota, Baron at the end. And then we got JD on the white couch. And then Andre by the wall on the white couch.
Yeah.
And they've got like a little smorgasbord going on there.
So weird.
Drinking
seeing their
some
heads
fancy
attached to their
water
bodies.
in a bottle.
Yeah.
Somebody's got a Fiji. And then that is the Trader's house.
Nice place. Yeah, we'll zoom in. What a nice
You ever been there?
exposed brisk.
Dolby time?
I might have been once. Maybe once.
You'd remember it.
Once or twice. Yeah. Very
That's a
cool
really
place,
cool
though.
place.
I mean, you can obviously tell exposed brick, exposed piping. It's kind of like a loft style.
Michael did a
condo.
lot of that work. Yeah.
Oh, did he? Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Excellent. Got a pool table, chess table. I wonder if they've already played a game of chess. And I wonder if Dakota has any wagers already going with Baron. I would say yes.
Minute and a half here, MOC.
Oh,
Too
let's roll.
competitive. Cool. I'll roll through them. I'll roll through the rest. All right, we got one from Coach Jay, just showing us, took a quick scalp long on the flight to Chicago. I should cover the $20. The $20 bacon, egg, and cheese I bought at the airport.
Damn.
Nice. All right, then a quick jab. Not a fan of taking more trades with multiple micros, but doing my best tuned in daily with TopstepTV and taking the advice of the coaches. From Ya Ma. Good stuff. Love to see the commitment. And then last but not least, I was talking to Andrea. I've been watching a lot of Sons of Anarchy. Kind of reminded me of this. Gary Van Horn. Heck of a commitment. Kind of crazy to see.
Look at that.
That is all I got for you guys.
Wow.
Fantastic. Cam, thank you so much for coming on there, reading those off. And also, thank you to all those who submitted some content. Market's getting a little bit spicy here. Okay, we got 20 seconds. 20 seconds to MOC.
Say it.
So we're getting a little bit of a bid here so far in the ES, bidding 60.46. We're trying to get out of this 5-minute range and maybe make a more serious push into those 60.50s. Where we got? Okay, MOC in 5. Okay, 2 seconds. NASDAQ.
Here
what
we
do
go.
got?
Wow.
Let's see here. All right, buy side.
Just about
S&P
alive.
400 million. Buy side. NASDAQ 500 million. Buy side. Dow 150 million. Buy side. Mag 7 250 million.
Okay.
There you have it. Cha 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 cha.
So
Talk about the skin of my teeth, guys. Buy me.
Yeah.
Oh, you dodged it?
That knee
Let's
jerk
go.
almost got you.
You might be in really
Why
good
still?
shape then. If that was the stop run to the
See.
upside, you might be in really good shape in this short if this can't hold above that range, 22K. Kind of curious to see how this is going to pan out for you. We'll let
Yeah, it's
Alfie
cheap
cook
to
that.
find out, right?
Yeah.
16 points, $32, something like that.
We'll let Alfie cook. You got some downside targets. Oh, hello. There we go. Perfect. Dum dum dum. That's a Google Calendar alert if I ever heard one. That's another sound. Also gives me PTSD. Google Calendar. Oh, nice movement here. Let's go. Let's go, Alfie. Hoag, has your moving averages unbanded themselves? Or are they just kind of cruising to the downside? No? Still
They're
wound
braided.
up? Braided? Ah, that's the word I was looking for.
Yep.
Braided.
Yep.
Pretzel. We will see what we got. 9 minutes left in Power Hour.
Trying to move to a time frame where they'll work for me, but how that goes.
Yeah, you know, different markets, different time frames. I did find that, for example, Hoag, I could not find 5-minute ranges in NASDAQ. They all appeared on like the 1 minute. Just didn't even see them. So maybe you gotta find that sweet spot where that porridge is at room temperature or whatever, and all the moving averages make sense on the screen.
This chair is just right.
This one, yeah, that's right. Yeah, for Doom, it was the recliner, right? That chair was just right for him. Yeah, we do have FOMC tomorrow. I'm sure if you've been watching the show all day, that is ingrained in your head. FOMC, that is 1 p.m. tomorrow. We're going to be doing our classic FOMC stream. A little bit of a watch party. We'll pipe in. Good man, Chairman Powell. Chairman Powell? Yeah, Chairman Powell. It was like Chairman Mao.
Chairman Mao.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, do I need to get my facts straight? Another really fun segment tomorrow, and I'm kind of happy we're doing it on FOMC day. We're doing a Topstep X API session. So I'm going to be driving. We're going to bring in Tej, and we're going to have Coach Robert on air for the 11:15 segment. And Tej is a very talented coder as well as Coach Robert. So we're going to kind of bring Tej in and do sort of a show and tell. So we're going to see what people are doing with the Topstep X API. I think it's very, very cool. Coach Robert is impressed with what these guys are doing. And if he's impressed, they are doing very, very cool stuff. So I'm really looking forward to this. If you've never dabbled in coding or with the API, maybe this will inspire you. And you don't have to build anything crazy. You can just build something simple for yourself that helps you trade. It is a great little practice, and the Topstep X API will allow you to do that. So really looking forward to that segment. It's going to be the first one ever. Topstep X API, and we do have 3 of those scheduled, actually. So we're going to do about 1 a week for the next 3 weeks, almost like a 3-part series. Have you messed with the API? Do any coding, Alfie?
I've tried to. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to get into Project X. I paid for the subscription, but there's an issue whenever I log into Project X where it says unexpected server. I've raised a few tickets, but I might need to tap up Robert for that one because it looks amazing. I can't wait to get my hands on it.
Yeah, I mean, just wait, man. I've had a sneak peek on some of the stuff they're building. It is so cool. We're talking like custom dashboards. We're talking like automated trading strategies for back testing and forward testing. I saw, very cool. What's up?
What age? What is the cutoff for age for people that learn to start coding like in school, like in high school or grade school?
Oh, I don't know. They didn't teach it. They didn't teach computer science when I was in high school. I think probably some of like the more advanced, maybe like math and science schools are probably teaching computer science as early as grade school, if I had to guess. I'm sure there's like some parents in chat who have children who've been exposed to coding. They would certainly know. Yeah, but kids can start really young. And there's all sorts of like introductory courses that are like kid focused. Yeah, I got Sam. He learned in
Yeah.
8th grade. I mean, 8th grade.
Closed half off there, gents. Sorry.
Nice trade. Let's go. Yeah, we still got
Nice.
Alfie working this short here. So he's out. What? Out one running.
Yeah, one running. It looks like it might tag. Might come back up to tag my entry again. But again, we're just kind of on struggle street with this 2-hour POC here. If we can't flip this, then I'm going to stay confident.
Love it. Thanks for updating us with that trade. Mass Trader Rick, who is so kind to share his position, has just let us know that he got stopped out in profits in his longs. Hopefully you traded your plan. If you traded your plan and made some money, that is a W in pretty much anyone's book. So let's see how this close wraps up. It's been I would say a fairly awkward day for most traders. It's been rangy to not rangy. It was super sleepy. And then all of a sudden you get a big move. So probably quite difficult for a lot of you out there, but that's why we prepare over the weekend. So we get to pick and choose ahead of time is pre-FOMC, a day we really want to trade. And if you didn't enjoy trading today, write it down in your journal. So maybe the next time there's an FOMC, you can look back at that journal and be like, yeah, this price action was kind of garbage. Maybe I'll just keep the powder dry and not waste any money. Like our live funded accounts earlier today, Doom and Lisa Y. Talking to them about just how different the mindset is in that live funded account. Alfie, have you been into a live funded account? I think you have, right?
I haven't as of yet. I'm just in the XFAs. That's certainly the goal. And yeah, definitely shout out to Doom and Lisa because it's the finite game versus the infinite game, right? That Lisa was chatting about, and I'm even seeing that slightly on the XFAs. So yeah, just continuing to just hit that ball every day, pick up the points where you can, and you'd pick up $20 if you saw it down the street, wouldn't you? So keep doing it.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, that was a lot of fun this morning. Really nice having Doom on. He will be at the meetup. It's great having Lisa Y on. She will not be at the meetup, but I did get her for Power Hour. I think next week, so that should be very fun. See what kind of trades she got. Also, we are kind of back to a normal schedule, I believe. I know a lot of people miss Andre. I miss Andre. Tomorrow, it will be the usual casting crew, but slightly different. They're all doing the stream from the same office. So that actually might lead to some shenanigans. You're going to have Baron, Dakota, Coach J, JD, literally all in the same room talking trades. I have no idea how they're arranging this setup. I'm so looking forward to it. It should be a very fun segment. Andre's back. He's going to be driving. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be excellent. Okay, well.
2 minutes.
Yeah, Eddie. Kind of like 2 minutes to the end of whatever this is. Power Hour. I mean,
the day before
Bitcoin.
FOMC.
It's exactly right, Doug. This is the day before FOMC. This is what you kind of expect.
During rollover.
I mean,
hate that.
Yeah, during rollover, during geopolitical, during a war, 2 wars, so much going on. A lot of cross currents. Bitcoin had a nice bid kind of into the end of the day, went from 103,610 up to about 105,520. That's kind of noteworthy, I guess. But other than that, it's kind of a tame day, I would say. We did end up finishing down about 8.8% in the ES. Give or take, anything can change in 2 minutes. Down about 1% in the NQ, but man, it felt like a grind today. It really did. So if anyone out there made some money, be happy. Get to trade another day. Almost like a triple distribution here, Hook. Yeah, you really should.
Remember, you are a profitable trader.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Mohammed.
Per Mohammed. Also, I loved Mecca's story, where her daughter asked her, "Mommy, are we rich?" And she said, "Yes, we are." Just bam.
That's beautiful. Yeah,
that's her mantra.
Put that out into the universe. Definitely.
Yep. it's a very similar. It's very similar to Mo's statement. Yes, I'm a profitable trader. Yes, I'm rich. Just PMA, positive mental attitude. If you think it, it will happen. Put those good vibes out in the universe.
There we
That was a
go.
great story. And she's going to be coming back too, actually.
Nice.
Got 10 seconds, and then Eddie, this is all you, buddy. Right into the close.
All right.
I'm flat, gents, as well.
Yeah.
You're flat, perfect. We got a quick P&L update from you, Alfie, and then final words. Pass it to Eddie. We'll be good to go.
Plus 174 on this account. Thanks for having me. Have a great time at your meetup tomorrow. Hope to join you guys next year.
Oh, that'd be so much fun, Alfie. This is great. Eddie, this is all you, man. Take us away,
All right,
sir.
my friends, Romans, countrymen, and countrywomen. Hey, thanks for being with us here today. Like Dolby said, a little tame. Yeah, it wasn't. Considering what we're seeing over the news, nothing freaked out. But I'm going to be watching the news here overnight, checking out the news stories, seeing what I can bring tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, it is sort of a synthetic half Friday, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to confuse you, but yes, it is FOMC Friday, the 18th of the month. Opening call, Coach Hoop's going to be joining us here. We do have fast markets. And this is going to be fun, folks, because they are going to in town. Coach Jay's in town. Coach Dakota's in town. Barron's in town. And I mean Chicago. They're here at the Trade House, Topstep Trade House. And we're going to get them on. We're going to get them on trading from the Trade House. So that'll be cool. We also do have coming up later on a Topstep X API session. All right, Coach Robert's going to be driving that one. We got Tej and Dolby for an API session, something a lot of people have been asking about. And Lunchbox Trading, we got Gabe, Coach Hoop, and Coach Vince. Pass with the pros. Actually, it is FOMC stream. We're going to be streaming the FOMC at 1 o'clock. So keep that in mind. As mentioned here, we're going to be having a watch party. So be here tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central Time, FOMC watch party. BYOB, there is no cover charge. All right, we're going to be streaming the FOMC meeting and Jerome Powell's question and answer session at 1:30. Also, Thursday, we'll be off air Thursday in honor of Juneteenth. We encourage everyone to take this time to reflect and recognize the importance of this date. Keep that in mind also. That's something that we don't want to forget. So tomorrow, let's see here real quick here. I just want to go over, make sure I'm not missing anything. We're looking forward for everyone. See everyone that had RSVP'd for Thursday's meetup, Topstep meetup. We got the trader meetup at Woody's, and we're going to be getting. You should have an email from this morning from DocuSign, and it's legit. All right, we need everyone attending to sign that waiver. Please make sure you signed it before arriving on Wednesday. All right, do that, and keep that in mind. But otherwise, I think that's going to be it for the day. 1 second. All right, it's great to have you here with us. Hope that you had a good time. Hope you learned something, even if it was just one thing. And of course, orders from headquarters. I want you to stay safe. I want you to stay healthy. Treat yourself with the same care you'd offer a friend. And remember, share your love. It doesn't cost a cent. Don't leave yet. We've got at the buzzer, Coach Hoop, Coach Ray, Coach Vince. We got Coach Dakota. I think he's going to be doing slow markets. And don't forget about our early morning London Open with Aaron at 1:30 and Deanna at 3:30 a.m. But don't run away here. Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the buzzer coming up next. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.